Chapter 2164, Ant Poison appears again. All sorts of illusions appeared. Soon, the GU masters outside of the mountain quickly fell unconscious one by one. Next, the ones on the mountain, those GU immortals who had attended the previous session also fainted in succession. During the first session, they had already reached their limits. After just 3 days, the growth of their foundation was very limited. Even Heavenly Court's members were no exception. After them were the various mutant GU immortals of the small worlds. They had deep foundations and this was their first time attending the Tao lesson. Fairy Yu Shu expressed her surprise again. Among these mutant GU immortals, she found another genius this time. It was a lump of deep green-colored tornado. It persevered until the end. The aptitude and comprehension ability it displayed was equally matched with the rock monkey. When this tornado GU immortal fell unconscious, Fairy Yu Shu also stopped using her killer move. By the time they awakened, she announced again, 3 days later, the next session will be held. For the third Tao lesson, even more GU immortals came. Not only the mutants of the various small worlds, even Savage Wilderness Great Worlds and Yellow Earth Great Worlds GU immortals came. Eventually, the one who lasted until the end was a lizard GU immortal. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. Its aptitude was on par with the rock monkey and tornado. They were extraordinarily talented. Fairy Yu Shu conducted 3 Tao lessons in total. The influence was not just kept in the 3 great worlds, it even spread to the remaining small worlds. Not only the small worlds at the boundaries of the 3 great worlds, but even many other small worlds that were currently being drawn to the central area. Fairy Yu Shu achieved her goal. The effect was evident. Their impression on the various GU immortals of Green Lotus Grand World improved greatly. Many GU immortals chose to join them. Yu Shu chose 3 leaders from among them. They were the rock monkey Bu Tian Kong, the tornado immortal Ni Kuang Feng, and finally, the lizard GU immortal from Savage Wilderness Great World, Duan Hu. But a large number of GU immortals still chose to watch on the fence. These GU immortals mostly came from small worlds. Their worlds were still moving now. They had not landed near the 3 great worlds yet. Since this change occurred in the void, the unification of the worlds cannot be avoided. We need to find a good allegiance. Indeed, we are all rulers of our small world. We can influence where we end up to a certain extent. Green Lotus Great World Sage gave a Tao lesson. I wonder if the other 2 world sages will do the same. Unavoidably, these GU immortals started to hold expectations. A capable person will often choose to find a capable leader. Even though they were native GU immortals that were not human, they had ample intelligence and were quite astute. From Fairy Yu Shu's Tao lessons, they sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The 3 great worlds were in heated conflict. The amount of losses was huge and severe. It was the stage for them to shine on. They even started to spread the word. If the other 2 great worlds do not give such a benefit, we will join Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have existed for so long. Green Lotus Great World's sage imparted wisdom on everyone. They are truly magnanimous and benevolent. I am sure that the other 2 world sages are the same. We will join whichever world gives the greatest benefits. These GU immortals wanted to gain the most benefits for themselves. As for which world they would end up joining, they can decide that after getting the benefits. The situation changed abruptly. Lu Weiyin quickly went to Fang Yuan for a discussion. Lu Weiyin sighed. Currently, Heavenly Court has the initiative again. After cooperating with Longevity Heaven, we managed to destabilize Heavenly Court's advantage over us, but with Fairy Yu Shu's Tao lessons, all our efforts ended up in vain. But thankfully, the situation is salvageable. How should we go on to recruit those GU immortals who are still on the fence? These mutant GU immortals who were still roaming around were top-tier cannon fodder. Heavenly Court's recruitment of them was a great move. Fairy Yu Shu's method also expanded Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning GU, endless learning. Other than the Dream Realm, this was the first time Fang Yuan saw a killer move capable of directly raising attainment levels. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had no recollection of such a killer move. From what he gathered and from Lu Weiyin's information, there was no warning or hint that such a killer move existed. This meant that the killer move was likely a new creation of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had deep foundation and countless elites who progressed and developed with time. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan as he said, "This killer move is extraordinary. It can raise the power of an entire force. Attainment level is very hard to raise. Even I am slightly moved by Heavenly Court's offer." There is also something more worrying. Within the legends of Ren Zhu, there are records that Ren Zhu and the other two went into primordial domain using true meaning. Heavenly Court possesses the killer move endless learning. This means that they have a method of creating true meaning that is unique in this world. This method might allow them to enter primordial domain earlier than others, or even like Book Mountain, they might be able to obtain primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Wei Yin was very astute, all of his words made sense. Primordial domain was the key factor in the conflict of the three parties. Even if a venerable revives successfully, to become a true Dao Lord again, they need to rely on primordial domain. One could say that whoever obtains primordial domain first would gain the greatest advantage, they would become the eventual winner of this fight. Fang Yuan pondered. Endless learning is truly incredible and useful, but we also have a strategic level killer move ourselves. I have already used it. Lu Wei Yin's expression turned to joy as he guessed, that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Fang Yuan nodded while adding, I used this move in Eastern Sea before, let's see how Heavenly Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven. I am quite curious about their following actions. Lu Wei Yin thought about it and added, Lord, since you have already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert pressure. When Heavenly Court is busy dealing with it, they will not have the time or energy to resist this move. Fang Yuan had already shut his eyes. You can go handle this matter. I want to deduce the Paradise Earth true inheritance here. Lu Wei Yin immediately took his leave. His best idea was to communicate with Longevity Heaven and attack in unison. After getting Lu Wei Yin's invitation, Longevity Heaven did not hesitate, they cooperated smoothly. The truth was, their pressure was higher. Many GU Immortals defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, even more than Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous among them was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World, with him taking the lead to join Heavenly Court. The influence on Longevity Heaven was dire. Days later, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan sent out their troops again to attack Green Lotus Great World. In the sky, GU Immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers on both hands as he attacked aggressively. He was covered in thick golden fur, he had many immortal GU and killer moves, allowing his defense to be tight, he had no worries about charging forward. The formation of Heavenly Court's mutant GU Immortals were disrupted many times because of him. Don't be too arrogant. A childlike Woodpath GU Immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth as he blocked Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's advancement was halted, he fought against this immortal. After dozens of rounds, there was no clear victor. I am Grasshead Child, I was born with an immortal GU, I am blessed with great fortune. You have immortal GU, but my immortal GU are also not fewer than yours. This Woodpath GU Immortal shouted with a confident disposition. Suddenly, his expression became distorted as his body started twisting around. So itchy. Suddenly, Grasshead Child could not endure the intense feeling. Wave of ants crawled out of his body, piercing his grass skin. What is going on? What are these things? Grasshead Child was shocked, he quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw the chance and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Child was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he was greatly distracted and lost his momentum. After several rounds, he was smashed into pulp by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer, dying on the spot. Similar scenes were occurring to the other mutant GU Immortals. With the activation of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, the situation was immediately changed. Originally, Heavenly Court had many mutant GU Immortals, they were able to enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan's subordinates who were better equipped, but now that their immortal apertures were getting attacked, they lost all their morale, they had no will to fight. Why are there ants on my body as well? Don't kill me, I surrender. The formation collapsed entirely, Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them and obtained great results. This is the outcome for siding with Green Lotus Great World. All the GU Immortals who sided with them faced the judgment of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives, our master has given orders, we will not accept them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly, resounding in the entire battlefield. They worked with another group from Longevity Heaven, making great advances and forcing Heavenly Court's mutant GU Immortals to run in fear, unable to retaliate. The defeated mutant GU Immortals found that they could not resolve Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, they had to rush to Book Mountain and kneel towards the peak, requesting for the sage's help. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling frowned. Fang Yuan used that move after all. If we cannot resolve it, our great advantage is going to be lost entirely. Many of the mutant GU immortals were still watching in anticipation. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, even if the benefits were huge, they would not join them. After all, great benefits were pointless unless one had sufficient lifespan to enjoy them. At this moment, Fairy Yu Shu defended Book Mountain while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines, preventing Longevity Heaven's troops from causing any more trouble. Fairy Yu Shu was also quite troubled. You have already given us the information of this lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. This is quite an impressive move. It contains poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path, food path, and even heaven path profundity. It contains heaven path profundity. Qin Ding Ling was deeply shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate the effects of this move but not remove it completely. Chapter 2165 Operation of Heaven and Earth. Peak of Book Mountain. Regarding Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague, Fairy Yu Shu explained, thankfully, this move had already been used in Eastern Sea before. You also made Zui Xian Wang infiltrate Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information about it. Thus, I am prepared against it. But the current lingering poisonous ant plague has been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method isn't going to be suitable, I need to modify it as well. Qin Ding Ling heard this as her expression eased up slightly. That will be good. Fairy Yu Shu smiled. I only need 3 days to succeed. During this period, Heavenly Court can spread the news regarding lingering poisonous ant plague to everyone. Qin Ding Ling acknowledged and left. Not long after, the mutant GU immortals learned of the situation. They became very angry. Yellow Earth Great World's sage is truly too vicious. I've heard that Yellow Earth Great World's GU immortals are united and harmonious. To think that their sage is such a vicious person, this is really a huge disappointment to everyone. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World's sage is really magnanimous. They have the disposition of a sage. Even Savage Wilderness Great World's sage pales in comparison. The observing GU immortals were very disappointed. They waited for so long but neither Longevity Heaven nor Fang Yuan gave the response that they wanted. They gained nothing from waiting. Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly sent their troops and started the war. These mutant GU immortals were very disappointed, but they also started to get angrier. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? HMPH, the sages of these two worlds are too high and mighty. Forget it, I will join Green Lotus Great World instead. All of the observing mutant GU immortals chose to join Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's wisdom path method is quite formidable. The emotions of these mutant GU immortals were influenced. According to what I know, many GU immortals made the decision to join Heavenly Court in a spurt of anger. Lu Wei Yin sighed as he explained to Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court first spread information of Fang Yuan's vicious method before helping the mutant GU immortals resolve their lingering poisonous ant plague without asking for compensation. Finally, they even used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant GU immortals. After this series of actions, not only did they alleviate lingering poisonous ant plague's terrifying effect, they even retaliated and caused Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's position to be worse than before. Currently, Heavenly Court has recruited many mutant GU immortals. Their advantage in numbers is increasingly evident. Should we recall our troops at the front lines? Lu Wei Yin asked. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. Heavenly Court is formidable. According to my deduction, this mysterious wisdom path killer move contains heaven path profundity too. It is similar to Heaven's will and has the ability to influence the thoughts and emotions of living beings. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance, but Heavenly Court managed to resolve this move so easily. In fact, I even modified this move once again. However, Longevity Heaven is taking action. Now, let's watch and see before making a decision. Gu-Tu Luan was one of the mutant GU immortals who joined Heavenly Court. After making the agreement with Heavenly Court, she traveled through the void and returned to her small world. Using several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was Heavenly Court's reinforcement. After activating it, it could influence the travel route of the small world, allowing it to land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. Green Lotus Great World's sage is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is amazing and has huge power, but the expended immortal essence is so little. Gu Luan praised internally as she activated the Immortal formation. The Immortal formation burst out with profound light, spreading from the inside to the outside of the small world. The small world had always been moving towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the Immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory slightly. After several breaths of time, Gu Luan's expression turned to shock. What is going on? I activated the Immortal formation, but the small world is uncontrollable. It is forcefully moving towards another direction. Is the Immortal formation ineffective? Gu Luan quickly checked and was shocked to find out. It was not that the Immortal formation was useless, but a profound force had been influencing her small world from long ago. Compared to this vast force, the Immortal formation had no strength to counter it. Gu Luan could only watch as her homeland flew and landed on the boundary of savage wilderness great world. This was not a unique situation. Many small worlds were influenced and landed on savage wilderness great world, while others were still on their way. Gu Luan and the other mutant Gu immortals were stunned. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their own small worlds ended up in Savage Wilderness Great World. They would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World and fuse into it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage already took action long ago. He is actually able to attract all the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery were spared. Many Gu immortals were starting to feel regret. Had they known this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World so quickly. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck method. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven disregarded the cost and broad luck suppression Heavenly Palace here. They have already started to influence the heaven and earth luck of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, these small worlds were all drawn to them. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yu Shu sighed. Even though they could understand Longevity Heaven's method, they had no way of resolving it. Not only because Longevity Heaven was superior to Heavenly Court in terms of luck path methods, but because this method was used by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To resolve it, they had to destroy the palace. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had been hiding deep within Savage Wilderness Great World. Now that pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength, who could reach it and destroy it? Heavenly Court had no answer. They could only sit and wait. This way, Heavenly Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals. They had advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven obtained most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World was growing and expanding rapidly. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. During this period, not only did they not recruit many mutant Gu immortals, they also failed to get many small worlds. Heavenly Court started to instruct the mutant Gu immortals to retaliate. The front lines that went deep into Green Lotus Great World started to be pushed away outwards again. Gu masters gathered into armies, fighting and killing all over the battlefield. Immortals fought in the air. It was an intense battle. Rock Monkey Butn Kong roamed unhindered. With a sudden roar, it vanished on the spot. This move again. Bing Zhou's eyelids were twitching. He quickly looked around him. Where will he show up? But Butn Kong did not attack Bing Zhou. It teleported behind Shizong instead. Take my fist. Butn Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended himself, but his defensive killer move was quickly broken through. Butn Kong's fist pierced Shizong's chest, protruding out of his back. Butn Kong snickered. Its body shook as a killer move was activated. Shizong exploded and shattered into pieces that flew everywhere. Shizong and Bing Zhou were rank 8 Gu immortals, while Butn Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level. To think that he managed to kill Shizong while going up against 2 opponents. No matter what formation this is, I will send it flying. At the other end, Ni Kuangfeng, who was inside the rotting smell vicious cloud formation, shouted. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven formed into the ancient battle formation Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud as they trapped Ni Kuangfeng for some time. At this point, they were unable to hold on anymore as the latter broke out from within. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals spat out blood in response. They were either dead or injured. And on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was the desolate extremity of the 8 extremities, but she actually fell into a disadvantage. Duan Hu's attacks were powerful and wild. Its body was tough like a mountain. When colliding, it felt like one was colliding with the world itself. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem killer move was almost destroyed in the fight. These 3 immortals were born with immense innate luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert too, it is a pity. Fang Yuan understood the reason behind these three immortals' existence. He casted his gaze at Paradise Earth's tomb. Using Luck Inspection Killer move, he saw that this Paradise Earth's tomb had immense luck that resembled a yellow soil mountain. It was unmoving and incredibly dense. These days, with their losses at the front lines, many of Fang Yuan's subordinates also died. But Fang Yuan remained calm as ice. These fatalities were just numbers to him. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. Fang Yuan had already comprehended a lot of the profundities regarding Paradise Earth's tomb. In the past he did not have the ability to create his own tomb Earth, but now, he could create a huge graveyard in the sovereign immortal aperture to act as a node of the Earth vein. Most of Fang Yuan's time and energy were spent comprehending the refinement path profundity here. Ordinary GU immortals refined immortal GU, while limitless demon venerable refined the worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was now quickly filled up by Fang Yuan. He was even gaining huge results from it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper and clearer understanding of limitless demon venerable's arrangements. It is time, Fang Yuan muttered lightly. He gazed afar with his deep abyss-like eyes. A shocking flash of lightning landed on the battlefield. The immortals on the battlefield were shocked. In an instant, lightning bolts crashed down like a forest. The immortals had to stop and retreat immediately. Thereafter, tribulations of various intensity rained down like a torrent, occurring to all three great worlds and their boundaries. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling was shocked. What is going on? After making some deductions, Fairy Yu Shu explained confidently. This is Limitless Demon Venerable's method, so it turns out that when the fusion of worlds reach a certain stage, tribulations will befall. At the same time, Fang Yuan's gaze focused on these tribulations that were extremely far away. Waves of comprehension emerged in the depth of his mind. All tribulations are superb methods in refining heaven and earth. GU immortals manage their immortal aperture. Under normal circumstances, their main source of Dao marks come from tribulations. When GU immortals successfully pass a tribulation, they would gain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture and cause the environment to change. This is the refinement of heaven and earth. By expanding this logic, all tribulations were refinement path methods. At this point, the refinement path profundity regarding the refinement of the world and heaven and earth had already been comprehended by him to a large extent. Earlier, my luck gave me an indication. Now is the time to use that move. Fang Yuan started to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. Chapter 2166, Heaven Envies Heroic Geniuses. The sky was in chaos. GU immortals fought intensely everywhere. Wild winds blew, wind blades shot all over the place. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. His body was surrounded by wind blades from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly. He shot out immense crystal frost chi that destroyed all the wind blades. But at the next moment, Ni Kuang-feng suddenly arrived right before him. Ni Kuang-feng was a green tornado to begin with. It condensed into a ball and burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was trapped by the tornado, unable to escape for the moment. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin now. Normally speaking, the stronger the killer move, the longer the time needed to use it. When fighting against Ni Kuang-feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find the time or opportunity to use this move. At the crucial moment, this move could no longer be used. During a deadlock, using this move would expose weaknesses for the enemy to exploit. Even if he used it, with the enemy on guard, the effect would not be decisive either. This is my signature killer move, Wind Suction Life Twister. I spent 30 years to painstakingly create it, before spending 100 years to modify it. Nobody has ever survived against this move, you will be no exception. Ni Kuang-feng laughed wildly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. It was too late to dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer moves desperately. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cried out in pain. First, his arms were absorbed into Ni Kuang-feng's body. Even though they were covered in thick ice crystals, they only lasted for a few moments before disintegrating. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were directly shredded into particles. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment. but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Ni Kuang-feng was directly hit and suffered a huge blow. Its suction force stopped for a moment. The speed of Ni Kuang-feng's wind ball tornado fell greatly. Within the green wind, there was a large area of black ink-like color that got corrupted. Damn it, tribulations appeared again. Ni Kuang-feng gritted its teeth. Since several days ago, tribulations started to occur at all corners of the various great worlds. Especially places with more GU immortals, they would encounter more tribulations. Now that there were many GU immortals fighting intensely on the battlefield, it was not strange to have many tribulations occurring here. Ni Kuang-feng's attention was drawn to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not get away from Ni Kuang-feng's suction force. He was pulled into Ni Kuang-feng's body inch by inch. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment once again, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Crack! The black lightning bolt landed on Ni Kuang-feng. Ni Kuang-feng froze again. The black color in the green wind tornado became denser. This tribulation is so strong, it can actually cause such injuries to me. Ni Kuang-feng sighed, growling at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but you cannot escape, your life is mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was sucked into the tornado again. It seems that my life is really going to end here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed again, but at this moment, a bolt of black lightning shot down on Ni Kuang-feng. Ni Kuang-feng's movements froze, the tornado twisted and almost seemed like it would explode. What is going on with this tribulation? Why did it hit me 3 times in a row? I am so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, yet it did not even hit him once. Is his luck that good? I don't believe it. I'll suck him in with me. Black lightning shot down, landing on Ni Kuang-feng. Ni Kuang-feng refused to believe its luck. I'll do it again. I do not believe it. I'll draw him in. Crack, crack, crack. Ni Kuang-feng could not take it anymore. As black lightning bolts continued to shoot down, they landed on his head without any deviation. Ni Kuang-feng's body almost collapsed. It could not draw in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, quickly getting away from Ni Kuang-feng. I actually survived. What in the world is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was lucky to survive. He was filled with disbelief and surprise. Far away, black lightning continued to land on Ni Kuang-feng. No matter where Ni Kuang-feng went, black lightning seemed to target it specifically. No, not only black lightning. Soon, tribulations like blood dragons and gray spirits also went to approach Ni Kuang-feng. Ni Kuang-feng was going crazy. At this moment, it felt like the entire world was going against it. Of course, tribulations also landed on other GU immortals, but Ni Kuang-feng experienced the most animosity from these tribulations. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself, he observed and found another person who faced the same situation as Ni Kuang-feng. It was Rock Monkey Bu Tien Kong. This unlucky monkey was currently fighting against several rank 8 GU immortals like Solid Rock Warrior. Countless bats and white flying cranes attacked him, disrupting the Rock Monkey's attacks and causing it to lose momentum. Even though Solid Rock Warrior and the rest were also affected by the tribulations, they were less targeted and found an opportunity to retaliate fiercely. The Rock Monkey was very troubled. In this situation, it could only turn from offensive to defensive. What is going on? Qin Ding Ling stood up. Her expression had changed. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of Heavenly Court's method, it had been collecting the information of the 2 battlefields. Thus, even though Qin Ding Ling stayed at the headquarters, she quickly observed many of the changes in the battlefields. Currently, Heavenly Court's troops had already moved into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. The tribulations in Savage Wilderness Great World were quite low regardless of strength or quantity. Green Lotus Great World had an ordinary number of tribulations. But Yellow Earth Great World was clearly abnormal. Not only were they more severe, they even targeted Ni Kuang-feng and Bu Tien Kong. What is going on here? Qin Ding Ling was uncertain and shocked. Fairy Yu Shu had started her deduction long ago. After getting the result, she said, "Amazing move, this should be Fang Yuan's work. This mysterious killer move can actually amplify calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, prioritizing the targets that have the most outstanding aptitude and talent." Ni Kuang-feng and Bu Tien Kong represent the Small Worlds and Green Lotus Great World respectively. they are two of those who have the greatest innate luck among all the inhabitants of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Thus, they were targeted specifically. Saying this, Fairy Yushu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move's range is increasing rapidly, it has already arrived here. Oh no, Qin Ding Ling's expression changed yet again as she raised her head to look up. Above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds rumbled, covering the entire sky with endless thick layers of over 10,000 li of space. The tribulations are still intensifying, what is going on? Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, even someone like her felt a terrifying might from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yushu's expression was grim. This tribulation is targeting Fairy Fengya. She possesses talent Gu, she has been in closed cultivation to deduce limitless demon venerable's arrangement to the best of her abilities. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals made deductions, they were also exposing themselves. Thus, heaven and earth detected Fairy Fengya's existence, it started to create a tribulation to exterminate her. Fang Yuan's mysterious killer move actually makes use of limitless demon venerable's arrangement to attack our heavenly court, he is really vicious. Qin Ding Ling said in anger, Lady Yushu, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fang Yuan so that he cannot use this move casually. No, that is exactly what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Yushu shook her head and said with a firm attitude, the key now is to protect Fairy Fengya. We will gather our formation and resist the tribulation, we will give Fairy Fengya the most optimal environment to make deductions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fang Yuan's method, he praised in amazement, this method contains heaven path profundity, it is truly out of my expectations that Fang Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. I wonder what the name of this move is. HMPH. Desolate Extremity Zhao Huo said in displeasure, Fang Yuan has already allied with us, yet he is using this move on our savage wilderness great world as well, causing our subordinates to face its effects too. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled lightly. When we made the alliance agreement, he had already considered this, thus he used the loophole and is not breaking our alliance. After all, this move is mainly targeting the GU Immortal Duan Hu. But our GU Immortals are being weakened by the tribulation, that is the truth. Zhao Huo said. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded, his gaze turning deeper, he is forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, very interesting. Then I shall make my move to deal with this method. Master, all the GU immortals in the hall shouted in concern. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry, the Fate War has ended for a long time already, my strength has been recovering steadily. Moreover, I am taking action now not just to deal with Fang Yuan's killer move but also to participate in the operations of the worlds, I want to observe limitless demon venerable's arrangements more deeply. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out with a beam of light soaring to the sky, it was grand and powerful, shining in golden radiance. Very good, Longevity Heaven took action already. Fang Yuan soon sensed the commotion at Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over there, his gaze crossing a huge distance as he analyzed Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven had a trump card indeed. At this moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace activated and surged with Luck Path Aura. This effect mixed into the operations of the worlds, combining with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements to hasten the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck in use. Longevity Heaven's subordinate mutant GU immortals are being taken care of, they are facing less pressure from the tribulations now. Fang Yuan observed for some time and gained great insights. At his current level, he could already gain comprehension of other paths using his own as a foundation. Right now, by just observing a move from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could deduce a lot of the profundity of all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. The move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses, it used Heaven's Envy Immortal GU as the core and targeted those people with outstanding talents. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now, it was unleashed at a superb timing. It complemented Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements and used his power to allow this move to spread out across the various great worlds, amplifying its strength. Chapter 2167, Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang. It rained not long ago. The sky of northern plains was pale white, it looked extremely clear. A GU immortal lowered his altitude, he was only tens of feet above the ground, flying rapidly as he scanned the area below him, seeming trying to find something. This GU immortal was bare-chested, his body was well proportioned and his muscles were bulging. He has an ordinary face, a sharp nose and pursed lips, giving the impression of a man with perseverance. He looked at the ground with lush growing grass, a field of green filled his vision. But observing closely, he found that the ground below the grass were cracked and shattered. There was something going on here. Because the Northern Plains GU Immortal had sensed something amiss here, he came to investigate. Now, he had already inspected the range of 100 li. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed in the crack of the ground. Found you. The Northern Plains GU Immortal's eyes shined. He flew down rapidly with a gray shadow around him. He was filled with determination like an eagle hunting its prey. The Northern Plains GU Immortal directly crashed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Rocks flew while grass swayed in the air from the shock wave. The GU Immortal hit the target with one attack. At the next moment, his pupils contracted. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body below the topsoil. It resembled a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not a dragon but a huge trunk of a ginseng. The ginseng trunk was yellow in color, covered in wrinkles and gave people a feeling of great strength. Even though it was attacked, the ginseng trunk exploded with terrifying power, as if a giant dragon was turning over its body. Boom, boom, the surrounding ground was cracked again, grass and soil splattered. The Northern Plains GU Immortal was sent flying by this action. He flew up into the sky and saw the entirety of the ginseng. In the surrounding 100 li of area, yellowish ginseng roots were protruding out of the soil. It looked like a forest had appeared. Several hundred roots that resembled yellow dragons attacked the Northern Plains GU Immortal in a frenzy. The GU Immortal took a deep breath. Gray shadows appeared around his body. Under the cover of the gray shadows, his figure became blurred like a shadow. He alternated between intangible and solid. As the ginseng roots landed on his body, they passed through like he was an illusion. There was no effect. The Northern Plains GU Immortal was like the moon in the lake. No matter how the water rippled, he was completely unaffected. The GU Immortal thus regained his footing and started to prepare his offensive method. As the killer move was unleashed, greenish-gray wooden spikes with the size of ancient trees stabbed into the ginseng roots, pinning them to the ground. The GU Immortal continued to use this move as the surrounding ginseng roots fell in number. What a good thing. The Northern Plains GU Immortal was called Wuguang. He was a rank 7 Woodpath GU Immortal, titled Wooden Statue Lord. He observed the ginseng roots for some time, his gaze becoming increasingly heated. This yellowish ginseng was a mysterious product. Even the Woodpath cultivator Wuguang did not know much about it. But this was quite a common situation. After the 5 regions merged, earth veins rumbled and chi tides surged. A vast quantity of cultivation resources appeared one by one, among which were many strange and mysterious things. This ancient desolate plant was one of them. It was found by Wooden Statue Lord Wuguang by chance. This gigantic ginseng had extraordinary value. If Wuguang could successfully obtain it, it would be a profitable source of revenue in the long run. But it was not easy to subdue a wild ancient desolate plant, compared to those desolate plants who were cultivated from saplings. Subduing an ancient desolate plant required enslavement path methods. This was not Wuguang's expertise. But he was not asking for much now. He wanted to kill the giant ginseng and get a huge quantity of immortal materials. Problems would arise if this dragged on. He was currently in the territory of the Huangjin bloodline tribes. If they found him, the lone immortal Wuguang would not reap any gains. Immortal killer move, decaying wooden death. After the roots surrounding Wuguang thinned to a certain extent, Wuguang pushed with both palms. A loud explosion could be heard. A gray light pillar shot through the sky, landing on the trunk of the ginseng. On the ginseng trunk, a huge hole was formed. It got instantly pierced by the light pillar. The roots that were still attacking Wuguang seemed to have lost all their strength. They fell to the ground like feeble insects, no longer having their strength like before. It is over. Wuguang smiled lightly, but suddenly, his expression changed. At the next moment, the ground shook intensely like heaven and earth was flipping around. 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at once. They were tall and mighty, each being over 100 feet in height. Roots filled the entire place as their shadow cast down on Wuguang's body. Wuguang was greatly shocked to realize that the ginseng trunk he perceived earlier was merely a larger branch of the entire plant. This ancient desolate plant likely has tens of thousands of years of history. It is very close to rank 8. It is at the peak of an ancient desolate plant. Wuguang was deeply shook. Countless roots slammed down. Wuguang quickly dodged them. But right at this moment, the wild immortal Gu living in a certain part of the ginseng burst out with power, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall rapidly. Wu Guang was hit by many roots at the same time. At the crucial moment, the gray shadows appeared again. 1,000 ginseng roots rampaged like huge whips, cracking the air as they moved, creating huge shock waves. Wu Guang's body shook intensely, his immortal essence expenditure was very high. Oh no, Wu Guang could sense the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence storage was going to be emptied. Even though he relied on a defensive method and managed to stay alive, this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once activated, the Gu Immortal could not move, they had to stay at the same spot. Wu Guang fell into danger again. The situation changed too quickly. At the next moment, he was at the brink of life and death. Wu Guang was feeling bitter internally. He had been too overconfident, he did not investigate the situation more clearly. As a matter of fact, the ginseng had been moving underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to find it and force it to come to the surface. If he had to make a thorough investigation, by the time he finished, the ginseng would have escaped into the ground already. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. As his immortal essence dried out, Wu Guang started to feel despair. Right at this moment, a fierce tiger attacked. The tiger was black in color and gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain and had sharp and powerful claws. It easily tore the ginseng roots to shreds. It was extraordinarily fierce. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, wait, this is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, feeling surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were stuck in a deadlock, being evenly matched. At the next moment, the ground shook again. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened before falling to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving again. What? This mysterious ancient desolate plant got killed by someone in one move. Wu Guang was shocked, his internal worry became much deeper. Often, humans were much scarier than beasts or plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know that the Gu Immortal who killed the ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Once Wu Guang escaped death, he saw a green-robed Gu Immortal. Wu Guang knew this person, he immediately cupped his fists. So it was you who saved my life, Chen Cheng. Gu Immortal Chen Cheng waved his hand. I was only assisting, the one who saved your life is my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. At this moment, the ground cracked as a figure flew up into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes at this female immortal. She wore a half mask that covered the lower half of her face. Her brows were sharp and her eyes shined with brilliant light. She wore a black gold armor with an aura of domination around her, intimidating her foes. The one who entered the ground to kill the mysterious ginseng was He Lu Lan. The black tiger roared as it returned to her, turning into a tattoo on He Lu Lan's skin. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen this move or even heard of it. Upon seeing this sight, his shock intensified. He Lu Lan looked down at him at an angle. I saved you, how will you repay me? Wu Guang's body shook, he quickly expressed his gratitude. I will not forget the debt of saving my life. I wonder what I can do for you. As long as you tell me, I will do my best to complete your request. But He Lu Lan laughed as she looked at Chen Cheng. I see that you are acquainted with him. What use does this person have? Chen Cheng. Master, we are heading to Crescent Moon Mound to challenge Yin Wuke. This person has a close relationship with him, he can lead the way. Wu Guang quickly added. I am acquainted with Brother Yin, but the challenge. Chen Cheng smiled as he explained. Master succeeded in her cultivation. She came out of seclusion to challenge the experts of the world. She wants to face off against the various geniuses. I lost to her and according to the agreement, I became her servant. Wu Guang took in a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. Yin Wuke was his good friend. If he had to lead this expert to his friend for a fight, regardless of result, he would feel very troubled. But He Lu Lan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings. She said, lead the way. Wu Guang shook internally. He Lu Lan's tone was filled with dominance that did not allow rejection. Wu Guang was sure that if he defied her, he would end up like the ginseng earlier. Please follow me, benefactor and Chen Cheng. Wanting to preserve his own life, Wu Guang led the way. Milky white sea water rose and fell with the tides. The sea was covered in thick fog. One could not see anything including their 5 fingers. In this milky white fog, countless people seemed to be moving in it rapidly at all times. Shizong's mind was completely chaotic, he was muddled and dazed, he was submerged in the seawater at times, while floating in the white fog at other times. He could vaguely hear a voice calling him, "Shizong, since you are awake, why are you not coming out?" Thus, he followed this voice and walked out of the sea, arriving at the shore. He was bare naked with no clothing on him. After leaving human sea, he suddenly jolted awake. Looking at the dense white fog and sea around him, he checked his own body. He was in disbelief. Didn't I die already? Shizong, you have already revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. But your cultivation level has been lost, you are immortal and will need to cultivate from the start again. The GU Immortal who led him out smiled as he said. Shizong was speechlessly dazed. After a while, he fell to the ground as he knelt by the shore. I was able to revive all thanks to Master's kindness and generosity. Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowing down his face in excitement. Chapter 2168, Unifying Human and GU. Before Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth human sea had already been completed. In order to construct the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. He had unsurmountable sin and blood on his hands, but he also achieved his goal as he obtained the results that he expected at this moment. Evidently, if news that dead GU immortals could revive through human sea spread among his subordinates, Fang Yuan's force would gain a huge boost in morale. The truth was, in the 500 years of his previous life, human sea secluded domain was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years, when Xia clan's GU immortals died outside, they were not truly dead, they could revive from human sea. Although their immortal GU and immortal aperture's accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate GU was only damaged but not entirely destroyed. Now, Fate GU was completely gone. Thus, human sea could revive GU immortals with much less difficulty. But Fang Yuan did not let those GU immortals who revived become GU immortals again immediately. Firstly, to revive a GU immortal who retained their cultivation level, it would cause a huge expenditure to human sea. After a few uses, he would need to slaughter a massive number of humans and variant humans to replenish it. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do that, but it was troublesome. Also, if these GU immortals became mortals again and had to cultivate all over again, Fang Yuan could make use of them. Firstly, these revived GU masters had the foundation of a GU immortal, they had rich cultivation experience, it was probable that they would succeed in immortal ascension again. During their ascension, the natural inspiration would be a good chance for Fang Yuan to get answers he wanted. Secondly, when these GU immortals recultivate, they would need to undergo tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them with that and gain heaven path Dao marks. Finally, after these GU immortals cultivate from the start, they might gain inspiration and innovate new killer moves. In the process, they would also be more reliant on Fang Yuan, it would mean that he would gain greater control over them. But at this moment, after using the killer move Human Revival C, his heart shook as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he obtained a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body GU refinement method is like this. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, a light sense of joy appeared in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was in essence using a GU cultivator method to refine the human body and soul. This was a human path method indeed, but it was also using GU to refine a human. Fang Yuan lacked insight on the human body GU refinement method earlier. When he researched on Ni clan, he found that the human body GU refinement method was related to blood path and others. This conclusion was not wrong. Using a human to refine GU and using GU to refine a human, the two are interchangeable in essence. These two were like the two sides of a coin, they existed with one another. The true core was unifying human and GU. It was like sovereign immortal fetus GU, it was a GU worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul, instead, the sovereign immortal body would be created with the most compatibility with the GU cultivator's soul. When Fang Yuan used human sea to revive a GU immortal, he was refining a human body and also a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Xingqiu, it was originally a killer move that was converted into a life form. This meant that any life form could be created with a GU cultivation method. This was totally possible in theory. And the truth was, This was already hinted in the Legends of Ren Zhu. In the Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 3 Section 14, it was clearly stated. The myriad lifeforms in the world were originally secluded domains of heaven and earth, GU worms within the blue sea of life. These GU worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, turning into all sorts of lifeforms. All the countless methods converged into the same origin. Using GU to refine human, using human to refine GU, human and GU were one to begin with. Although Fang Yuan understood this logic, he had only fully comprehended the complete details of this logic at this moment in time. This comprehension broke through the thin barrier that obstructed him. Fang Yuan could see a bright scene beyond it. He only needed to make a small deduction now to design a killer move that could unravel Ni clan's GU immortal method. He could extract all sorts of immortal GU from the Ni clan members' bodies. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect already. After all, he used the human isolation-style GU refinement method in the 500 years of his previous life. In this life, he had all sorts of encounters and accumulations in this aspect. Even though Ni clan was not his breakthrough point, by studying and analyzing them, Fang Yuan gained a deeper foundation. Eventually, the immense foundation led to a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in his breakthrough due to human C. Throughout history, refinement path had two styles. The first was the hairy man nature GU refinement method. It used nature and Tao marks to refine GU. The opposite was limitless demon venerable using GU worms to refine heaven and earth. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's GU immortal, the refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Ren, used humans to refine GU, implanting all sorts of immortal GU deep within the bloodlines of his Ni clan descendants. The opposite was sovereign immortal fetus GU, the human sea revival method, and the blue sea of life which used GU to refine human. The depth of refinement path supreme Grand Master should likely comprise these four aspects. Currently, I have already comprehended human and GU refinement methods. I only lack the final, using GU to refine heaven and earth, aspect. By comprehending the arrangements of limitless demon venerable, I have already broken through this hurdle. I have passed the initial stage with no obstacles remaining. As long as I continue progressing, I will eventually comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Bai Ningbing's divine sense roamed around within it. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she saw Fang Yuan's revival by chance and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from searching Fang Yuan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were already about to be sold out. Only the last portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing explained the sale price. After little immortal Xing Luo heard the price, she shrank slightly and wanted to bargain. Can it be a little cheaper? Immediately after, little immortal Xing Luo stated her quote, "If you sell at this price, I'll buy it directly." Bai Ningbing wanted to refine GU herself. She created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an Ice Pearl immortal GU, it would supplement this killer move greatly. She had already collected most of the immortal materials now. Bai Ningbing did not excel at trading. She wanted to nod and agree to the transaction when suddenly, another divine sense got closer. Oh, someone is actually selling the mala, one duck's neck. This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you find it from? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing was unwilling to expose clues about herself. She asked directly, "Are you buying or not?" "What price?" Bai Ningbing expressed the price while the divine sense said, "I'll buy it, I'll buy everything." "Do you need immortal essence stones or immortal materials?" Bai Ningbing gave the list of ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. "I have them all, just wait a moment." In Eastern Sea, Zui Xian Wang withdrew his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had abundant immortal materials in the inventory. Zui Xian Wang used his contribution points to exchange for some ice and snow path immortal materials. Next, he sent these immortal materials into Treasure Yellow Heaven, allowing Bai Ningbing and Zui Xian Wang to complete the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing turned around and left Treasure Yellow Heaven. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering around. It's such a huge pity. She failed to obtain the immortal material she wanted. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone immortal. She was a single person with only rank 6 cultivation level. She could not match Zui Xian Wang in wealth, not to mention the fact that he took out ice and snow path immortal materials that the seller requested. I'll continue looking around. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed, but she did not want to give up. She continued to look around in treasure yellow heaven. What is this? Not long after, she was shocked to find that a huge mountain appeared in treasure yellow heaven. Who put an entire mountain in here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes, as this was the first time she had seen such a gigantic transaction. The appearance of the mountain caused a small commotion to occur. Many divine senses came over, and many GU immortal wills even gathered to observe the commotion. Who is so amazing to be able to sell an entire mountain? It is not easy to do this. They will need deep earth path attainment. This mountain is quite good. It contains abundant moon path Dao marks. But this large resource point is very valuable. Who would sell it? Selling it in treasure yellow heaven will also incur a huge fee of immortal essence stones. The discussions had just started when this mountain vanished instantly. Someone actually bought it. It seems that the transaction was made beforehand. The mountain earlier seems to be Southern Borders Moon Bowl. It was indeed Southern Borders Moon Bowl. Fang Yuan had left a batch of GU immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea and various areas. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan, sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Moon Bowl has arrived. Catch it, catch it. Good, good, move to the left, move a bit to the right. The earth shook slightly as Moon Bowl landed on the ground. Immediately, a Rockman GU Immortal came forward and used a killer move, manipulating Moon Bowl's mountain roots to stab into the ground, turning it into a node of the earth vein. The other variant human GU Immortals were free for the moment. They watched while conversing. Did you hear? Shizong revived. Not just Shizong. Any GU Immortals who died in the outside world were revived through human sea. Master has divine might. He is all-powerful. Reviving us GU Immortals is nothing more than a piece of cake. But we will lose all our cultivation level and need to start all over again. HMPH, there is only hope for the future if we are alive, so what if we become mortals? We just need to recultivate. If only I can receive the missions for combat. Don't even think about it. Those GU Immortals who are able to take those missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have ranked 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you still lack sufficient immortal GU. That's right, we need to take one step at a time. Let's work hard and do these missions to elevate ourselves first. While a portion of Fang Yuan's elite subordinates fought outside, the rest helped to manage the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They worked hard and contributed their blood and sweat. Even though unexpected events constantly occurred in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was still orderly and well managed. One mala is the spicy and numbing flavor in Chinese cuisine, which is made from Sichuan peppercorn. Chili pepper and various spices simmered with oil. Chapter 2169, Shocking Find of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. A few rounds of an intense battle had just passed. Yin Wuke retreated constantly while pointing his finger, aiming at He Lu Lan. Immortal killer move, crescent moon thrust. At the next moment, there was the crisp sound of unsheathing blades as a translucent pale blue crescent moon shot out from the ground like a sword towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared against this. She jumped up at almost the same time, avoiding it. Yin Wuque's pupils contracted slightly. This move was very fast and ordinary GU Immortals could not dodge it easily. But He Lu Lan succeeded in that. It showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. My method has only failed against Tian Sha Xin and Zhou Yizi. The former is a wisdom path GU Immortal capable of deductions while the latter cultivates time path. He had an investigative method that could peer a few breaths into the future. To think that today, it would fail against this mysterious female immortal. Even though this person cultivates strength path, she is not to be underestimated. Thoughts flashed in Yin Wuque's mind as he retreated at the same time. He Lu Lan exerted strength as her body charged forward like a meteor, pushing aside the air in front of her, arriving before Yin Wuque in a few breaths of time. Yin Wuque gritted his teeth. He raised both hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. Moonlight gushed out of his forehead as he started to float up, but before he got far, He Lu Lan's fist already landed. With a loud sound, Yin Wuque was sent flying by He Lu Lan like a rubber ball. His thin body was sent flying far away. He landed on the ground and bounced along the surface for tens of steps, causing a gorge to form in his path. Raising his head again, Yin Wuqiu's vision was filled with He Lu Lan's figure, as well as her fist. Yin Wuqiu's heart jumped. The fist earlier caused considerable injuries to Yin Wuqi despite his defensive method. He did not want to face another punch. You fell for it. Yin Wuqi suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lu Lan. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, 5 translucent light blue crescent moonblades shot out. They were created from nothing, targeting He Lu Lan, who was at the center from all directions. He Lu Lan's eyes shined with cold light. She did not dodge but attacked with her fist instead. Yin Wuqiu's smile froze on his face. He watched as this fist got larger and larger, before landing on his eye socket. Yin Wuqi was originally lying on the ground with his head raised. After taking this terrifying hit, his head was pushed down into the huge pit that was created below him. Ground shook as rocks were sent flying. The spectators, wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and sincerity immortal Chen Cheng, had twitching eyelids as they watched Yin Wuqi get punched. They could feel his pain from over there. Yin Wuqi was sent crashing underground from this punch. He was tens of feet below the ground surface. Dust clouds spread, but He Lu Lan did not chase him. She retreated rapidly instead. An unceasing number of moonblades were produced and shot towards He Lu Lan in a frenzied state. He Lu Lan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her actions were simple and agile. Most of the moonblades were evaded while some were shattered by her fists. Yin Wuqi attacked desperately. He finally obtained some time to regain his footing. He flew out of the deep pit, rising towards the sky. Currently, he was covered in dust and one of his eye sockets had cracked. The eyelid was swollen and turning purple. The vision in his eye was extremely blurred. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. The 2 punches earlier almost made me unconscious. It was so dangerous. Thankfully, the moon has already risen successfully. Yin Wuqi let out a breath of air. Earlier, moon chi appeared from the top of his head. It had already gathered into a waxing crescent moon hanging in the sky under broad daylight. The Moonblade Killer move was still being used continuously as He Lu Lan dodged while diverting some attention to look at the waxing crescent moon in the sky. Earlier, the moonblades could only be formed from the ground, but now they can appear from thin air. Is this the effect of the moon in the sky? He Lu Lan thought rapidly. As her thoughts collided, they sparked brightly. But this amplification is not worth paying such a huge price. Yin Wuqi endured 2 punches from me in order to activate this crescent moon. He Lu Lan was calm and composed internally. Earlier, she took the initiative to attack. Now, she focused on defense. Her actions were meticulous and allowed her to advance or retreat at will. Yin Wuqi was still using his Moonblade Killer move. Crescent moonblades continued to form. The attack was unceasing, but He Lu Lan managed to defend herself stably and even had the chance to attack the crescent moon in the sky with her fists. The waxing crescent moon suffered an impact from her punch, but it only shook slightly like the mirage in a desert. The crescent moon is getting larger. Bright light flashed in He Lu Lan's eyes as she found out new information at this moment. So that's it. He Lu Lan had some sort of insight in her mind. After she stopped moving back, she charged ahead instead, enduring the attacks of the crescent moonblades in order to attack Yin Wuqi. Yin Wuqiu's heart jumped. This female immortal's combat instincts are too powerful. It seems that she has seen through my combat system. Yin Wuqi had an immortal opportunity in his earlier days. He inherited the inheritance of a certain olden antiquity moon path Gu immortal great expert. He thus had a complete and stable combat system. The waxing crescent moon was hanging in the sky. It amplified the various moon path killer moves of Yin Wuqi. At the same time, when Yin Wuqiu's moon path killer moves get destroyed or countered, the lingering moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the waxing crescent moon, causing it to grow. The waxing crescent moon would grow into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Yin Wuqiu's offense and defense would be amplified to the strongest state. Because He Lu Lan had seen through this tactic, she started to use her strongest offenses. Yin Wuqi knew from the start that he was not He Lu Lan's match at the moment. He had to choose a delaying tactic to retreat while blocking her offenses. He Lu Lan engaged in a full frontal charge. The 2 immortals chased and escaped respectively. They fought intensely. Rocks were sent flying wherever they went. Nobody in their path was spared. Immortal Killer move, 8-directional strength fight. He Lu Lan shouted as her body flickered. 8 figures flew out and encircled Yin Wuqi. Yin Wuqi was caught unguarded and got surrounded in the middle. Oh no! Yin Wuqiu's expression turned pale at once. Fang Yuan's divine sense expanded and spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too big, it was hard to inspect it entirely, he had to extend his divine sense for some time before he could see the entire landscape. Strange events were still occurring in various places, but with Star Collection City controlling the situation, these events were mostly dealt with by GU immortals nearby. There was no longer any disturbance. Fang Yuan focused on observing the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein was already created, but it was crude and simple. More than 10 nodes formed into a line which made a circle around the 5 regions, connecting the first and the last nodes. But after this period of development, although the current Earth vein was still following a singular trail, there were many branches developing away from the main trail already. It was no longer as empty as before. After some time, the nodes at the end of these branches will be interlinked to form a second ring that is even larger. By then, the Earth vein will have 2 different layers of connected lines. In the current 5 regions, not only were southern borders super forces transacting with Fang Yuan, the Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this matter under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 sea islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were used as the Earth vein nodes in mini Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still kept in the dark. They did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan. There was profit to earn, a large sum at that, thus they were very enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had abundant capital now. Even though he faced a lack of resources in his initial investment period, this problem no longer existed. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to pay for the sea islands and famous mountains. The immortal materials from the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave were chaotic and could not be transacted. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They became pure rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were all extraordinarily valuable. There was no way to quantitatively define the price. Thus, Fang Yuan's wealth also soared, giving him great confidence in transactions. The truth was, if he did not use them to refine GU, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 GU immortals or super forces. Rank 6 or 7 GU immortals were not able to even make use of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high-end, even many rank 8 GU immortals did not have the capability to use them. Only those super forces wanted to stock up on them. After inspecting the Earth vein and seeing nothing wrong, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense after noting that the development was progressing well. As his attention returned to the main world, Fang Yuan willed his cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started his luck inspection. He saw that some changes had occurred to his silver light luck pillar. The silver light pillar had become more condensed. It was half the size of earlier, but the density was at least 5 times of before. Be it the Earth vein construction or Fang Yuan's own refinement path comprehension, they were reasons that caused the silver light pillar to become more condensed. The 3 clouds representing star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still at the top of the pillar of light, showing intentions to suppress and obstruct him. But at the bottom of the silver light pillar, the original soil dust circulating around had already turned into a mound that covered the silver light pillar. It seemed like the foundational base of the pillar. Recently, I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb. I gained some insight. I can now create my own Tomb Earth. Using Tomb Earth, I can make GU immortals revive. Even the immortal GU that they had when they were alive can be produced alongside the person. Looking at the luck phenomenon, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will help me greatly too. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking, his luck changed again. He saw that above the silver light pillar, a dazzlingly bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star was shining in a silver-white light. It penetrated the cloud layer and shined directly onto the surface of the silver light pillar. They were similar silver lights. They seemed like they would benefit the silver light pillar a lot. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook. So that's it. I understand now. He gazed afar, through 10,000 li, looking at the central area of the intersection between the 3 great worlds. A small world revealed itself over there, emitting the intense aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was Thieving Heaven's space. It was very likely to contain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Chapter 2170, Thieving Heaven vs. Limitless. A series of brutal assaults hit Yin Wukei, who was on the ground. Yin Wukei shielded his head with both arms. He was curled up into a ball, desperately activating his defensive killer move. However, after a barrage of punches and kicks, his defensive method soon broke apart. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yin Wuke shouted loudly in panic and desperation. Fairy Black Moon, it's over, spare him. Wu Guanghu was at the side came to urge her. He Lu Lan was only wanting to spar and had no intention to kill. Immediately, she stopped using her method. She turned to Chen Cheng and asked, Yin Wuke has been defeated, who is the next opponent? While she was asking, 2 GU immortals flew over from the sky. One female and one male immortal. The male had a skinny body and a sharp face, he had beam-like eyes, he emitted rank 7 light path aura. The female immortal had the body of a young child, her eyes were watery and bright, her petite body was cute and delicate, she was a rank 7 wood path GU immortal. They were Lu tribes Lu Chong and Lu Luo. Chen Cheng and Wu Guang looked at each other, they did not speak. Lu Luo was the first to ask, what is happening here? As nobody answered her, Lu Luo quickly turned to Yin Wuke. Yin Wuke was still lying on the ground, he received Wu Guang's treatment as he smiled bitterly. This fairy Black Moon came to challenge me, she has outstanding methods, I am not her match. Lu Chong heard this and his eyes shined, he smiled and said, Fairy Black Moon. May I have the honor of knowing your name? To think that a new outstanding figure would emerge in Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wuke. Yin Wuke, do you know the difficulties of a lone immortal now? Our Lu tribe invited you to be our external supreme elder, it is something that would benefit you. At least, after joining our tribe, if any GU immortal challenges you, it will incur the wrath of my Lu tribe. Yin Wuke smiled bitterly and shook his head, thank you for the repeated offer, but I am used to being alone, I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned, can you not see what's good for you? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare against the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven had ordered the various Huang Jin tribes to unify Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Many GU immortals were recruited into Huang Jin tribes, while many demonic immortals were killed as well. At the other side, He Lu Lan showed no intention of answering Lu Cheng's question. She said to Chen Cheng, let's go. Hold on. Lu Luo's sharp voice interrupted her, she looked at He Lu Lan, you are very brazen, do you not know that Yin Wuke is the target of our Lu tribe's recruitment? Now that you injured him, you want to leave so easily, sister. Lu Chong called out, feeling helpless internally. Lu Luo had just gone from rank 6 to 7, with the rise in strength, her temperament was also more arrogant now. If she was alone, she might not act like this, but with her brother Lu Chong here with her to rely on, Lu Luo showed a casual and carefree attitude. But because Lu Chong doted on his sister, he did not chide her, he stared at He Lu Lan, Fairy, why be in a rush to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu tribe? If you can become Lu tribe's external supreme elder, shut your dog mouth. He Lu Lan replied plainly. What? Lu Chong was stumped. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes, she was filled with rage and shock, how dare you? Bitch. Before she finished, He Lu Lan interrupted again. 2 dogs that block my way, bark once more and I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was going out of control, Chen Cheng quickly came in to mediate the situation. Lu Luo called out in a shrill voice, today's matter will not end like this, I want to see if. He Lu Lan attacked fiercely, a strength path phantom appeared before Lu Luo abruptly, punching the latter's face and sending her flying. Sister. Lu Chong was enraged, he was about to attack. Boom, he was also sent flying by He Lu Lan. Lu Chong was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains, his strength far exceeded Lu Luo, he quickly stabilized his footing and said, you dare to attack us GU immortals of Lu tribe. 8 strength path phantoms appeared around He Lu Lan, the dark capital strength tiger totem was also summoned, beating the Lu tribe siblings to a pulp. This, Chen Cheng watched with a dumbfounded expression. It cannot be resolved amicably now. Wu Guang was tongue-tied, he smiled bitterly towards Yin Wuke, so Fairy Black Moon's temperament is like this, brother Yin, it was really lucky that you managed to survive at her hands. Yin Wuke snorted, if Fairy Black Moon really kills the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe or Longevity Heaven will let us off? Wu Guang was dazed, he showed an unsightly expression. Are we going to take action to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked helplessly. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth, do you want to hug Longevity Heaven's smelly feet? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created the Imperial Court contest, the entirety of Northern Plains became his kingdom. For the last 300,000 years, have we, the lone cultivators of northern plains, not suffered enough. Most of the immortals knew about the truth behind the imperial court contest. Northern plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a poor impression of giant sun immortal venerable. Back then, 5 Elements Grand Master, who was still a lone cultivator, invaded Longevity Heaven. He was the proof of this mindset. Longevity Heaven desired to rule Northern Plains GU Immortal World, but the difficulty was too high. Many GU Immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to obey the words of these people they detested. With the exception of 2 cases. One was during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, when Northern Plains GU Immortal World faced great external pressure. These GU Immortals would have no choice but to band together as one. The second was if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives successfully, his invincible might would force all these demonic immortals and lone cultivators to submit to him. The truth was, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven managed to unify Northern Plains GU Immortal World because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven. He seemed to be someone who started from a humble origin. He was able to unite many lone and demonic immortals as a result. But he was in fact Longevity Heaven's chess piece, an arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By relying on this, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains GU Immortal World after the 5 Regions Chaotic War started. But now, the 5 Regions Chaotic War had yet to start while Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. The difficulty for Longevity Heaven to unite Northern Plains was simply much harder. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely find you in the future to repay the shame of today's defeat. Lu Chong brought Lu Luo away. They escaped in anger. He was very strong but he could not display his strength. He Lu Lan targeted Lu Luo constantly. It made Lu Chong hold many reservations. He could only take hits passively. It was a terrible feeling. They finally escaped. Chen Cheng let out a breath of air. He had been holding his breath in anxiety earlier. HMPH, they cannot escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my might. He Lu Lan smiled coldly. Chen Cheng was feeling a headache. He did not expect his master to have such grand ambitions. Not only did she want to defeat the lone and demonic immortals, she even wanted to challenge Northern Plains overlords, the Huang Jin super tribes. Fairy, if you have such an ambition, I, Yin Wuke, am willing to travel alongside you as your entourage. Yin Wuke was standing with Wu Guang's help. He walked towards He Lu Lan. Oh, He Lu Lan raised her brows. Yin Wuke smiled bitterly. The truth is, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's GU immortals come to find me, they will not let me off. I do not want to be a member of the Huang Jin tribe. All right, He Lu Lan nodded. Back then, Chu Du also wanted to challenge the Huang Jin tribes. We both cultivate strength path. How can I be inferior to him? Let's go together. I will come along too. Wu Guang said. This is an interesting matter. I want to watch it with my own eyes. Thus, He Lu Lan's group grew larger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, chains appeared, making loud clanking sounds as they formed into a chain domain that intertwined in the surrounding area. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was slightly surprised, having been forced to reveal himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Do stop, new Venerable. The space door that you seek is not here. As he spoke, countless chains shot out towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning, traversing between the chains. He was agile like a fish in water. Limitless Demon Venerables will. Excitement shined in his eyes. How do you know I am looking for space door? Are you saying that because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You hid the 9th layer too deeply. I actually could not decipher it immediately. Why don't you let me in and take a look? As long as space door is not there, I will take my leave. Limitless Demon Venerables will said. Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things about the current world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I allow you to enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself. Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised a brow. I just want to go home. I just want to go back and see my friends and family, but all of you want to obstruct me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spoke. With increasing agitation, Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more fiercely now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped moving far away, no longer dodging. A blinding blue jewel-like light burst out with radiance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated his killer move. The blue light faded, forming into a huge suit of armor around his body, turning him into a metallic giant. The metallic giant was covered in electric sparks. It moved rapidly towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The endless chains came to obstruct him, but they were all pushed aside by the metallic giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rode in the metallic giant and charged his way forward, forcing his way to the central area of the chain domain, grabbing onto Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated. At almost the same time, another lump of Limitless will appeared, saying calmly, "This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will can regenerate endlessly in here. There is a limitless supply of it." "Is that so?" Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. "Then have a taste of my methods." A shocking battle erupted at once. Within the void, countless worlds were implicated. They were all destroyed in the process. Limitless Demon Venerable's will had the territorial advantage. He was able to fight evenly with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable initially. But as time went by, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was superior after all. He started to gain the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. This was only his will controlling Crazed Demon Cave after all. Chapter 2171, 4 Venerables Repair the World. The lightning giant attacked. Each action carried unparalleled lights. Countless chains swayed and targeted Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as they sealed and slashed. The damage caused by the two Venerables continued to spread out. The entire void was shaking intensely. It seemed to be unable to sustain the pressure. One by one, small worlds were implicated. They were rapidly destroyed and unable to last a few breaths of time. Within the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. Blood surged in his eyes as his aura became more vicious and wild. "Take this move," Thieving Heaven shouted as the lightning giant's mountain-like body stopped on the spot. The surface of its body started to transform rapidly. With the crisp sound of clanking metal, cannons started to extend out of its body in all directions. Thousands of cannons fired at once. Countless rays of light pierced the void. A rainbow color of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and others dazzled the entire heaven and earth. As light rays shot out and crossed a vast distance, they destroyed everything in their path. Many chains that Limitless Demon Venerables will controlled were easily decimated. This move actually comprises metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other paths. Each color of the cannons represent a different path. Oh no, Limitless Demon Venerable's will was shaken. The defensive line that he had established was penetrated, exposing the two great worlds that he was protecting. One world had rampaging wild beasts, the other was covered in lush greenery. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the cannons were blocked successfully, but 100 of them still shot towards the two great worlds mercilessly. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was internally shocked. He could see clearly. His twisted expression froze on his face. Clarity returned to his eyes that had turned blood red. Earlier when he explored the void, he saw that the small worlds were devoid of life. They were deathly silent. Thus, he did not care about the destruction of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World contained living beings. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to be a mass murderer. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to control the lightning giant and turn the cannon in another direction. All of the cannons narrowly avoided the two great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. By forcefully changing his attack direction, he had to endure the backlash of the killer move. The lightning giant that had been powerful and unstoppable was no longer shining. It dimmed by a lot. The battle of the two Venerables came to a halt at this moment. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly while Limitless Demon Venerable's will was protected by countless chains. He fell into deep thought. At the crucial moment, he saw the former's true nature. "I can open the pathway and let you enter to take a look." A moment later, Limitless Demon Venerable's will said. "What?" Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he immediately understood the reason. Blood traces were still lingering on Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's lips. With his relatively severe injuries, he could not heal them in the short period. He chuckled. "Then what are we waiting for?" Limitless Demon Venerables will opened a path as he led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a large mountain that was black and white in color. This is the book mountain recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled his lightning giant killer move. He expressed his surprise. Limitless, Will smiled. Book Mountain is one of the cores. With it, this crazed demon ninth void formation can continue to grow. Each time a new genius GU cultivator appears in the world, they would help with the progress of their respective path. Book Mountain will absorb the new knowledge and develop the crazed demon ninth void formation to continuously improve and develop. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there were no worlds at all. But afterwards, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, and Refinement Path developed in the 5 regions, this place also continued to expand and grow. Small worlds first appeared, before they quickly increased in number. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind Savage Wilderness Great World. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field, greatly promoting the growth of the crazed demon ninth void formation. In time, living beings will be created and destroyed alongside the small worlds, no longer limited to the current 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper. He started to see blocks of floating ice. They had various sizes and all sorts of strange shapes. This is the truthful floating ice. No wonder I did not find them when exploring the River of Time, so it was you who found and kept them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. And finally, he arrived at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a downcast expression. He felt very disappointed. Space Door is not here after all. Limitless, Will did not lie to him. Limitless, Will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you do not believe me, you can continue to look. Space Door is not here. How can I find Space Door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inquired. Limitless, Will shook his head. If I knew about it, why would I need to fight you earlier? O Thieving Heaven, please go back. What you seek is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was in a daze. He did not speak for some time. No, maybe, this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable emitted a peculiar laugh. His expression was twisted, his eyes were blood red, his tone and mannerism of speech had changed completely, his voice was hoarse as if this was another person speaking. Oh no, Limitless, Will had a change of expression too. The thing he was worried about the most had still happened in the end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse voice. If I am not wrong, this is the place where the world boundary of the GU cultivation world is at its thinnest. O Limitless Demon Venerable, your crazed demon ninth void formation is using this place to pierce through the world boundary and bring those things that are beyond the world to act as the raw materials. That is how the 8th layer developed these great and small worlds, right? Say, if I were to break this boundary and leave the GU cultivation world entirely, will I be able to find a way back? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said that as his eyes widened, the aura of excitement and insanity grew more intensely on his body. Limitless, Will replied solemnly, impossible. You are a GU Venerable yourself, do you not know the power of those things beyond the world? You have already experienced their strength, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside? The Venerable is the strongest person in the world, but even if you can last a long time, you will reach your limit eventually. Can you be sure that you will coincidentally find your original world before you reach your limit? You need to know, you are not the only otherworldly demon. The worlds outside of the GU cultivation world are more than just your original world. But, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his hands as he shouted, but do you know? Do you know how much I want to return? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then lowered his head, his fingers stabbing into his hair as his eyes were hollow. He muttered, do you know how tough it has been for me? When I was immortal, I told myself that if I became a GU master, I will be able to find a way home. When I became a GU master, I told myself that after becoming a GU immortal, I will be able to find a way home. After becoming a GU immortal, I consoled myself again, if I become venerable, I will be able to go home. But now, I am already a venerable. And yet, I cannot find Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can it really let me return home? GU venerables are the strongest. There is no road ahead of me anymore. Sometimes, I will dream of Space Door. I dreamed that I found Space Door but realized it was completely useless. Whenever I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door, I am afraid that the truth behind it will send me into utter despair. Can you understand my feelings? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became rougher. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the thinnest part of the world boundary. He suddenly laughed, his eyes lit up as he said in a hoarse voice, "So let me take a risk now. I will pierce this world." "Stop it, Limitless," Will shouted. He was already prepared, he used his full strength to stop him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly trapped by the surrounding chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms high and slammed down fiercely. With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken, the most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went out of the broken hole immediately. But Limitless Will no longer had the time to pursue him. He tried his best to seal the broken boundary. But terrifying tribulations were spewing out of the hole. Limitless chains could not resist them, they could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice of its original size. The situation is critical. If we do not mend this hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Please lend me a hand. Limitless, Will shouted loudly. Reckless savages Will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing with him countless fierce beasts. Genesis Lotus, Will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless trees and grasses. The power of three venerables could only maintain the situation, they could not fix this hole. The hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead. Just the power left behind by their main body could not salvage the situation. As the three venerables' power weakened, their expressions turned unsightly. To think that the world is going to be destroyed. Genesis Lotus, Will smiled bitterly. Limitless, Will sighed, I should not have taken the risk to let him in. No, reckless savages Will said grimly. In that situation, even if all three of us took action, we could not stop Thieving Heaven. After all, we cannot take his life. Even if we force him away several times, he can still come back and challenge us until our strength is depleted. This is all my fault. Limitless, release me, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said regretfully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left through the broken boundary, while another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still trapped by Limitless Demon Venerable's chains. You, Genesis Lotus, Will was surprised. Who is the one who left earlier? Reckless savages Will asked. That is Xiao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly. He is my Dao Guardian. He is also. The situation was urgent. Limitless Will interrupted him, asking, what plan do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Gu's control over otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon who comes into this world will carry their original world's insignia. Those are otherworldly Dao marks. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Dao marks on my body to create a subspace and block this hole. Using the opportunity, I want you all to use your full strength and quickly mend it. Without hesitation, Limitless Will retracted his chains. Go ahead. Chapter 2172, Demonization. Large and small worlds were rapidly fusing together, all sorts of calamities and tribulations were rampaging in the worlds. The fighting between GU immortals was also extremely heated. Weaklings would lose their lives from the shockwaves of clashes between experts. Strong individuals were also unable to defend themselves in this huge chaotic battle. They were like small boats facing a tsunami. With slight carelessness, they would be overturned and face death. Weak. Too weak. Who else can stop me? Ha ha ha. Butn Kong continued to provoke its enemies. It charged unhindered. Nobody on the battlefield could stop it. It was favored by the innate luck of Crazed Demon Cave to begin with. Under the effect of endless learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Afterwards, it received Heavenly Court's help and gained immortal GU and killer moves. Its strength rose explosively. Ni Kuang Feng and Duan Hu were also like it. At this moment, the three of them were the strongest GU immortals shining in this battlefield. Vile beast, don't think you can act so arrogantly. Fang Yuan's 4 rank 8 subordinates surrounded Rock Monkey Butn Kong. Butn Kong instantly felt pressure as it stretched out its tongue, licking its lips with excitement and cruelty shining in its eyes. Very good, you have nice numbers. Who are you guys? Lightning Lion Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into the Lightning Lion Warrior that had a lion head and human body. Remember me, I am Dharma. Dharma Lion Warrior also activated his transformation method, turning into a lion head and human body warrior. Steel Rush Warrior turned into a rhino person. Frost Butterfly Warrior shrank in size, becoming the size of an adult's fist. it had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. In GU Immortal combat, individuals often fought alone. But these 4 GU Immortals cultivated transformation path, they did not have conflicting Dao marks. Furthermore, they were familiar with each other, they had all originated from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They originally had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they all became rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Bu Tian Kong, they fought intensely. Their battle went on until the sky turned dark, as if they could go on until the sun and moon lost their luster. Bu Tian Kong was encircled and its injuries intensified, but it was getting more ferocious in combat. Fists, legs, head, body, knees, elbows, all of these body parts were Bu Tian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flashed as collisions occurred. Bu Tian Kong would send one person flying each time. But the 4 were transformation path experts, their bodies were tough and sturdy, even though they were sent flying, they would quickly return and maintain the encirclement, giving Bu Tian Kong huge pressure. The battle of the 5 went from the sky to the ground, before going back to the sky again. Everywhere they went, other GU Immortals dodged with all their might. Awesome, awesome, again, again, Bu Tian Kong got more and more excited, it felt its mind becoming clearer as all sorts of inspiration of killer moves surged internally, the barriers that it felt before were starting to loosen. It was one of the 3 luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, its talent and aptitude were superb and unmatched. The strong external pressure were an opportunity to squeeze out even more of its potential in this situation. The rock monkey got fiercer and fiercer, it was originally not proficient with Heavenly Court's killer moves, but now, it had already mastered them, it even fused the moves into its own combat style. This rock monkey is terrifying, even with the 4 of us working together, we cannot kill it. Lightning Lion and the rest were feeling worried. Even though they were still encircling the rock monkey, they felt that they were trying to suppress a volcano. The volcano was storing up strength at the moment, turning external pressure into its own driving force. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt, the commotion would shock the world, it would retaliate with a fatal attack. Make use of Master's method, let the tribulations wear it down. The 4 immortals communicated in secret, their cooperation also got smoother. All along, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move had been exerting its effect. The tribulations were used by him to target Bu Tian Kong, Ni Kuang Feng, and the rest. Of course, most of the tribulations were a form of refinement path method to refine the various small worlds, and the conflicting Dao marks between the great worlds. Especially with the eruption of tribulations within and outside small worlds. These explosions caused small worlds to be destroyed and completely fuse with the 3 great worlds. During this process, Savage Wilderness Great World had the greatest gains. However, there was a small world that acted independently, it was outstanding. Among the small worlds, no matter how the tribulations attacked it, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were spherical bubbles, while Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was cubic with sharp edges. No matter what the tribulations did, it remained in its original shape. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's gaze was already on this true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven. Otherworldly demon, he snorted, memories surfacing in his mind as his expression turned unpleasant. Back then, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable, he went into Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer and learned of the true details regarding the 4 venerables repairing the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disregarded the entire GU cultivation world for his selfish desire, he almost caused the world to be destroyed. Even though he extracted his own otherworldly space path Dao marks at the crucial moment to seal the gaping hole by creating a subspace, the crack was already created, it could not be mended fully. The other 3 venerable wills gave it their all and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless, Will, Genesis Lotus and Reckless Savage's wills had to fall into deep slumber afterwards. Using the opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got rid of Reckless Savage's will and took over the control of Savage Wilderness Great World. When Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance, other than to seal the hole he made, he had a deeper motive, that was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Gu Fang Yuan. However, I made my move in advance to dismantle a portion of the true inheritance, I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a huge price to block the hole back then, it became flawed and was not intact anymore. Immortal zombie giant Sun thought about the situation. Since thieving heaven's true inheritance has appeared, with Fang Yuan's possession of self-luck true inheritance, he can use luck inspection to find out that this is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go there. And Heavenly Court will send troops to stop him. The greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the initiative, they were maintaining their advantage. Immortal zombie giant Sun was a luck path cultivator, he could not match true experts of wisdom path in deductions. Immortal zombie giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan's conflict with Heavenly Court and try to reap the gains of their fight. The main thing was to deal a heavy blow to Heavenly Court. Fairy Yu Shu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it would not be destroyed by the tribulations within this void. We need to deal with it quickly, it is becoming our obstruction. Fairy Yu Shu said. Qin Ding Ling suddenly received important information. She quickly said, our informant in Yellow Earth Great World said that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, they are not doing anything. Fairy Yu Shu was not surprised. Of course he would go, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind this true inheritance for him after all. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who is in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will go there as well. Saying so, Fairy Yu Shu smiled. Qin Ding Ling. Yes. Qin Ding Ling replied solemnly. Let's go. We will go find Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fairy Yu Shu stood up gradually. Excitement flashed in Qin Ding Ling's eyes. She said hesitantly, don't we have to mind Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method anymore? Don't worry, Thieving Heaven's space is not part of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, he needs us to destroy it or have Fang Yuan inherit it so that it will disappear. This space is an obstruction to Limitless derivation, he will be more than happy to see us destroy it. Fairy Yu Shu answered. Heavenly Court's troops moved out. Divine Emperor City brought Fairy Yu Shu, Qin Ding Ling, and others along as they departed from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved with Fairy Ming Hao and Gu Fang Zheng inside, they also left the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was facing the attack of Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, because of Fairy Yu Shu's earlier actions, Heavenly Court had many mutant Gu immortals joining them like Bu Tian Kong, Ni Kuang Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals forced Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Leaf Blade. Countless flying leaves moved like blades as they spiraled towards Ni Kuang Feng from all directions. Ni Kuang Feng laughed wildly, its body moving agilely between the flying leaves, dodging while also directly charging past the blades that it could not avoid. It turned into a tornado at times, the wind blades around it were very sharp and thin. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth, he watched as Ni Kuang Feng approached rapidly, feeling intense pressure in his mind. He had already fought Ni Kuang Feng for several minutes now. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Ni Kuang Feng, it could not kill him. Ni Kuang Feng had Heavenly Court's help and managed to recover quickly, it was now treating Xiao Hejian as its own prey. Die! Ni Kuang Feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was a Miniman Gu Immortal, Green Forest Great Sage, the other was Black Locust, the owner of Giant Locust Grotto Heaven, who was also another Woodpath cultivator. Xiao Hejian's killer move changed at once as the three immortals cooperated, their strength grew explosively. Flying leaf blades turned into seeds that were planted on Ni Kuang Feng's body. Countless vines started to grow from them, tying Ni Kuang Feng up tightly. Ni Kuang Feng was a tornado to begin with, but these vines were still capable of binding it, interrupting its immortal essence usage. Thus, Ni Kuang Feng's killer moves could not be sustained for long, the immortal essence flow became unsteady and the power of the moves fell to rock bottom. More and more vines appeared, growing longer and longer, they almost covered Ni Kuang Feng completely, leaving no gaps at all. Don't force me. Ni Kuang Feng struggled, but it was getting weaker. We finally caught this guy. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Woodpath Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was very happy now, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Ni Kuang Feng earlier, while he defeated the latter. Comparing the two, it allowed Xiao Hejian to suppress Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this moment, Ni Kuang Feng's aura started to become quite peculiar and strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball, but Ni Kuang-feng's voice could still be heard from within. I am going to demonize. Every time I fall into a desperate predicament, I will demonize. I don't want to undergo demonization. Because once I demonize, I will lose my consciousness until I destroy and kill everyone and everything in the world that I am in. But you guys forced me, you forced my hand. Chapter 2173, Perish with the Wind. Ni Kuang-feng shouted loudly. The louder its voice, the stronger its aura. It soon reached a shocking and unprecedented level. With a loud sound, the vines were torn into countless pieces. Ni Kuang-feng regained its freedom. But currently, it was not a deep green tornado, it had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. Intense winds blew, it instantly crossed several thousand steps of distance, arriving before Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already used his defensive killer move, but after the reddish-brown demonic wind devoured him, his aura quickly weakened before completely dying after a few breaths of time. The demonic wind stopped for a moment. It was like a shark that could smell blood as it charged towards Black Locust, who was nearby. Be careful, Xiao Hejian quickly moved to help. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally targeted Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Ni Kuang-feng, he had to retreat as he fought. After a few rounds of combat, his tiny face showed a grim expression, his forehead was covered in sweat. The aura of defeat and death was getting denser. Lightning tribulations continued to strike, but Ni Kuang-feng did not care about them, it was terrifyingly strong. Elsewhere. Stop, Lu Wei-yin shouted, but Bu Tian-kong's fist still landed, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's skull into mush. Thereafter, Bu Tian-kong growled, Steel Rush Warrior's soul was shattered. Steel Rush Warrior could not be more dead, his headless corpse fell from the sky like a broken rag doll. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they were absorbed by the great world as nutrients. Who else? Bu Tian-kong raised its head and roared, it was overflowing with fighting spirit, rivaling the 9 heavens and resounding in the world. At this point, the 4 rank 8 GU immortals attacking it were all dead, they were mercilessly killed in a horrific manner. Lu Wei-yin sighed as he flew towards the rock monkey. The rock monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good, I will kill you, even if you are Yellow Earth Great World Sage. Lu Wei-yin shook his head. I am no sage. Bu Tian-kong, your killing intent is too overbearing. Lu Wei-yin had to take action against Bu Tian-kong personally. Bu Tian-kong killed too many GU immortals. If it was not stopped, the overall situation of this GU immortal battle would be affected. Lu Wei-yin and Bu Tian-kong exchanged blows. This time, Bu Tian-kong was finally suppressed. Even though it was strong and could kill many rank 8 GU immortals, it was still not pseudo-venerable level. In contrast, even though Lu Wei-yin lacked offense, his defense was firmly in the realm of pseudo-venerable level. Lu Wei-yin endured Bu Tian-kong's fierce attacks with much energy to spare. You are not a sage, yet you are so strong already. Good, very good, come and attack me, try and kill me, I have not sensed any fatal killing intent against me for some time already. Why are you not attacking? Why do you only defend yourself? Are your attacks so weak and useless? You are too disappointing. The rock monkey continued to shout as it moved rapidly like lightning in the sky, its attacks were like furious lightning bolts from heaven, its power was rising endlessly. But Lu Wei-yin got distracted. Because he heard that Fang Yuan had already left for thieving heaven's true inheritance space at the center. Lord Fang Yuan, please. Stop. Even though that small world might contain thieving heaven's true inheritance, it will be targeted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven together. Heavenly Court has already sent their main troops, there are many immortal GU houses and GU immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. Now is not the time for a climactic battle. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth's tomb while you are away, what will we do? Lu Wei-yin transmitted time and again, but Fang Yuan did not even respond to it. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth, his expression turning unsightly. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is still just a pseudo-venerable, he is not a true venerable. I need to help him. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shows up and kills him, who will protect Paradise Earth's tomb, who will stall for the crucial time? While thinking of this, Lu Wei-yin's vision suddenly turned dark. At the next moment, Rock Monkey Bu Tian-kong's fist landed squarely on Lu Wei-yin's face. You dare to be distracted. You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price. Butn Kong shouted. Butn Kong flew towards Lu Wei Yin as they got closer again. Lu Wei Yin was forced to retreat. He quickly used his killer move. Tribulation rain fell on Butn Kong's body, greatly slowing it down while also corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Wei Yin's killer move showed effect. Yellowish-brown dust started to appear below Butn Kong. They moved around and gradually sealed it. Get lost, get lost. Butn Kong shouted, using killer moves in a frenzy, trying to sweep away all of the rain and dust surrounding it. But the rain and dust gathered together increasingly, eventually sealing it entirely. A lump of soil that trapped Butn Kong fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, it turned into a huge soil mountain. Just stay put here. Lu Wei Yin immediately flew towards thieving heaven's space. I won't give in, these things cannot hold me down. Butn Kong shouted, its voice resounding like thunder as it reverberated in the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was shattered, dust clouds emerged, from within the broken rocks, it flew out again. What? Lu Wei Yin was stunned. Butn Kong's performance was out of his expectation. How could it escape so quickly? Butn Kong resisted the tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Wei Yin. The two exchanged killer moves again, while Lu Wei Yin was held back this time. This monkey's killer moves are getting stronger, so that's it. Lu Wei Yin understood at this moment. The tribulations were aiding Butn Kong all along. As long as it was not killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and gain more Dao marks. That was why Butn Kong got increasingly stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer shroud my vision. Butn Kong shouted as it used a move that shot out a rainbow, sweeping away the dark clouds of the surrounding 500 li. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. Butn Kong shouted as it stomped on the ground. Mountains collapsed, as Lu Wei Yin, who had his defensive method broken through, watched in surprise. Butn Kong was already in a state of insanity. It found Fang Yuan, who was not far away. It abandoned Lu Wei Yin and went for Fang Yuan instead. Be careful, Lu Wei Yin quickly advised. This monkey is not simple. Fang Yuan did not turn around. It was as if he heard nothing. He only looked at the subspace in front of him. Butn Kong moved rapidly and seemingly teleported behind Fang Yuan. I want all life to understand my intention. I want this sage to perish with the wind. Butn Kong shouted, activating the strongest killer move it had used in its life. Winds, clouds, and thunder roared. The world changed colors at this moment. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, waving his hand lightly towards the back. At the next moment, Butn Kong fell like a comet, crossing the entire battlefield and slamming into several mountains. After a chain of loud explosions, it created a huge gorge of several kilometers on the ground. Finally, it lay on the ground. Its eyes were wide open, but it did not move at all. The unceasing chaotic battles and heated battlefields turned silent at this moment. Ni Kuang-feng, who was unstoppable and killing everything in its path, froze in its reddish-brown demonic wind state. Fang Yuan cast his glance upon it. Ni Kuang-feng shuddered immediately. At the next moment, endless fear filled its mind and body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. It went out of its demonized state, immediately gaining clarity. Escape. It quickly flew away, ignoring its opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He had no way to fight back. With just one attack, he would die. He stared with a dumbfounded look as Ni Kuang-feng escaped from the battlefield in a crazed state. Fang Yuan turned around again, looking at thieving heaven's true inheritance space with a calm expression. He turned to look at Heavenly Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board were arriving soon. He looked at the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden aurora. It was arriving too. A cold and ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. He turned into a white ray of light as he entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space. Charge, we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Shu immediately ordered. Once Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses arrived, they also entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space. They could not use their full strength outside. If they went past the limit, they would face Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method. At the same time, it was easier to destroy thieving heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed rapidly. When he regained his sight, he was already in this true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space that thieving heaven left behind could be considered an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space, it had warm lights but no mountains, rivers, wind, or land, it was completely empty. But there were some peculiarities in here. There were black lines that extended everywhere, covering every inch of the space. These lines were either thick or thin, they all gave off a terrifying aura that Fang Yuan felt fearful towards. At the same time, he felt familiarity in this aura. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale's grotto heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, after seeing this, he realized immediately, it seems that this true inheritance space is going to collapse soon. I need to quickly comprehend the mysteries here and decipher where the true inheritance really is. The last time he entered a true inheritance space of thieving heaven, he obtained ghostly concealment. That time, Fang Yuan went in through open door GU and closed door GU. At that time, the true inheritance space was very stable, it had many winds of assimilation tornadoes inside. Only an otherworldly demon could dispel the wind by touching them. Because of that, Fang Yuan accidentally saved Feng Zhuzhe. After all the tornadoes had vanished, Fang Yuan successfully obtained ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this space was different. There were no tornadoes at all. If thieving heaven's true inheritance really existed here, it would be hidden deeply and would require deductions. But Fang Yuan was not rushing to make deductions, he took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it within this space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, 5 colored smoke spewed out. In a few breaths of time, 5 colored smoke spread out in the surrounding 10 li, it was so dense that one could not see their own fingers. After Heavenly Court's troops entered thieving heaven's space, they went inside the 5 colored smoke and immediately felt suppressed. These are the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 2174, I became handsome, I became stronger. Why are the 5 regional walls mixed together in here? Is this an arrangement of thieving heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi. He had modified it, it is as if the 5 regional walls are replicated. Fairy Yu Shu quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed during the Fate War. With these clues, it was not an issue for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Yu Shu to deduce. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared, his killer move landing on Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was instantly swept away deep into the dense fog. We cannot fight here, Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he is unrestricted. Gu Fang Zheng shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had disappeared completely. To think that Fang Yuan would reproduce them, it seems that he has been preparing for this battle for a long time. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth before ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern Restriction Purple Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White Gold Saint Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Red Raging Flame Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Chi. They were all different now, having being elevated to a whole new level, they were already on par with the 5 regional walls that existed in the past. Back then when Dao Zhu researched on the 5 regional walls, he created the methods of 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light chi. Fang Yuan used the foundation of his life's research and made a breakthrough, he reached a height that Dao Zhu had never seen in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he was completely unaffected in the 5 regional walls. Other GU immortals, however, were restricted by the regional walls. No matter what GU worms they used, they would have to face a backlash. With this difference, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. Heavenly Court did not want to see this situation. In the past, they would not be affected by central restriction White Gold Saint Light Chi, but now was different. With the merging of the 5 regions and the rampage of Chi tides, the entire world's aura has been unified. GU immortals were no longer differentiated by regions. And this new combined aura of the 5 regions was not any of the previous 5 regional chi. Thus, no matter which region the GU immortal came from, they would be suppressed within this 5 restriction profound light chi. Fang Yuan dealt a heavy blow to Divine Emperor City, causing this huge city's green surface layer of light to shake and tremble. But Divine Emperor City was too huge, even Fang Yuan could not destroy it for now. From Divine Emperor City, a female immortal flew out. She was a young lady with a beautiful appearance, it was Fairy Yu Shu. She surged with battle intent as she went to Fang Yuan. Gu Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight me? At this time, another immortal GU house arrived in thieving heaven's true inheritance space. It was Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded from within. Fang Yuan, why don't we join hands and dismantle this divine emperor city first? Fang Yuan smiled lightly and replied, no, currently, Demon Judgment Board has been thrown into the 5 regional walls, while Divine Emperor City is too big and hard to send flying. Your side will stall Divine Emperor City while I will go and destroy Demon Judgment Board. Fang Yuan, Bing Sai Chuan wanted to urge him. But Fang Yuan turned around and went into the 5-colored smoke without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is Divine Emperor City. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat at the main seat as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Sai Chuan immediately moved Calamity Luck Altar, which crashed towards Divine Emperor City like a comet. Fairy Yu Shu gritted her teeth, she had to defend it. Lu Wei Yin also arrived at this moment. Lord Fang Yuan, he only managed to see Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored smoke. Sigh, Lu Wei Yin sighed deeply, he did not dare to enter the 5-colored smoke deeply, he had to communicate with Bing Sai Chuan and attack Divine Emperor City instead. The 5 regional limit formation continued to function as 5-colored smoke poured out endlessly. Within the dense smoke, Demon Judgment Board charged everywhere, trying to find the location of the formation. Outside the dense smoke, Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar fought intensely. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming Hao's eyes suddenly opened. She was a pseudo-venerable level Wisdom Path Great Expert, her full strength was nothing short of extraordinary. But this deduction also dealt heavy damage to her. After all, she was using Wisdom Path killer moves in the 5 regional walls. Good, if we destroy this formation, we will be ruining one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Gu Fang Zheng flew with great morale, charging with Demon Judgment Board. The 5-colored smoke became denser as Demon Judgment Board's luster became dimmer. Gu Fang Zheng was sustaining a huge backlash, his face soon turned pale as blood oozed out of his mouth. Fang Yuan found them and used killer moves continuously with terrifying strength. Demon Judgment Board was facing greater difficulty in defending itself, it moved precariously ahead. Ignore him, destroy the formation. Fairy Ming Hao's childlike appearance was filled with boldness and determination. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red beam of light. The blood-red light was thick and powerful, it landed on the formation with an extremely fast speed. The surface of the 5 regional limit formation radiated with 5 colored lights, it shook slightly but did not collapse. How can this be? Within Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng was very shocked. He was clear of this move's power, even within the 5 regional walls, it should not be this weak. Fairy Ming Hao understood the reason immediately, her pupils shrank slightly. Fang Yuan invested a lot into this formation, it has at least 8 rank 8 Immortal GU and the defense is high, we cannot destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation used region and limit as the cores originally, as well as a vast number of mortal GU. Afterwards, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal GU, followed by Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, these Immortal GU were mostly rank 7. But the current Fang Yuan was different, while recuperating, he did not just modify the 5 regional limit formation again by raising its defense, he even raised all of the Immortal GU in this formation to rank 8. His wealth was simply unimaginable. The full-powered attack of Demon Judgment Board could not even remove one layer of the 5 regional limit formation's defense. In fact, because they activated a powerful killer move, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal GU house was now covered in cracks, it was near the point of breaking apart. What should we do now? Fang Zheng could not help but be flustered internally. Fang Yuan was attacking outside and giving him huge pressure. Their goal of trying to destroy the 5 regional limit formation was also impossible now. I advise that we retreat. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded. Fighting here is too unfavorable. But it is fine, destroying this formation was only one attempt, even if we fail, there is no consequence on the eventual outcome. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao left Demon Judgment Board and opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance, storing this Immortal GU house. Next, in front of Fang Yuan's surprised gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Wei Yin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao had suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yu Shu. He also asked about the situation on Fang Yuan's end. The two pseudo-venerables Ming Hao and Yu Shu are able to teleport to each other instantly. Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao did not succeed in destroying his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan also failed to destroy Demon Judgment Board. In essence, this was a draw. Fang Yuan might have a slight upper hand. But the situation was still stuck in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation is still functioning, 5-colored smoke will continue to spread and fill the entire true inheritance space. But this will take too long. Neither Heavenly Court nor Longevity Heaven will want to stay in here until then. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain people, they could enter and exit freely. It would take too long for the 5-colored smoke to fill Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse because of the intense fights. Fang Yuan flew out rapidly, leaving the 5-colored smoke. He went to the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Heavenly Court's deduction ability. Similar to his refinement path attainment, Heavenly Court's wisdom path attainment was a huge advantage for them. Fang Yuan had to restrain them from having the time to deduce the true inheritance's location. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to join the battle and make deductions in his mind as well. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky while spreading green light. It was grand and imposing, remaining unmovable. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden comet. Bing Sai Chuan manipulated it to its limit. It flew around Divine Emperor City continuously, launching all sorts of attacks. Between the 2 immortal GU houses, 4 pseudo-venerables, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Ming Hao, and Yu Shu were fighting. The 2 sides were first evenly matched, but soon, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Shu were very powerful. They each had a mature combat system. Fairy Ming Hao's flying stars seemed like a singular move, but they were all consecutive moves. By repeatedly hitting the same target, Fang Yuan would have to endure increasing damage each time. Fairy Yu Shu's methods were also very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. It was hard for ordinary GU immortals to find a countermeasure. Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle due to Fairy Yu Shu's focus on him. While Fang Yuan also had a taste of the power of Fairy Ming Hao's pride GU. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind with great issues. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used, the risks were too great. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Yu Shu had incredibly well-coordinated cooperation. Their coordination was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had never seen anything like it before. Because of this, while Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin worked together, they were suppressed by the 2 fairies. The cooperation of Yu Shu and Ming Hao has produced a qualitative change. If I fought alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a solemn mood. The opponents were working together impeccably. Their cooperation was simply not humanly possible. They gave off a natural feeling, as if it was only reasonable for them to work together this perfectly. While Ming Hao and Yu Shu fought against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they even had time to help Divine Emperor City resist Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Fairy Yu Shu smiled. Then you need to know that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once been here and damaged Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. He took out a portion of the true inheritance by force. Thankfully, you are allies, you can ask for it. Fairy Yu Shu easily tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he said to Lu Weiyin, go deal with Divine Emperor City, I will handle these 2. Lord Fang Yuan, without me, if you fight alone. Lu Weiyin was hesitant. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, leave, you are hindering me. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth as he flew away from Fang Yuan. Seeing this change, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Shu saw the weakness in their enemies. They looked at each other before launching rapid attacks at Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out a young GU Immortal. Rank 8 Transformation Path GU Immortal Zon Bu Du. Immortal Killer Move, Incomplete Freedom Transformation. The young man shouted as a blood-red cape appeared on his back, fluttering with the wind. I became handsome, I became stronger. Zon Bu Du clenched his fist, staring at the 2 female immortals with a shining gaze filled with surging fighting spirit. Chapter 2175 Giant Sun Takes Action. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle between 2 immortal GU houses had been ongoing for some time. It was very intense. Come fight, Zon Bu Du shouted as he descended like a ferocious dragon, charging towards the 2 Heavenly Court pseudo-venerables, Yu Shu and Ming Hao. Yu Shu and Ming Hao split up at once, retreating at the same time as they created a long distance. Zon Bu Du missed his target again. he snorted coldly with some anger internally. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones, he cultivated transformation path and rose to rank 8, he had his own totem killer moves. But his own battle strength was still far from the peak of rank 8, he was not the match of experts like Qin Ding Ling or Wu Yong. But once he used the killer move Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he would instantly reach pseudo-venerable battle strength. Incomplete Freedom Transformation was not simple at all, it was extraordinary. This transformation was made up of 3 moves: Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. After Zhan Biyu used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he gained the advantages of all 3 killer moves without any of their drawbacks. He could move like lightning, shoot out lightning bolts, possess immense recovery and regeneration, and also the ability to devour all attacks. Even though he was human, each action held divine strength that could intimidate demons or deities. He could directly suppress all immemorial desolate beasts or plants, he was basically a moving calamity that could fight heaven and earth, dominating all that were in his way. Even Ming Hao and Yu Shu did not dare to fight Zhan Biyu head-on, they engaged with him from a distance. However, when their various killer moves got close to Zhan Biyu, they would either be devoured or endured forcefully, before his regeneration took place and healed his body completely. After a few rounds of combat, Ming Hao and Yu Shu lost their enthusiasm to fight against Zhan Biyu. The enemy was too resilient but also very fast. Thankfully, he lacked in the wisdom path aspect, while Yu Shu and Ming Hao were experts in this. Thus, they started to use wisdom path killer moves to weaken Zhan Biyu, while deducing and preempting many of his attacks to dodge them. It was very wise that Fang Yuan gave Incomplete Freedom Transformation to Zhan Biyu. He was a pseudo-venerable in the first place, using Incomplete Freedom Transformation was quite wasteful, giving it to Zhan Biyu would produce another pseudo-venerable instantly. Once Zhan Biyu took action, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhan Biyu worked together to deal with Ming Hao and Yu Shu, they regained their footing as Heavenly Court lost the initiative, they went into a deadlock again. Zhan Biyu frowned deeply. These two are extremely slippery and utilize their advantages well, I am unable to use my expertise against them. And their cooperation is simply too fluid, even though the main body and I have the closest of relationships, we are still not as well coordinated as them. It is likely because they are both wisdom path great experts. While moving around, both sides launched killer moves again, causing a beautiful display of fireworks to occur, the firepower was getting more intense. Fang Yuan's main body was still showing a cold expression. Ming Hao and Yu Shu were also secretly scheming. From the start, Fang Yuan has not been using his full strength, he is making deductions while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Shu was very clear of her enemy's actions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He also has the Qi Si clone, that is another pseudo-venerable battle strength, if he is let out, this will get more troublesome. If we work together, we can resist the 3 of them for now, but this crafty Fang Yuan will definitely use the numbers to his advantage, he will ignore us and focus on Divine Emperor City. Heavenly Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. As it turned out, Qin Ding Ling knew this secret some time ago but she did not expose him at that time. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court did not know. But afterwards, Qin Ding Ling learned about the truth from Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was created in Heavenly Court, Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit was used in the process. Heavenly Court had existed for millions of years, it naturally had ways to find out. Precisely because of that, when the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance and invited Heavenly Court to send GU Immortals against Fang Yuan, Qin Ding Ling did not give an affirmative response. Fairy Yu Shu transmitted. Qin Ding Ling is a passable leader of Heavenly Court. When Heavenly Court lacked a pseudo-venerable battle strength, she controlled herself and caused Fang Yuan to be misled into thinking that the Qi Si clone was not be exposed, thus not using him now. Right now, we are benefiting from that. Fairy Ming Hao nodded secretly. We can't kill Fang Yuan here, but we cannot let him obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here, we need to try and destroy this true inheritance space from the inside. The battle intensified but the strange thing was that neither side truly treated the opponent as their opponent. Fang Yuan was doing his best to make deductions, he was not using his full strength in battle. Zhan Biyu was sent out to restrain the 2 Heavenly Court pseudo-venerables as well. After all, he could cooperate better with his clone compared to Lu Wei Yin. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court focused on destroying thieving heaven's true inheritance. As for longevity heaven, Calamity Luck Altar had been finding trouble with Divine Emperor City. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed without restraint, not caring about this true inheritance space. Evidently, regardless of what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was after, he still had the intention to destroy this space so Fang Yuan could not gain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven was allied with Fang Yuan, they were only doing so out of pressure from Heavenly Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan get any more help. Especially when this help came from Thieving Heaven. Divine Emperor City's green light continued to shine densely, defending it from any attacks no matter how fierce or intense they were. Divine Emperor City was not only defending itself, it also had offenses. Immortal Killer Move, Divine Beam Soldier. Yellow Beam Soldiers charged ahead, Green Beam Soldiers shot out arrows like rain, Red Beam Soldiers self-detonated, Black Beam Soldiers defended at the center. There were also Blue and White Beam Soldiers mixed among them, having their own tasks. Each time Lu Weiyin attacked Divine Emperor City, he would face the encirclement of these Divine Beam Soldiers. Lu Weiyin used his offensive killer moves and caused great losses to these Divine Beam Soldiers, less than 10% of them survived. This result shocked Lu Weiyin. Despite him being specialized in defense, his offensive methods were also at the peak of rank 8, to think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Beam Soldiers. The reason was because of Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move could allow the Divine Beam Soldiers to be connected together and share the damage they suffered. The bulk of the damage went to Divine Emperor City, while the Divine Beam Soldiers bore the rest of the burden. Thus, these Divine Beam Soldiers were very hard to kill in battle. After Lu Weiyin spent a long time to break out of the encirclement, when he approached Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts shot towards him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes, as well as jade green lightning balls that exploded. After they exploded, the remaining wood path Dao marks would remain in the area and modify this battlefield gradually. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and not the 5 regions, thus this move's power could not be fully displayed. After Lu Weiyin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights around Divine Emperor City started to turn into spirals as they shot out painting path killer moves. These painting figures had countless forms, like flowers, birds, fishes, or insects. They were extremely varied and gave Lu Weiyin a huge problem. Painting path is very unique, my attacks cannot get rid of them, I can't conceal myself with my defensive methods either, this is a problem. Painting path was kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's first encounter with it, there was no helping it, he felt he was without options. Lu Weiyin was unable to break Divine Emperor City's defense. Calamity Luck Altar was similar. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Luck Path Immortal GU house, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created it personally, it displayed great might during the Fate War, but right now, it could not do anything to Divine Emperor City. The reason was that Divine Emperor City shot out rays of white light from time to time, Calamity Luck Altar had to dodge them each time without being careless. This was Human Path Killer move, Broken Homes and Dead Family. This move countered Immortal GU houses. During the Fate War, Immortal GU House Chicken Dog Co-op was only grazed by it and the entire Immortal GU house broke apart without a single GU Immortal inside surviving. This was the Human Path offensive killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Calamity Luck Altar was restrained by it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar could only guard the surroundings. This structure with 3 floors of round altars and multiple pillars holding it up, having white jade railings and shining aurora, was acting like an irritating fly that was moving around a person. However, it was also not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed great might earlier when fighting against GU Immortals. The truth was, its most valuable method was the killer move Calamity Luck Revolution. This move could turn all sorts of calamities and tribulations into becoming harmless to the immortal aperture, instead nourishing it accordingly. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to survive countless tribulations and grow over time. That was the use of Calamity Luck Altar. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left it in Longevity Heaven before dying for this reason as well. Fang Dichong and Shen Sheng worked together to comprehend the mysteries within. There is a huge disturbance in the outside world, it is likely a huge battle. Divine Emperor City possesses the methods of Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Now that these methods are used so frequently, it shows that the ones attacking Divine Emperor City are not weaklings. Shen Sheng said, This was a good thing for them. The more these methods were used, the more they could observe and comprehend the wood path, painting path and human path profundities within. Is it my main body attacking Divine Emperor City now? Fang Dichong guessed. Or maybe someone is trying to save the existences within Growling Beast Painting World and Qi Howling Painting World. Right at this time, Shen Shang's and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. They stood up in shock as their gazes pierced through the room, towards the painting world's sky. In the sky, golden aurora gathered into two giant hands. These two hands shrouded heaven and earth. They were unimaginably big. The left hand grabbed Qi Howling Painting World while the right hand grabbed Growling Beast Painting World. Genesis Lotus Will growled loudly. The power of Painting Path burst out to suppress the two giant hands. Within Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle was at the final critical moment. The entirety of Thieving Heaven's space was covered in black lines, at the brink of destruction. Zan Bu Du gritted his teeth. He felt anxious internally. The main body has not deduced the true location yet. He might not make it in time. The time is now. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look at Fang Yuan before taking a step out. At the next moment, he appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 2176, Primordial Domain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted. Even though he had a guess already, he could not help but feel internally moved. Golden light burst out in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was breaking out from within. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun bellowed. In the painting worlds, countless citizens looked up at the sky dumbstruck. They saw two hands flying in the sky, directly smashing two huge holes in the painting worlds. The two hands flew out of Divine Emperor City unobstructed, disintegrating in the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chu. I was saved. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was filled with surprise and joy. Master. Mao Li Chu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and was choked with tears. I knew you would come and save me, woof. Mao Li Chu's body immediately shrunk. It became tiny and jumped into Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun showed a doting smile as he petted Mao Li Chu's head. You are still the same. You bark like a dog when you are excited. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Chu looked up at its master and barked with tears flowing out of its eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He has already recovered to this degree. Fairy Ming Hao was shocked. Ignore him. Use our full strength to stall Fang Yuan. We are about to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Fairy Yu Shu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. At once, vast Qi surged, rushing towards him from all directions. Ming Hao and Yu Shu were intercepted by this move, while Fang Yuan used the chance to dive into the five-colored smoke. It's here. He finally found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had reached it already. Fang Yuan instantly went there and took away the remaining content of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. At almost the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Wei Yin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan withdrew the 5 regional limit formation and became the last person to leave, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished into thin air at almost the same time. He succeeded after all. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Shu smiled. This true inheritance has been half devastated already. No need to worry, our goal has been achieved in this fight. Let's go. The crucial part starts now. Fairy Yu Shu stored Divine Emperor City. The two immortals vanished instantly. Seeing this, Fang Yuan revealed an expression of contemplation. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Wei Yin quickly gathered alongside Zan Bu Du, Qi Si Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. At the other side, there was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not talk. Even though they were allies, they both knew about the dependability level of their alliance. 4 pseudo-venerable battle strengths. Bing Sai Chuan, who was within Calamity Luck Altar, was tongue-tied. In just a short period, Fang Yuan's strength had grown to such a level. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals were not fools. The moment Qi Si Ancestor appeared, they realized he was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as he squinted, maintaining silence. Even though the other party was an immortal zombie now, he still had extraordinary strength and profound methods. The moment he took action, he broke into Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chu, who were sealed inside the painting worlds. Right now, Mao Li Chu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail in joy. how could one even imagine that this was a proud legendary immemorial beast? As for demon immortal Qiju, he stood at one side without much embarrassment, his expression was hesitant and suspicious. He was saved by immortal zombie giant Sun, but the moment he came out, he saw longevity heaven, heavenly court, and Fang Yuan in a three-way battle. After that, thieving heaven's true inheritance space got destroyed. What in the world was happening? The scale of the battle was huge, the situation was complex, demon immortal Qiju could not process it immediately. Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan, taking the initiative to speak. This is heavenly court's scheme. Fang Yuan raised his brows. Oh, how so? Immortal zombie giant Sun pointed at the place where thieving heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, thieving heaven's true inheritance space was added in much later. It was used to salvage the situation. Because it greatly affected limitless demon venerable's derivation, its destruction is something that limitless will is happy to see. At the same time, heavenly court's Feng Ya is trying to deduce limitless demon venerable's arrangements. She is also obstructed by this space. Now that it is destroyed, her progress will be smooth sailing. Earlier, when I deduced limitless arrangements, I had fought against her from afar. She is the strongest wisdom path expert among the three pseudo-venerables. She has already come into contact with the other core of the ninth layer, primordial domain. Heavenly Court came here to obstruct you from getting thieving heaven's true inheritance on the surface, but their true intention was to force me to take action by using the captives in Divine Emperor City as bait. Without my obstruction, seeing that Feng Ya has not shown up even now, it is likely that they have made a breakthrough there. Their advantage and initiative has grown even larger. The moment immortal zombie giant Sun finished his words, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortals' pupils shrank, along with immortal zombie giant Sun. They all turned towards the direction of Green Lotus Great World. The immortals looked past a vast distance, seeing that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, a lump of phantom image appeared at the peak of Book Mountain. This phantom image was pure white and humongous. It was far larger than even Book Mountain, having the shape of a ball, with the inner area shining dazzlingly with white light. Lu Wei Yin's expression turned ugly as he said, Primordial Domain. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 36 states. Carefree Wisdom Heart was born. She was intelligent and witty. Ren Zhu liked his eighth child a lot. But at the same time, Ren Zhu was vexed. My mind shattered. What do I do? I cannot store more knowledge anymore. Sigh, it seems that only the two of you can help me now. Thus, Carefree Wisdom Heart and Great Strength True Martial used their own minds to store up more knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge, before moving along with Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu and his children started their third attempt. Before they took a step, they would scatter ink text and knowledge. The text would describe their knowledge and form a small black path. Ren Zhu and his children walked on this small path. But when they finished using their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see any signs of wisdom Gu. Ren Zhu's third attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged in disappointment. What do we do now? We have already done our best, but our knowledge is still insufficient. We cannot hold any more knowledge in our minds. Ren Zhu sighed. He was also quite helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here. Ren Zhu was surprised. How can you help me? Hope Gu answered. Oh human, I can awaken your aperture. 1. Hope allowed people to gain enlightenment, awaken their aperture. Thus, Hope Gu exerted effort to create an aperture for Ren Zhu. Humility Gu laughed. Then let me help you as well, human. When you have humility, your capacity will be larger, you will be able to hold more things. Thus, the aperture expanded in size. Ren Zhu obtained the aperture and felt very happy. This place is really huge, I can store so much knowledge. This is wonderful. Ren Zhu and his children went to Book Mountain again. They refined their knowledge and searched for ink text. Ren Zhu stored a lot of knowledge into his aperture, even he did not know the quantity he took. Ren Zhu and his children set off on their fourth journey. They stepped on the ink text path and entered deep into Qian Kun Crystal Wall. They went very deeply and searched many places. They changed directions countless times but still could not find wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain. This time, because the exploration took too long, the ink text path that they created when they set off was unable to endure the endless barrage of information. A large portion of it faded away. Ren Zhu found the Inkman Elder and asked, why can't we find wisdom GU? The Inkman elder replied, sometimes, when we Inkmen explore the place, we would encounter wisdom GU. But you three have searched the entire Qian Kun crystal wall but did not find wisdom GU, it means that it is intentionally hiding from you, it does not want to meet you. Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, then where is wisdom GU hiding at? The Inkman elder pondered and said, O humans, you have searched the entire Qian Kun crystal wall. If wisdom GU is still inside here, it can only hide in one place. That place is called primordial domain, it is the most mysterious part of Qian Kun crystal wall. Qian Kun crystal wall has a record of everything that happens in the world, it contains infinite information. Primordial domain contains the information of the world since creation, it also has the information of the ends of all living beings. It is both the starting point and the ending point. It has nothing, yet it comprises everything. Great Strength True Marshal was overjoyed. We have not gone to primordial domain yet, O Inkman Elder, tell us how to get into the primordial domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head, it is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have also only heard of the location, we have never entered it. O humans, we Inkmen admire you a lot. You possess knowledge that far surpasses us, thus, if you want to enter primordial domain, you need to rely on yourselves. Ren Zhu and his children had to make their own research. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a find, she shouted joyfully, I found it, I found it. Oh daughter, what did you find, why are you so excited? Ren Zhu asked in curiosity. Carefree Wisdom Heart opened both her palms, on my right palm, I found right GU. On my left palm, I found wrong GU. These two GU are born in your body, they are ordinary looking and are much less presentable than my authority GU. What help can they give us? Great Strength True Marshal was very prideful, he spoke nonchalantly. Carefree Wisdom Heart answered, these two GU allow us to differentiate and classify our knowledge. Look at our knowledge again, the truth is, much of it is right at this moment, but after some time, those pieces of information will be wrong. There is also much of it that is right when placed here, but wrong when placed there. I think that if we use the knowledge that is always right at all times and use it to make our text path, we will be able to reach primordial domain. Ren Zhu nodded, your words are quite logical. Let us try it, but no matter how they looked, they could not find such knowledge. Great Strength True Marshals, Strong GU said proudly, O humans, you are wasting your effort. Because in this world, there has only been strong and weak, there has never been right or wrong, thus, your actions are in vain, you cannot classify right and wrong. One awaken aperture in Chinese can also mean enlightenment, reach and understanding. Chapter 2177, Venerable Invincibility. Qian Kun Crystal Wall contains everything that happens in the world, all of the information comprises genuine events with no lies. Using right and wrong will not be able to differentiate them at all, because since they exist, or rather, since they existed, they are all logical information. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes shined with bright light. I get it, the existence of everyone in the world, regardless of right or wrong, is logical, because this is the true meaning of their existence. This is what true meaning is. Be it information or knowledge, they are a type of expression of true meaning, a form of revelation. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong, it can explain everything. Let us search for it. The three of them started to dig up true meaning from the vast sea of knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal was the first to get impatient. Ren Zhu also lost his perseverance soon, but only Carefree Wisdom Heart remained calm and composed, her expression was serious and solemn. After a long time, Great Strength True Marshal pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, he gasped in shock, look, another GU grew on your body. The newly born GU was called Serious GU. After Carefree Wisdom Heart obtained it, she became very happy. With this GU, I will be able to recognize true meaning more easily. After a long time, Ren Zhu pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart as well, look, another GU appeared on your body. The second GU was called Learning GU. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, she converted knowledge into things that she truly understood, she was no longer just storing them using memory GU. She started to understand more and more knowledge. Soon, a third GU appeared on her body. The third GU was called Talent GU. I found it, I found it. One day, Carefree Wisdom Heart shouted with joy, with the help of Self-Will GU, Learning GU, and Talent GU, she finally found the true meaning of knowledge. Quickly tell us, what does true meaning look like? Great strength true martial was very happy as he asked. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head. The true meaning contained within will be lost if I try to convey it in words. Then write it out using ink text. Great strength true martial thought about it and suggested. But carefree wisdom heart shook her head again. The meaning can only be understood, it cannot be passed down in text. Ren Zhu waved his hand. Forget it, since you possess true meaning now, let's head out immediately. Carefree wisdom heart was filled with true meaning. They set off from Book Mountain as she scattered ink text on the ground. The path was much wider than before, it was also more sturdy. Ren Zhu and his children walked on the great path and arrived in Primordial Domain. Within Primordial Domain, they met Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was quite helpless, it had already hidden itself so deeply, but Ren Zhu still found it. Self Gu managed to take a bite out of it in the end. Center of Green Lotus Great World. At the peak of Book Mountain, everyone was present. Che Wei took the 5th seat, Qin Ding Ling took the 4th, Fairy Ming Hao took the 3rd, Fairy Yu Shu took the 2nd, while Fairy Feng Ya took the main seat. Fairy Feng Ya's hair was tied up in a bun, she was old but not wrinkled, she retained her beauty and elegance. Her entire body was covered in a thin layer of dazzling light, it was the sign that she possessed talent Gu. Currently, she was taking charge of the situation, exerting power in secret to force Primordial Domain to appear at the top of Book Mountain. After Thieving Heaven's space was destroyed, Yu Shu and Ming Hao brought all of their troops with them as they teleported back to Fairy Feng Ya's side. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. To think that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such deep painting path attainment, he easily managed to save Mao Li Chu. Heavenly Court had indeed wanted to use Mao Li Chu and the rest to force Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take action. Heavenly Court was clear of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's protective nature towards his descendants and kin. But unexpectedly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to easily save the captives without issue. He is a former Immortal Venerable after all, this is nothing strange. Qin Ding Ling said. Furthermore, our side benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yu Shu was hesitant. It is still unclear which side benefited the most. We expanded our advantage while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took back Mao Li Chu, and Fang Yuan also obtained the remainder of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. For some reason, I am feeling quite uneasy. Fairy Feng Ya looked at Primordial Domain in the sky as she said, the situation is clear now, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will send their troops against us. We will remain here and stay on the defense, as long as we can endure their attacks, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious, we will rebuild the glory of Heavenly Court. Everyone, do you have confidence in this? Hearing this, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals were riled up with great morale, they answered together. It was all thanks to Lady Feng Ya's planning that we have such a great advantage now. We need to defend it at all cost. We cannot lose again. Even if we sacrifice our lives, there is no regret. In my opinion, even though there are many enemies, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will not work together sincerely, they will be guarded against each other. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Wei Yin looked at Fang Yuan and frowned deeply. Primordial Domain has appeared, Heavenly Court's wisdom path attainment is truly incredible, we cannot wait any longer. The situation is really terrible. Primordial Domain had already been exposed, but Heavenly Court only managed to get that far, they had not truly obtained it yet. Even so, Heavenly Court's advantage was immense. Because Primordial Domain was far more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable entered Primordial Domain, they would regain their supreme attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever entered Primordial Domain first would turn the advantage into victory, they would be the eventual winner of this crazed demon cave battle. Not only that, after this, when the Venerable who became a Tao Lord went back to the 5 regions, they would take control of the world's situation. Thus, they would likely become the winner of the 5 regions' chaotic war, ending up as the new ruler of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with full force, if we cannot stop Heavenly Court, we will experience defeat this time. Lu Wei Yin said with determination. Originally, his tactic was to defend first and retaliate later, but now, they had no choice but to go on the offense. How do we use our full strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei Yin showed a conflicted expression immediately. Heavenly Court had a clear wisdom path advantage. Ever since the start of the crazed demon cave battle, Heavenly Court had held the initiative and advantage at all times. Heavenly Court's 3 pseudo-venerables cultivated wisdom path, Due to their planning and foresight, their advantage was not just maintained, it was even expanded. Right now, Heavenly Court even managed to draw out the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. And more terrifyingly, they did not cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method to trigger. This meant that Heavenly Court had already comprehended a lot of the 9th layer's profundity. They were able to avoid Limitless method from activating. All along, Fang Yuan did not see Limitless will manifesting, it was likely that it had already been destroyed. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply in admiration. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable fought his way to Heavenly Court and forced star constellations will to play a game of chess with him. They comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all sorts of Heaven Path research results that were secretly sent into Crazed Demon Cave for the derivation here. But at the same time, Heavenly Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Heavenly Court managed to draw out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I had already felt something amiss. Now that they are about to bring out Primordial Domain, I can see that their wisdom path attainment is truly unmatched. Now that Heavenly Court has the initiative and territorial advantage, we are all forced to attack them while they only need to defend. And the worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. That is also my worry. Heavenly Court is skilled in wisdom path, why would they not know that both of our sides are going to attack them desperately? But they still went ahead with this. It means that they are confident in stopping our attacks. And their confidence might likely stem from Crazed Demon Cave. Heavenly Court was able to bring out Book Mountain earlier. They also took out Primordial Domain now without activating Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. One reason was their superb wisdom path method, the other was that Heavenly Court's infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave had lasted for over 1,000,000 years, they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan could clearly not reach that level of understanding. If he used his full strength, he would likely face Limitless retaliative method. This meant that Heavenly Court was making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem with fighting wisdom path experts. Lu Weiyin continued frowning. The truth was, he still had a deep worry internally but he could not express it. That was Gu Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable indeed with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before the trip to Crazed Demon Cave. He was facing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The appearance of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a huge blow to Lu Weiyin. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had yet to appear, also placed a huge pressure on him internally. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two enemies? The truth was, Lu Weiyin had no confidence in him. This was the truth of the world in the last few million years of human history. Because Lu Weiyin had no confidence, he made the plan earlier to defend first and retaliate later. Fang Yuan might be able to defend against a venerable for some time, but only a venerable could defeat a venerable. These were Lu Weiyin's true thoughts. At the same time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had the same mentality. Even if these people idolized and admired him, they were not brazen enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Back then, during Primordial Origins era, variant humans ruled the world. Did they lack pseudo-venerable battle strengths? They had them, and the numbers were not few. But they had never held any hope of defeating a venerable. Indeed, Fang Yuan had unfathomable strength and was able to easily defeat other pseudo-venerable GU immortals. But this was not strange, even though pseudo-venerables surpassed the peak of rank 8, among themselves, their difference in strength could still be huge. But if Fang Yuan had to fight against a venerable, nobody would think that he could win, they would only think of how long he could last. As long as Fang Yuan lasts until Lord Paradise Earth revives, we will win. But now, Heavenly Court is pressuring us to take action. If we fight now, we might not make it in time for Lord Paradise Earth's revival. Lu Weiyin felt like a stone was weighing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at the primordial domain far away as he said expressionlessly, "The situation is as such, we have to attack forcefully. Let's follow our agreement with Longevity Heaven earlier and send out our subordinates." Chapter 2178, Intense Battle. Primordial domain silhouette remained motionless in the sky, it was getting more vivid and condensed. The fusion of Green Lotus Great World, Yellow Earth Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World was also getting deeper, only a small part of the boundary walls remained to obstruct their connection. All of the small worlds had already fused into the three Great Worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World gained the greatest benefits, they had the most people. This was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Heaven and Earth Luck method, causing most of the small worlds to fall towards savage wilderness great world. Fang Yuan sent out almost all his GU cultivators, charging towards Heavenly Court's Book Mountain. Longevity Heaven also sent troops with surging might and morale. Heavenly Court was already prepared against them. Duanhu and Ni Kuangfeng led their troops as they defended on both sides. As long as it is not a sage, nobody is my match. Ni Kuangfeng roared. It swept around with a huge fierce wind. The entire battlefield was pressured with wind, creating a great commotion. The enemy is in front of us, we need to work together to obtain victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the earlier battle, these two variant human GU immortals had fought against Ni Kuangfeng and lost individually. Not only did many GU immortals die, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also heavily damaged, they barely survived. This time, after recovering their strength entirely, they decided to face Ni Kuangfeng together, putting down their grudges and rivalry. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hands imposingly as frost chi shot out, shrouding Ni Kuangfeng and slowing its movement, reducing its speed. Xiao Hejian shot out green leaf blades that moved from all directions, they had impressive power. Ni Kuangfeng whipped up a strong wind, heaven and earth changed colors, the leaves and frost winds were scattered everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave a roar, his aura got completely concealed, not a single bit leaked out. Ni Kuangfeng was shocked, it tried to dodge but how could it avoid in time? It was shot by countless crystal lights, sealed in the mountain-like ice coffin. The thicker the ice, the stronger the amplification of the crystal lights that land on me. Ni Kuangfeng struggled desperately but could not escape, facing the pressure of death, it went into demonization. From the inside, cracks started to appear and spread around the ice coffin. Oh no, I can't trap it anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed the threat, but at this point, Xiao Hejian's move was finally prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Cut Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms slashed down like blades, aiming at Ni Kuangfeng, who was stuck inside the ice coffin. Immediately, two blades of leaves appeared and fell slowly, stabbing into the cracks between the ice and piercing Ni Kuangfeng's body. Ni Kuangfeng's body instantly shook. Xiao Hejian attacked without stopping. Ni Kuangfeng's body shook as the green tornado got weaker and thinner, its resistance also started to fall. I am willing to surrender, Ni Kuangfeng said weakly. Our master has orders, we will not accept anyone's surrender. Xiao Hejian replied coldly. In the end, Ni Kuangfeng lost its life at the hands of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Once Ni Kuangfeng died, the mutant GU immortals were left without a leader, many were killed while the rest escaped in desperation. Fang Yuan's army charged forward and reached the base of Book Mountain. At the other end, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities worked together and killed Duanhu. The two armies arrived at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court had only obtained Book Mountain recently, they only managed to set up their formation around it. This formation was known as Four-Way Star Formation, it had 4 sub-formations in 4 different directions, defending Book Mountain tightly with no gaps present. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya continued to use her killer move without stopping, drawing out Primordial Domain, which was in the sky. The two armies discussed for a while before attacking the 4 sub-formations. Mao Li Chu led its group to attack the West Formation. Gai Mei led a group to attack the North Formation. Xiao Hejian led a group to attack the East Formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led a group to attack the South Formation. The remaining ones were led by Bing Sai Chuan and Lu Wei Yin, they firmly supported the 4 vanguard groups. The moment Mao Li Chu entered the formation, countless starlight specks shot down like a torrential rain with countless droplets. Mao Li Chu growled as it expanded and became much larger, its purple fur was smooth and thick, the starlight could not penetrate it. It charged around in the sub-formation with other GU immortals following it, attacking, killing, and causing destruction. Vile beast, you are here to cause problems again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook as 2 GU immortals flew in. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Prince Feng Xian. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast to block Mao Li Chu. The transformed immemorial desolate beast was superior to the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Li Chu was soon suppressed, its energy was expended and its body was hurting. Prince Feng Xian activated his Fire Path Killer move, all sorts of birds rained down with flames, killing more than 10 mutant GU immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World in one move. Mao Li Chu was unable to resist, it had to retreat. Elsewhere, Gai Mei went up against Zhou Shangxin and Zhun Shenguang. Zhou Shangxin activated Information Path Killer move and attacked, while Zhun Shenguang turned into a ray of light to support him. They worked together in unison with one as the attacker and one as support. Yellow Extremity Zhao Huo used a Totem Killer move and fought against Zhou Shangxin, they were evenly matched. But Gai Mei, on the other hand, was shouting loudly, he was running around and dodging Zhun Shenguang's attacks. Quickly go, quickly go. Gai Mei grabbed onto Zhao Huo's shoulder and dragged him away, ignoring the latter's stare. Longevity Heaven's two groups returned without result, Fang Yuan's two groups were even worse. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped, they could not even retreat. These two immortals met with Heavenly Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong, they are in great danger, quickly send help. The reinforcement letter had already reached Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path, his methods were getting more mature, his status was only below Qin Ding Ling. Wan Zihong was originally a demonic immortal of Western Desert, she was recruited by Heavenly Court. During the Fate War, she displayed great abilities, and now that her immortal GU were fully with her battle strength returned to its peak, she was very powerful. Bing Sai Chuan and Lu Weiyin held an emergency meeting. This four-way star formation is a star path formation, we cannot take it down by force. It is simply too hard with Heavenly Court's elites guarding all four areas. Lord Fang Yuan was able to destroy the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation with that thing, I am sure he can deal with this formation too. Bing Sai Chuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded and was about to speak when suddenly, a GU immortal came out of Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, her ears were like rabbit ears, her eyes were blood red, it was Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had become a genuine rank 8 GU immortal with Fang Yuan's help. Lu Weiyin laughed and said to Bing Sai Chuan, I've already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help, I wanted to borrow the 5 regional limit formation to break the formation using a formation. Lady White Rabbit, thank you for the hard work. Lady White Rabbit smiled. Of course I need to work hard for Master, I'll even give up my life, this is nothing. But Master did not pass me the 5 regional limit formation, he said that this formation does not have a specific target range, its effect takes too long and won't be effective. Thus, I brought other methods. Bing Sai Chuan was curious. Lord Fang Yuan's methods must be extraordinary, please allow me to have a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out several immortal GU houses from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Profound Frost House, Unbreakable Golden Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal GU houses which were all at rank 8. Bing Sai Chuan was completely dumbstruck. Master said that he could only create these few immortal GU houses in the short period of time. He has already given orders, we will charge with these immortal GU houses as the vanguard. Lady White Rabbit said, it turned out that ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, he had ordered the Time Path clone He Chunchu to use 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal GU. After all sorts of rank 8 immortal GU were created, he started assembling immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan did not intend to construct immortal GU houses originally, they were not very useful to him. But after entering the 8th layer, he could not fight with his full strength here, he made preparations to arm his subordinates instead. He had no time indeed. These immortal GU houses were all modified on the basis of Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar and other immortal GU houses. Strictly speaking, these were considered only partial innovations. But against Heavenly Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they could not easily decipher and break them, they needed to spend time on deductions. That was enough. Lu Weiyin became very happy, he distributed the immortal GU houses and charged through into the formation, saving Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Afterwards, the 7 rank 8 immortal GU houses swept through the battlefield, breaking 2 more sub-formations. The 2 groups gathered towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ya's eyes were shut as she used her method. Ming Hao and Yu Shu were taking charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal GU houses, Fairy Yu Shu had a grim expression. Fang Yuan is so rich and has terrifying refinement path methods. It seems he intends to progress in refinement path. Thankfully, his wisdom path is inferior to us. These immortal GU houses are all not new, they have an origin that we can trace. Fairy Ming Hao said as she used her killer move. Human path killer move, humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook as countless killer moves were unleashed like fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain surfaced with rumbling tribulation clouds, calamities and tribulations were unceasing. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled the vision, surging like sea waves that crashed down in all directions. Against such an endless tide of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates hid inside the immortal GU houses, moving against the waves. Longevity Heaven had many GU immortals, but they could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan took out 5 immortal GU houses. Wide Building Harem Palace, Internal Delight Harem Palace, Red Bean Harem Palace, Lovesick Harem Palace, Young Peach Harem Palace. They were the 5 palaces that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all rank 8. The foundation of an Immortal Venerable was displayed in full view. My lifetime accumulation cannot even rival Fang Yuan. He seems to have an overflowing number of rank 8 Immortal GU. Is he trying to become venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he thought. Fang Yuan was observing the battlefield as well while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance contained Imitation GU and the Killer Move Perfect Pair originally, but Fang Yuan only obtained the rest. But this remaining portion was very important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance content was about refinement path. It talked about how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a fake Qian Kun crystal wall in his time, how he created fake immortal GU and so on. Other than the 4 aspects of refinement path that I summarized earlier, there is also this aspect. Refining fake GU. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Chapter 2179, Battle of Book Mountain. Book Mountain was surrounded in the 2 colors of black and white. GU immortals fought intensely as they could be seen everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed consecutively. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and gathered into a lump. Several hundred white Chi comets shot out at once, blocking the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to unleash the killer move Humble Reciprocation. Relying on this terrifying move, she was able to suppress the forces of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves were all recorded in Book Mountain. There were a variety of them. This was a human path killer move in essence, but the released attacks had the power of their original paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju faced offense with offense. After destroying the current wave of attacks, he sighed and retreated. After he was saved by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan. He moved on his own and quickly learned about the current situation. Demon Immortal Chi Ju also did not want to see Heavenly Court obtain Primordial Domain. He wanted to enter Primordial Domain. In fact, to raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grand Master. How could he allow others to snatch it first? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was alone and could not take down Heavenly Court. But with Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven working against the colossal force, he would not be Demon Immortal Chi Ju if he did not make use of this opportunity. To think that attacking Book Mountain is so dangerous, I can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned. When he was suppressed by Divine Emperor City, he lost many of his Chi Path Dao marks. Furthermore, the secluded domain of heaven and earth that he relied on, Shi Land, had only about 30% left after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. As if a tsunami had struck, another wave of attacks swept down from the top of the mountain like a waterfall. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had no choice but to retreat again. Charge up. A rank 8 Immortal GU house went past him, completely ignoring Demon Immortal Chi Ju. That was the rank 8 Immortal GU house that Fang Yuan created, Unbreakable Golden Fortress. The GU Immortals in the Unbreakable Golden Fortress saw Demon Immortal Chi Ju but did not pay any attention to him. When Demon Immortal Chi Ju first appeared, he was quite the hot topic, but seeing that he had attacked Book Mountain too, Fang Yuan's subordinates also learned of Demon Immortal Chi Ju's stance. Seeing Unbreakable Golden Fortress charge up and resisting the endless wave of killer moves, Demon Immortal Chi Ju could not help but show some envy in his eyes. In this battle, Immortal GU houses were simply too important. They provided the GU Immortals strong defense, Otherwise, as just a single person, how could he advance while resisting endless tribulations and killer moves? Unbreakable Golden Fortress reached the middle of the mountain. In the fireworks of killer moves around it, there was a bloody shadow that flashed by. At the next moment, the huge bloody shadow arrived, showing itself. This was a huge red tombstone with text characters moving around it. It had a dense aura of blood path. This was Demon Judgment Board. Don't think of moving further. Within Demon Judgment Board, Gu Fang Zheng spoke. With a loud sound, the two immortal Gu houses crashed into each other. Unbreakable Golden Fortress advancement was forcefully halted. Demon Judgment Board shot out blood-red light that resembled a beam. It hit Unbreakable Golden Fortress. Unbreakable Golden Fortress raised its defense and blocked the blood-red light, but it was still forced down from the middle of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though Unbreakable Golden Fortress was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was still far from Demon Judgment Board, which was a peak creation. Gu Fang Zheng breathed roughly. Heavenly Court had few immortal Gu houses. Even including Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City, they only had 6. Right now, these 6 immortal Gu houses were used to defend themselves, dealing with the immortal Gu houses that attacked them. Over on Longevity Heaven's end, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move out, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 Harem Palaces totaled to 6, they were equally numbered with Heavenly Court's immortal Gu houses. While Fang Yuan suddenly brought out 7 immortal Gu houses. This was out of their expectations. They had originally thought that Fang Yuan would reconstruct Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship, but to think that he would start over and bring out 7 immortal Gu houses like Unbreakable Golden Fortress. So be it if he made new ones, but these immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses gave Heavenly Court an immense pressure in guarding themselves. Heavenly Court only had around half the immortal Gu houses of their enemies, while Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had yet to join the battle. This made the hearts of Heavenly Court Gu immortals sink. Under Fang Zheng's control, Demon Judgment Board went around to force back the invading immortal Gu houses, attempting to maintain their defensive circle. The enemies are very strong. We can maintain the situation now with Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and myself as support. But if this goes on, we will not last long. Gu Fang Zheng's expression was pale. He understood this internally. He felt like he was reaching his limit already. The intensity of the battle was too high. Demon Judgment Board not only had to go around to fight against the many immortal Gu houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and tribulations. The expenditure of immortal essence was shocking even for Fang Zheng. Demon Judgment Board's damage level was also increasingly severe. Back then in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board had already been heavily hit by Fang Yuan. It had already been repaired earlier. Now, its current damage was newly created. If Fang Zheng was alone, he might have already lost control of the situation. Thankfully, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills were helping him to rapidly repair the immortal Gu house. Since when did our Heavenly Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move Humble Reciprocation while sighing to herself. In Heavenly Court's case, the situation was quite bad. Even though Heavenly Court's Gu immortals fought desperately to defend themselves, the defensive line was already wavering. The immortal Gu houses might break through at any moment and arrive at the peak. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya was still using her full strength to use the killer move and try to obtain primordial domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Shu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go. A tiger roar and crane cry resounded in the battlefield. 2 legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan, charged down the mountain. Even though Heavenly Court did not have any more immortal Gu houses, they had 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had tough bodies. Legendary immemorial desolate beasts were even tougher. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan charged towards Rising Cloud City from the left and right, ignoring all the killer moves and tribulations above them. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to charge into the battlefield when 2 legendary immemorial beasts pincer attacked her. Fairy Miao Yin quickly used her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out endless cloud chi to push the immortal Gu house upwards rapidly. But Ruan Dan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating a killer move and slashing with the crane leg. shattering the roof of Rising Cloud City and destroying countless mortal GU. At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely and knocked Rising Cloud City over, causing it to roll down the mountain. Fairy Miao Yin's figure staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to ascend again, but it did not respond to her. Her immortal essence was instilled without getting any response. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was to the left. Upon seeing this, he immediately flew over. He gave a cry. Shi Lan's silhouette appeared above his head. Shi Lan erupted with immense attraction force, absorbing the chi ring around the surface of Rising Cloud City into Shi Lan. After getting released, Rising Cloud City immediately regained freedom. Thanks. Fairy Miao Yin thanked and was about to move the immortal GU house back into the battlefield when she suddenly heard Fang Yuan's orders. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. But she reacted quickly and brought the other GU immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Chi Ju, my master ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miao Yin said. What? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was stunned before laughing heartily. Fang Yuan is truly generous, I will receive it with thanks. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City. It flew up and attacked the mountain again. At the middle of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan worked together and pushed down Dragon Soul Dark Castle. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. She did not charge anymore, instead, returning to the base of the mountain to join up with Fairy Miao Yin. Demon Immortal Chi Ju finally reached the middle of the mountain. He saw Shabi 95 and his eyes lit up. Good beast, I lack a steed myself. Demon Immortal Chi Ju kept Rising Cloud City and only attacked Shabi 95. The two fought for a few rounds. Shabi 95 soon fell into a disadvantage. It started requesting for help. This legendary immemorial beast cultivated Chi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Don't fear, I am here. Ruan Dan came over to help. It spat out a bright red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Chi Ju sensed the mysterious aura of the pill. He did not dare to be careless. He brought out Rising Cloud City and went inside. The pill landed on Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. The intense shock wave spread out everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was destroyed in the process. Even though Pill Path was not specialized in offense, it was still a new path that Rising Cloud City could not guard against. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Ruan Dan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 pouted and was about to answer when its expression suddenly changed. Be careful. Ruan Dan's heart shook as it quickly jumped. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? Hearing the voice, Ruan Dan felt like its long neck was grabbed by a tiny hand. Compared to its mountain-like body, the normal human-sized hand was definitely tiny. But Ruan Dan felt a shudder when this hand touched its neck. It screamed in a shrill voice. Because it twisted its neck and saw a young man wearing a red cape, standing on its back. It was none other than Fang Yuan's transformation path clone, Zan Bi Yudu. At this moment, he had already used incomplete freedom transformation killer move. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait, Ruan Dan screamed, but Zan Bi Yudu snickered and exerted strength. An intense explosion resounded like thunder. Book Mountain shook, black and white rocks were sent flying. At the next moment, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Ruan Dan was beaten unconscious by Zan Bi Yudu. Its body was motionlessly embedded into Book Mountain. Its mouth opened as blood flowed out. But soon, a bright light flashed on Ruan Dan's body. Its injuries healed quickly. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have my killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Ruan Dan woke up and wanted to struggle. But Zan Bi Yudu's fist was already raised. With a series of punches, Zan Bi Yudu slammed down on Ruan Dan's head each time, causing the whole of Book Mountain to shake. Only until he smashed Ruan Dan's skull completely and brain matter flowed out did he stop attacking. Chapter 2180, Chi Si vs. Yushu. Against Zan Bi Yudu, the great legendary immemorial beast Ruan Dan was completely unable to put up a fight. But at the next moment, a bright light flashed on Ruan Dan's corpse again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. With the effect of the killer move, Ruan Dan's smashed skull started to heal. It was soon revived. Pill Path, Zan Bi Yudu also showed a look of surprise. Ruan Dan's healing killer move was formidable. It could actually revive it from that state. Even with Zan Bi Yudu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not easily get around it. After all, even the main body did not understand Pill Path. Since I cannot unravel it, so be it, I want to see how many times you can revive. Zan Bi Du showed a ruthless expression. He punched time and again, each punch landed heavily on Ruan Dan, killing it on the spot. The poor Ruan Dan had just revived and did not react in time before its skull was smashed again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the recovery method activated again. But this time, the killer move's shining light became much dimmer. Persevere, Ruan Dan, I will save you. Shabi 95 shouted, rushing from another area to help out. Even though it constantly argued with Ruan Dan normally, the two of them had a close friendship. Especially after major battles like the Fate War, their camaraderie had already improved greatly. Even if this was Zan Bi Du, Shabi 95 did not care about anything else, it wanted to save its friend. HMPH, trying to leave. Do you think I am not here? Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted in anger as he used a killer move that landed on Shabi 95's back. Shabi 95 suffered a heavy blow, it growled in pain and fell from the sky. Seeing that Ruan Dan died at Zan Bi Du's hands again, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao's frown became deeper. Zan Bi Du was an opponent that gave the three fairies, Feng Ya, Ming Hao, and Yu Shu a huge headache. He had terrifying strength and overwhelming defense, together with the abilities of internal breathing green fish transformation, devouring blue leopard transformation, and thunder rush yellow bird transformation. Zan Bi Du had no weaknesses at all. The three immortals did not know how to deal with him. If this were a normal battle, the three immortals could rapidly move and attack him from a distance, restraining and weakening him. But now, Heavenly Court had to defend Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And the worst nightmare for a defensive battle was someone like Zan Bi Du. If he managed to charge unhindered and went beyond the defensive line, it would be trouble. But the three immortals had discussed it already. They had a plan against Zan Bi Du. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao willed and transmitted some words to Genesis Lotus, while inside Divine Emperor City. At the next moment, a jade light spiral appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. From within the spiral, a giant flew out from the center. The giant wore golden green armor, its left hand held a shield, its right hand held a spear, it was bursting with vitality and life force, its aura was immense. The giant recited, 100,000 years of unending hatred, killing the enemy with a shattered body, awakening once more in Divine Emperor City. Qing Chou exists under the Karma Divine Tree. It was the legendary, immemorial desolate beast, Qing Chou. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Qing Chou killed Spectral Soul, but it was also completely blown to bits by Spectral Soul's self-detonation, reduced to countless pieces of flesh. Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh and revived Qing Chou again. The current Qing Chou was no longer in its initial form of turtle shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It was now a completely armored and equipped warrior. Qing Chou arrived before Zan Bi Du and its towering body slammed down like a mountain. Its spear pierced the air as winds blew intensely, as if a giant dragon had struck. Come! Zan Bi Du did not retreat but moved ahead, his figure flashed and appeared at Qing Chou's forehead immediately. Zan Bi Du punched fiercely, hitting Qing Chou's helmet. With an intense sound, a huge force caused Qing Chou to move backwards, its colossal body landed on the middle section of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and its surroundings to tremor. Zan Bi Du flew down and rained a flurry of fists. The attacks were intense and unceasing. If Qing Chou let the punches land without obstruction, it would end up like Ruan Dan. At the crucial moment, a giant tree formed above Qing Chou's head, absorbing the force of Zan Bi Du's punches. At the next moment, the divine tree shook as countless fists shot out from between the leaves. It was Zan Bi Du's earlier wave of attacks. This move had once caused trouble to Spectral Soul. Zan Bi Du also felt troubled, he was forced back by the fists. Qing Chou took the chance to stand up as Zan Bi Du floated in the air, resisting Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qing Chou roared and took large strides forward. It arrived before Zan Bi Du with 2 steps, waving its long spear to attack him. Two figures continued to fight intensely. They exchanged blows and caused the entire place to tremor. Their offenses caused a huge commotion. I get it now, so this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's objective. Qing Chou has been completely subdued by Divine Emperor City. It is now the general of the Divine Bean Soldiers. This is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Zan Bi Du had a realization. A few rounds later, he gained the upper hand again. Ching Chou was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Zan Bu Du was currently using incomplete freedom transformation. He had genuine pseudo-venerable battle strength. Ching Chou could not win. Heavenly Court also did not expect a win, they only wanted to stall for time. It was like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan in order to stall for time as well. As long as time passed and Heavenly Court obtained primordial domain, their advantage would be expanded, they would be able to claim victory. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared, carrying with him an endless sea of qi that surged together, shrouding the rays of the sun. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Zan Bu Du was obstructed, Qi Si Ancestor immediately chose another direction to attack the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yu Shu sighed as she was forced to take action. She left the mountain and fought against Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si vs Yu Shu. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to devastate Heavenly Court, but the latter was resolved to defend this base even at the cost of her life. Qi Si Ancestor attacked grandly with incredible attacks. Qi Tide swept the area, accompanied by pillars of white qi that shot out at times. Fairy Yu Shu, however, was graceful and elegant. She moved agilely and dodged the endless wave of attacks while activating all sorts of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an exceptional combat system which used her attainment level to suppress others. It was extraordinary, and even immortal zombie giant Sun would be affected by this move. But her enemy was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was the clone of Fang Yuan. He shared attainment levels with the main body. Fairy Yu Shu tried many times with no success. For Fang Yuan, it was not hard to resist her attacks. Fang Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. He was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. He was even a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. With such attainment levels, how could Fairy Yu Shu suppress him? Fairy Yu Shu had no choice. She had to use other methods against Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Shu was unable to display the power of her combat system, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi Si Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Si Ancestor had primordial origins true inheritance, he obviously could not use those killer moves against Heavenly Court. As for other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands, Unlimited Qi Si, and others, they were all used many times and were known to everyone. Let me help you. Lu Wei Yin flew over, assisting Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Shu used her strongest killer move to suppress Lu Wei Yin through attainment levels, effectively weakening him. But Qi Si Ancestor gained a greater advantage with his help, managing to approach Book Mountain. At this time, Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain and spread around the battlefield like vines. Wherever the golden light went, tribulations would transform and target the peak of Book Mountain instead. And Book Mountain was also shaking intensely from the infiltration of the golden light. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook unsteadily, her face turned pale as her pupils shrank. This must be Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's doing. To think that he managed to counter humble reciprocation after it was only used for a second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to withdraw humble reciprocation killer move. If it continued, she would lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin first entered Yellow Earth Great World and led their army to attack Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao had stopped them using humble reciprocation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exceptionally talented. He thought of a way to counter this move in such a short time and successfully dealt with it now. Without the endless tribulations obstructing them, Longevity Heaven's immortals had a clear path now. Many of them cheered loudly in the immortal GU houses as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. Fairy Fengya could not take action against them now, while Fairy Yu Shu was fighting outside. In this situation, they had to rely on her. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Hope of the People. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene during the Fate War was displayed again. Light spread out towards the Heavenly Court immortals, causing their strength to rise sharply. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals and Immortal GU houses were just too few in quantity. Then awaken. Friends from Heavenly Court, our comrades. The people of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you, Heavenly Court needs you now. Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. From the northwest direction of Book Mountain, an immortal graveyard radiated with countless rays of bright light. From the light, 2 figures walked out. One was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like 2 exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic luster. I heard the call. The old GU Immortal, Duke Mei, squinted and said, "Where are the enemies?" The middle-aged GU Immortal Duke Tong looked beyond a vast distance, locking his eyes on Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2181, Duke Mei, Duke Tong. Crucial information regarding the battle entered the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. At the moment when they saw the battlefield themselves, they also learned of the current situation. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long. Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the latter still had black hair and was a youngster. The moment Duke Long joined Heavenly Court, he met with Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was a senior, he quickly greeted in return, "Friend, you are a Tao Guardian, the happiness of all living beings is resting on your shoulders." Duke Long replied solemnly, "I will do my best for the world, even if I have to sacrifice my life, there is no regret." Time passed. When Duke Mei reawakened in the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died ahead of him. Duke Long, you died a good death. Throughout your life, you did not turn on the promise you made from the start. Duke Mei said with deep emotions, before flying forward, "And now, it is our turn." Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. The immortal graveyard, so it was nearby all along. Heavenly Court has brilliant methods after all, we could not find it even with repeated investigations. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they had already confirmed the information of the immortal graveyard. They had expected GU Immortals to awaken during this battle. Quickly look, Fang Yuan's side is making a new action. One of the 8 extremities shouted. Bing Sai Chuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that 4 immortal GU houses, Profound Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar, had changed locations, flying down the mountain. Bing Sai Chuan could not help but feel shocked. It seems that Fang Yuan has a plan already, but mobilizing 4 immortal GU houses at once, isn't that too much? Fang Yuan had a total of 7 immortal GU houses, now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Qiju, and after moving 4 immortal GU houses away, there was only Unbreakable Golden Fortress and Scarlet Palace left on the mountain. Currently, the most important thing was to reach the peak of Book Mountain and ruin Heavenly Court's killer moves so that they could not obtain Primordial Domain. Right now, Fang Yuan diverted his forces to attack the GU Immortals of the Immortal Graveyard. He was putting his emphasis on the wrong target. But at the next moment, the 4 diverted Immortal GU houses split up. Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion went to help Zan Bu Du in fighting Qing Chou. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. He yelled in his mind, "So Fang Yuan is trying to free up Zan Bu Du." Zan Bu Du had incomplete freedom transformation. He was powerful and unstoppable. He was the crucial battle strength for Fang Yuan's side to ascend the mountain. Even though Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move was broken now, there were 3 pseudo-venerables at the top of the mountain. If ordinary rank 8 immortal GU houses charged to the top, they would be suppressed by the 3. Divine Emperor City was at the middle section of the mountain. It was a tough hurdle too. It had the killer move, Broken Homes and Dead Family, that was the biggest counter to immortal GU houses. Thus, letting Zan Bu Du take the lead was the wisest decision. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar flew rapidly, soon arriving before Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei took in a deep breath. He straightened both arms and aimed at the 2 immortal GU houses. Vines suddenly appeared around Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They bound the 2 immortal GU houses tightly. Oh no, the immortal essence storages in the immortal GU houses are being absorbed by the vines. Fang Yuan's subordinate GU immortals realized this and shouted in anger. The 2 immortal GU houses started to counterattack. The surface of Red Heavenly Altar radiated bright red light, melting all of the dried vines around it. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle, the vines around it were snapped and sent flying. But with this amount of time, Duke Tong's killer move was already prepared. Two different-sized bronze rings formed instantly and attached themselves to the two immortal GU houses and spinning rapidly, buzzing loudly. The bronze rings were flying too quickly, they seemed like vague shadows that immobilized the immortal GU houses that they were surrounding. Heavenly Court had learned from their lesson. During the Fate War, because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Longevity Heaven managed to directly enter Heavenly Court, catching them off guard. In that battle, even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals awakened, because they lacked immortal GU, they did not display their true battle strength. But now, Heavenly Court prepared the immortal GU of their hibernating GU Immortals in advance. Thus, Duke Mei and Duke Tong were able to immediately act and restrain the two immortal GU houses. But good times did not last. Suddenly, a dragon soul appeared from within Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon soul made several attempts before managing to destroy the bronze ring. Next, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of their immortal GU house, attacking Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Miao Yin activated Wondrous Hand Profound Sound, her 8 arms stretched out elegantly. Lady White Rabbit had lumps of light surrounding her, her aura surged intensely. The two immortals charged forward. Duke Mei was the first to block them. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit noticed a weakness and got around Duke Mei to attack Duke Tong. Duke Tong was interrupted. He had to cancel his bronze ring killer move and fight White Rabbit instead. The four immortals clashed and parted continuously. Nobody could interrupt their battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level and their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling, but they did not have pseudo-venerable battle strength like Duke Long. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained freedom. They charged at the immortal graveyard, trying to destroy it. These two immortal GU houses had just charged forward when a GU immortal repelled them. This GU immortal had a calm expression, his nose was tall and his eyes were deep, his shoulders were lifted up as they held up one mini mountain each. With me, Uncle Feng, here, don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the two immortal GU houses. He had the demeanor of a person trying to stop an army. Fang Yuan's subordinates were not ready to give up, they controlled the immortal GU houses to attack. But Uncle Feng fought similarly to Lu Wei Yin, they were specialized in defense. Even with the attack of the two immortal GU houses, he still held them off. What do we do now? A GU immortal in Red Heavenly Altar asked. Currently, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The mission of destroying the immortal graveyard was in the hands of these two immortal GU houses. No worries, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. As he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen, he spat out pieces of soul fragments. A soul path method, Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no soul path. Right at this moment, a newly awakened GU immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems like my awakening was timely. This female immortal was just a soul, she had no body. She blew at Uncle Feng lightly. This blue-gray breath reached Uncle Feng's body and quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief, his soul injury was rapidly healing. Oh no, this is Heavenly Court's soul path great expert from Spectral Soul's era, Fairy Maiden Soul who is on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. She is most skilled at healing methods. The GU immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle had a change of expression. The ones in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing GU immortal first, otherwise, all our efforts will be nullified by her. The battle erupted again. The two immortal GU houses focused their target on Fairy Maiden Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed. Uncle Feng defended desperately. Both sides gave it their all as the sky turned dark from their clash, winds and waves were rising. While they were in a deadlock, another immortal awakened and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe and Chi Path aura surged around him. As the air exploded, the Chi Path immortal charged in between the two immortal GU houses. Take this move, rugged fiendish Chi. The Chi Path immortal shouted as he waved his sleeves, blowing out countless traces of fiendish Chi. The fiendish Chi gathered and took form, becoming huge rocks that turned into mountains and valleys, enveloping the two immortal GU houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle tried to charge out at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish Chi mountains. But after these mountains shattered, they quickly formed again to obstruct the immortal GU houses. This is, Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Maiden Soul were surprised. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert renowned in history. After he became rank 8 and traveled the world, he purposely looked for the fiendish chi sea springs and created the shabi from them. He refined a total of 99 shabi. He formed a grand army with them. These shabi were compatible with his immortal killer moves. He could use them extremely well. During that era, almost nobody could rival him. The current shabi 95 was one of them. After a long period of time, its strength had risen to legendary immemorial beast level. With the help of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Heavenly Court managed to defend the immortal graveyard. Thereafter, more and more GU immortals awakened. Heavenly Court survived the initial stage, which was the most dangerous. They started counterattacking. Many GU immortals directly got around the small battlefield and tried to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, are you there? Come out and meet me. Golden Hooped Great Immortal shouted in deep anger. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court. During that time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planted a seed that erupted during the Fate War, causing Longevity Heaven to arrive in Heavenly Court and cause huge losses to them. 95, come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju and beckoned Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with admiration and fear. It went to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over the body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch petted it lightly. Shabi 95 instantly became revitalized, its injuries mostly healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a dark expression. With the appearance of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, his plan of capturing Shabi 95 became hopeless. Stop him. Right at this moment, Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Zan Bi Yu Du moved like a raging dragon. He arrived at the middle of the mountain from the southeast direction. Behind him, Ching Cho was chasing relentlessly, but it was obstructed by Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not move quickly enough to stop Zan Bi Yu Du. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch took in a deep breath. You are one of the clones of the current generation demon, Fang Yuan. Let me have a taste of your power. Right when he was about to go, Demon Immortal Chi Ju blocked him. The latter chuckled. You think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, then I, the Junior, will have to risk my life to face you in battle. Where are you going? Gu Fang Zheng shouted loudly. Demon Judgment Board, which was flying around the place, quickly arrived, but with a loud sound, it was sent flying by the unbreakable Golden Fortress that had just arrived as well. Help Zan Bi Yu Du to fight his way to the peak of the mountain. The other immortals saw a chance. They took action and blocked the Heavenly Court GU immortals for Zan Bi Yu Du. Fairy Ming Hao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to fly out and stand in front of Zan Bi Yu Du. Wait. Zan Bi Yu Du shouted, sweeping his arm fiercely. Fairy Ming Hao's body was covered in dazzling starlight. Even though she blocked this move, her entire person was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through many rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2182, Hu Elevation. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook as she quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the issue here was that she could not block Zan Bi Yu Du. In this current situation, Zan Bi Yu Du's threat level was far greater than the immortal GU houses. Fairy Ming Hao stomped lightly as she quickly flew out. Her palms stretched out as tens of stardust specks flew around. Zan Bi Yu Du did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to land on him. He was as fierce as a dragon or tiger, only aiming for the mountain peak. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. She could only fly forward and face Zan Bi Yu Du in close combat. Zan Bi Yu Du kicked and she was sent flying again. He completely ignored her. Charge. Some GU immortals saw Zan Bi Yu Du ascending to the top of Book Mountain. They were about to cheer when suddenly, starlight flashed before them. Zan Bi Yu Du was enveloped by starlight and quickly vanished. When he reappeared, he was at the base of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding why. This killer move was not new, it had been used during the Fate War. As expected, when Zan Bi Yu Du raised his head to look above Book Mountain, he saw a tiny and delicate immortal GU house. Which other chessboard-looking immortal GU house could it be but Star Constellation Chessboard? Star Constellation Chessboard, radiated with starlight. Any enemy that approached the peak of the mountain would get enveloped by starlight and forcefully teleported elsewhere. It was an impossible position. Fairy Ming Hao charged at Zan Bi Yu Du again, trying to stall him while feeling nervous internally. Hopefully, no one can break this killer move. This move had been used before. The more a GU Immortal uses their method, the greater the risk of it getting seen through. Zan Bu Du's gaze turned slightly dim. He soon made a decision. He endured Fairy Ming Hao's furious attacks as he charged to the top again at full speed. He seemed to have made no advancement, but he had succeeded in his goal. Fairy Fengyue was originally fully invested in retrieving the primordial domain. Now, she had to multitask and control star constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan's side had to continue exerting pressure to distract her. Fairy Ming Hao had an outstanding combat system. The more stars that hit the target, the greater the damage they would progressively take. Zan Bu Du initially resisted the stars which could not even pierce his skin. But after hundreds of stardust strikes, he was bathed in blood. When the attacks reached over 1,000, his wounds were deep until bones could be seen. During this period, he had already failed in 3 attempts to charge up. He was transported by star constellation chessboard each time. It seems that at this moment, nobody can break this method. Fairy Ming Hao relaxed at long last. During this period, GU Immortals had taken action, but star constellation chessboard's killer move was constantly modified by Heavenly Court to a mild extent, allowing it to display effectiveness even now. This cannot drag on. Qixi Ancestor had been fighting against Fairy Yu Shu all along. Seeing Zan Bu Du's state, he made a decision. He waved his sleeves, a silhouette flew out, taking the place of the main body to deceive Fairy Yu Shu. Fairy Yu Shu quickly exposed this fake body, but Lu Weiyin flew in front of her, desperately blocking her. Because Fairy Yu Shu was stalled for a moment, Qixi Ancestor, who was far away, summoned a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. Huland, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was fighting against 7 fiendish primeval monarch. At this moment, both of them turned around together and shouted in unison. Move aside. Qixi Ancestor's sleeves fluttered intensely along with his beard, his face was flushing red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged to the side. But Qixi Ancestor suddenly changed directions, aiming towards Book Mountain instead. Oh no! Fairy Yu Shu saw this and her heart jumped. She quickly used a killer move, disregarding the danger as she stood between Qixi Ancestor and Book Mountain. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Huland suddenly shook intensely as countless Qi currents shot out of it fiercely. Qi currents surged intensely and grandly. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi, and others. They had gathered into a single force under the effect of Huland. They were tightly connected and inseparable. Heaven and earth shook. It could astound demons and gods. An immensely thick Qi beam shot out abruptly. It flew towards Book Mountain with terrifying force that could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yu Shu gritted her teeth. She used the strongest defensive method that she possessed. Traces of fresh wisdom path insignias surrounded her body, radiating over the world. As the Qi beam approached, the wisdom path insignias were quickly melted, and Fairy Yu Shu's tiny body was quickly submerged in the vast force. The Qi beam was obstructed by this and lost 30% of its power, but it still moved towards Book Mountain within. Unstoppable momentum. Don't even think of it. At the crucial moment, Bai Kang Shui controlled a rank 8 Immortal GU house and charged forward. With a heaven-shaking sound, Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal GU house only lasted for a few breaths of time before disintegrating. On Book Mountain, star constellation chessboard shot out a beam of light that landed on Bai Kang Shui through the gaps of the Immortal GU house, bringing her away. Without Bai Kang Shui controlling it, the Immortal GU house quickly got destroyed by the Qi beam, turning into scraps. Next, even the scraps were blown to oblivion by the Qi beam. The Qi beam's power weakened by another 20%, but it was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a golden-green giant appeared. It was Qing Chou. Qing Chou raised its shield and blocked the Qi beam. The Qi pillar sent Qing Chou crashing into Book Mountain as well, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. Even as the Qi beam dissipated, the lingering aura permeated the battlefield. Qing Chou did not move at all. Its shield was destroyed and a huge hole that was completely see-through appeared on its chest. Divine Emperor City quickly came over with flickering green light. A spiral appeared and sucked Qing Chou's dead body back into it. Elsewhere, starlight specks started to shine beside Fairy Ming Hao as Fairy Yu Shu appeared. Her hair was disheveled. She was in a pitiful state. Her expression was pale. Her body was unstable. She fell to a half-kneeling position on the ground immediately after. Qixi Ancestor's Hu Elevation killer move was terrifyingly powerful. He defeated Yu Shu, destroyed the Immortal GU house, and killed Qing Chou in just one move. But Qi ancestor was in poor condition as well. After using this move, he lost 30% of his immortal essence storage. He even expended 10,000 Qi path Dao marks. Chains started to appear from the space around him, binding Qi ancestor in a fixed position. Qi ancestor's killer move was too powerful. It caused limitless retaliation method to trigger. Lu Weiyin saw this and his expression changed slightly. If this Hu elevation was not used on Book Mountain, which was guarded by Heavenly Court desperately, it would have caused immense destruction to the great worlds. That would severely affect Limitless Demon Venerable's final derivation. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable's method activated, restraining Qi ancestor immediately. Qi ancestor wanted to struggle but was helpless to find that he could not move. The chains even moved into his mind, stopping the collision of his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed all his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to him and guarded his body. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down. The primordial domain silhouette in the sky was becoming more vivid, but Bing Sai Chuan smiled from within Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Court is at their wits' end too. Earlier, even though Heavenly Court blocked Hu elevation at the critical moment, they had expended their trump cards. They were exhausted now. Bing Sai Chuan could tell that they were weakened. He immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The time is now, go and attack Book Mountain." Heaven extremity Gai Mei, Earth extremity Gan Ni, Black extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow extremity Zhao Huo, Space extremity Chong Bai, Time extremity Man Xin Yi, Flood extremity Yu Yi Yi, and Desolate extremity Lu Tong Lan. They were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Normally speaking, ancient battle formations gathered the strength of many GU immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation split the gathered power into 8 GU immortals, causing the 8 extremities battle strength to surge immensely, making them go from rank 7 to rank 8 elites. Once the 8 extremities moved out, from the direction of Yellow Earth Great World, a group of people came. They were led by Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai, and the giant formed from the 12 zodiac battle formation. Originally, Fang Yuan was waiting at the back while observing the situation. Once he saw a chance, he mobilized his people to attack. Heavenly Court's pressure intensified at once. In order to prevent the GU immortals from breaking through, Heavenly Court's GU immortals flew out of their immortal GU houses. Instantly, the battle surrounding Book Mountain reached the most intense climax. Almost each breath, there would be a killer move unleashed. Countless killer moves weaved together and created a beautiful fireworks of varying colors. From within the dazzling display, there was deep killing intent. Red Heart Traveler suddenly held up a sun of blood that shone brightly, shielding 9 spiritual fairy. Next, the mixed light sphere flashed as 9 spiritual fairy transformed into a colorful rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and small body. It was shining with various colors. It spoke human language. "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 zodiac giant. The 2 huge existences clashed, dust clouds rose and rocks were sent flying. The moment 9 spiritual fairy left, Yellow extremity Zhao Huo appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. As flames surged, Red Heart Traveler was caught unguarded and got hit by Yellow extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced and he got substantially injured. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked but quickly retaliated. But at the next moment, Yellow extremity pierced through space, escaping far away. Red Heart Traveler saw this. His heart sank. He could tell that Yellow extremity was a fire path cultivator, but he managed to unleash a space path method. So Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities together and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the effect of the killer move 8 extremities, the 8 extremities cooperated smoothly. The battle strength they displayed was beyond imagination. Red Heart Traveler became incredibly alert. He swiftly dodged attacks. At the next moment, countless army ants swept the base of the mountain like a tsunami, quickly rising to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not step onto the mountain. He was outside manipulating his army. Divine Emperor City sent out countless Divine Beam soldiers to fight against the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure flew out like a rampaging dragon. There were huge waves wherever he went. There was a cape behind him that was blood red in color. He was Zanbi Yudu. Fairy Yushu had already gone to obstruct the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming Hao was sent flying by Zanbi Yudu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. Ruan Dan was nearby. It hesitated upon hearing this, not daring to move forward. Zhou Shangxin gritted his teeth. He stood before Zanbi Yudu. Fierce tigers roared, charging towards Zanbi Yudu with imposing might. Zanbi Yudu sucked in with his mouth as the tigers were absorbed into his stomach. He easily arrived in front of Zhou Shangxin. Zanbi Yudu punched directly, piercing Zhou Shangxin's chest as his hand appeared behind the victim. Zhou Shangxin's eyes were wide open. He died on the spot. Zanbi Yudu waved his arm. This corpse was sent flying. He met with the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Maiden soul next. Zanbi Yudu shouted loudly. His monstrous strength obliterated Fairy Maiden soul. Her soul was completely destroyed. Zanbi Yudu stomped as he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. This time, Star Constellation chessboard had ceased attacking as well. It did not shoot out any more star pillars. Chapter 2183, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, as a child, was laughing happily. She wandered around the back mountain, roamed the multicolored flower fields, and played with the sweet mountain springs. She teased a young, intelligent leopard cat which she had saved coincidentally. These last days, she would often come to the cave to see it, feed it, and play with it. "You are playing around again." A voice suddenly came from behind. The child Star Constellation's body shook. She felt her skull turning numb as she slowly turned around and saw the white-robed, solemn-looking Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. "Master." Star Constellation lowered her head, saying softly, "Give your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable brought out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth as she stretched out her small white hand. The ruler struck her palm and left a red mark. The intense pain struck her, but Star Constellation fought back the tears. "The homework that you did recently is a total mess. Instead of training killer moves, you are playing with a cat here." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation immediately brimmed with tears. "Master, don't be angry, don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will definitely practice my killer moves." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable fixed his gaze at Star Constellation, but Star Constellation drummed up her courage and held her gaze, like she would protect the leopard cat no matter what. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression was stiff. He picked up the child Star Constellation. "Come with me." Star Constellation felt a strong wind brushing past her face and could not open her eyes. After some time, the roar of the wind suddenly stopped and she felt her feet touching the ground. "Take a look." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's voice reached her. Star Constellation opened her eyes and saw that she was in a ruin. Her pupils shrunk. Her sight was filled with burning houses and corpses of man, woman, old, and young. This village was peaceful and quiet, but because it is near the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits invaded and massacred everyone. "Do you know how often this situation occurs?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The child Star Constellation was deeply shocked, shaking her head subconsciously. "This kind of situation is happening almost every day." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. "Not only at the periphery of Central Continent, there are remnant variant humans even deep within Central Continent itself. They come out occasionally and kill us humans. Heavenly Court is already established in Central Continent. Humanity has firm dominance, while the variant human super forces have gone into hiding or have left Central Continent. As for the other 4 regions, variant humans still hold power. Do you know why that is the case?" The child Star Constellation answered quickly. "I know. I heard from the senior brothers and sisters that Master roamed the 5 regions and attacked all the variant human super forces. No matter how many variant human GU immortals there are, they cannot beat you. But they all hid away, so we cannot find them." "Right." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. His head, when immortal apertures are placed in the world, they shrink down to the size of a speck. Searching them is extremely difficult, like searching for a needle in the ocean. Because of this, even though humanity has me, an immortal venerable invincible in the world, we are still unable to get rid of those variant humans. Although we have taken control of Central Continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our human population is too small, we cannot compare to variant humans. Even if we target the 4 regions' variant human GU masters and mortals, even if we kill them all, as long as those variant human blessed lands and grotto heavens exist, they can easily nurture countless variant humans. Once blessed lands and grotto heavens hid, they were difficult to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. The population inside could increase much more rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens could open their entrance and release the extra population in the 4 regions. These GU Immortals' immortal apertures are the foundations of the variant humans. If we cannot find their specific locations, when I die, humanity will still be in a perilous situation, the past tragedy will repeat once more. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh and stroked the child star constellation's hair. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has decreed that you will become the future Immortal Venerable and create Wisdom Path. With Wisdom Path, we can deduce the location of most of the blessed lands and grotto heavens, we can kill those variant human GU Immortals and ensure the prosperity of humanity for countless generations ahead. Xianxia 1. You need to understand that with every moment you spend playing around, more of our people will die under the blades of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and also many who are the same age as you. While you are playing, the children who are of your age lie in a pool of blood, unable to see the sun of tomorrow. The child star constellation was pale as paper as she pursed her lips in silence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used his killer move again, bringing her back to the back of the mountain. He did not instruct her anymore and left her by herself. The child star constellation parted with the leopard cat Little Yellow. Despite Little Yellow being very reluctant to leave, she still returned it to the forest. When she was alone, she squatted on the ground and held her knees, weeping softly to herself. Although Master is completely right, I am only just a child. The senior brothers and sisters can have fun, so why can't I? Is it simply because fate decreed me as the future Immortal Venerable? The child star constellation cried for a long time till nighttime. The sky was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, her small, round face still had tear stains. A lump of starlight gushed out of her heart. Star constellation held this starlight and threw it on the back of the mountain. This lump of starlight bore a vague resemblance to her shadow. The child star constellation said to this starlight shadow, "Actually, I don't want to become an Immortal Venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so kind to me, I need to think for them as well and bring happiness to the whole of humanity. If there is a second life, I want you to play all you want and make up for my regret in this life." The starlight shadow did not leave. The child star constellation looked at her and said, "Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises my wittiness, bright eyes and white teeth, let's call you Ming Hao." The starlight shadow seemed to be very happy after receiving the name. It left quickly. Teenage star constellation grew into a young lady, and she was now an immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation, she often traveled to different places to enrich her experience. There was no use in just cultivating behind closed doors, because what she needed to do was not to inherit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's legacy, but to create Wisdom Path. When she was traveling Eastern Sea with a disguised identity, she became acquainted with a GU Immortal. Under some coincidences, she and this GU Immortal ran into each other time and again. They joined hands to fight and got rid of variant human tribes, they explored sea trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened, which eventually turned into feelings of fondness. You are a variant human. When Star Constellation saw her beloved's true appearance, she stepped back in shock. "Xing, I did not hide it on purpose, please listen to my explanation." Her beloved one was anxious. Star Constellation, however, shook her head and flew up to the sky. The man gave chase without letting up, but because of his heavy injuries, he fell from the sky in the end. When he gained consciousness, he found that he was lying on a beach and Star Constellation was beside him. "You saved me, Xing. I know it is you, where are you? Come out and meet me." The man was both surprised and happy as he struggled to get up and shouted with all his strength, but he received no reply after all. In the end, he could only leave the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely receding figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed herself. Her eyes were brimming with tears along with reluctance to part with him. "Why do you have to be a variant human? How great would it be if you were human? Do you know that I already thought of marrying you? According to customs, Master had already prepared embroidered tower for me as dowry. But I cannot do it, because I am Star Constellation, the future Immortal Venerable of humanity. I need to get rid of the variant human GU Immortals for my people. If I become your wife, how can I attack them? Once the variant humans get comfortable, what will happen to the future of humanity?" Her master's anticipation, the hope of humanity, and the support of the people around her, All of these burdens were weighing on star constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of unfulfilled love almost tore her soul apart. Starlight started to gush out of star constellation's heart. She held this lump of starlight again. She mumbled to the starlight shadow, "Since he praised my beauty and talent, I will name you Yushu. If there is another life, please live well for me, don't care about the future of humanity, don't think about the safety of people, for just once, live for yourself and be selfish, go ahead and love, you can cry to your heart's content." The starlight shadow rippled as if replying to her. In her later years, star constellation had already become a venerable. Inside a hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always supported and taken care of her. She was like her own mother. "Let me do it," the senior sister shouted. "Ah Su, you are the great immortal venerable, you cannot sacrifice yourself to merge with heaven's will." "No," star constellation shook her head softly, "precisely because I am the immortal venerable, I need to do this." The senior sister's eyes were filled with tears. "Ah Su, you were only 3 years old when you became master's disciple. I have taken care of you this entire time, I looked at you grow bit by bit, mature step by step, and finally become the star constellation immortal venerable of humanity. No one knows better than me how much sadness and pain you have endured in this process. You have already sacrificed too much over these years. Now, you have already done a great job and fulfilled everyone's expectations. Don't make sacrifices anymore, you still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Didn't you often complain to me? Although your life seemed great and you have been praised by countless people, you still hold many regrets. Ah Su, you deserve a better life from now on. You have sacrificed too much for humanity, it is time for you to live for yourself. So this time, let me assimilate with heaven's will." Star constellation smiled, her figure flashed and appeared before her senior sister. She softly wiped her senior sister's tears and took out a lump of starlight from her heart. "Senior sister, you praised me for my great magnanimity. I shall name this starlight shadow Feng Ya, let her accompany you in my stead. I was an orphan from birth, you looked after me all my life, you are my sister and also like my mother. How can I let you do this? In any case, I have already sacrificed and given up so much, it is already like a habit for me. Ha ha, let Feng Ya stay and look after you, she will help me make up for the regrets in life. I have left behind 3 starlight shadows, they are also my arrangements for revival. I do not want to see the day where I can revive, but if the situation aggravates to that degree and I revive, I will listen to you, my senior sister. Forget about this world or the whole of humanity, I will live for myself and myself only. For once, I want to be selfish too." When Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya woke up, they received devastating news. Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court had fallen to an abysmal state, the great demon Fang Yuan had risen up, the righteous path was declining while demons surged, Central Continent was surrounded by danger on all fronts. I once vowed to myself, I want to live my own life. To live for my pleasure, to live for my love, and to live for my happiness. Was I wrong? I had already completed my mission, I created Wisdom Path, I already got rid of most of the variant human GU immortals, I even led humanity on the path of prosperity. It was time I took a rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously make plans and arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Fairy Ming Hao looked at the rising fire and smoke, she curled her lips. Fairy Yu Shu looked at demon immortal Qi Ju in the 8 extremities with a cold gaze. Fairy Feng Ya looked at the charging Zan Bi Yu Du and smiled plainly. At this moment, starlight flickered on the bodies of the 3 fairies, resonating with bright radiance. The 3 immortals recited together, "A life of selfless giving, worrying and helping the people, sacrificing my body and life, for starlight to radiate the world." Everything changed upon revival. The 5 regions became unrecognizable. Only my heart remained the same. The 3 avatars unite to save heaven. Starlight connected and fused into one, its radiance rising towards the sky. The light soon formed into an immortal with peerless beauty, her eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Star constellation, star constellation, star constellation, one star constellation's name which also became her title later, much like Paradise Earth. Chapter 2184, Immortal Venerables enter primordial domain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. On the peak of Book Mountain, the scene of 3 star avatars joining into one and turning into star constellation Immortal Venerable shocked the immortals, who were bathed in blood. Although the Immortals already expected the revival of Venerables with Fate GU being destroyed, when a Venerable really revived in front of them, they still could not help but feel intense shock. The only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path, inherited primordial origin Immortal Venerables will, developed Heavenly Court, assimilated with Heaven's will, and helped Heavenly Court resist 3 demon Venerables. Her name was always resplendent in the history of humanity, her glorious reputation had never dimmed. Now, she had revived. Star Constellation, take this punch. Zan Bu Du did not have any hesitation as he stepped on the mountain peak, and with a thunderous voice, he attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Fang Yuan. In fact, he already had some speculations regarding the identities of Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya. These 3 had extremely high strength, they were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. Heavenly Court was persistent in repairing Fate and had worked for it for over 1 million years. But in the crucial Fate War, there was only one pseudo-venerable battle strength, Duke Long, defending Heavenly Court. But right now in Crazed Demon Cave, Heavenly Court had suddenly brought out 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. This proved that these 3 female immortals had revived only after the destruction of Fate GU. If not for this, how could they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived pseudo-venerables, their names should have been renowned in history, but they were shrouded in mystery. More importantly, there was no trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable from the start. With these several clues in his strong wisdom path attainment, Fang Yuan deduced that the probability of these 3 immortals being Star Constellation was increasingly obvious. It was like how Fang Yuan could create clones like Qi Si Ancestor, Zan Bu Du, and Wu Shuai. Why could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not do the same? It was just that Star Constellation's 3 avatars were more profound and mysterious than Fang Yuan's clones. The 3 fairies could become Star Constellation by fusing together. Zan Bu Du showed no fear against the revived Star Constellation. Before his punch even landed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the intense wind from his punch blew Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, was smiling. At the next moment, Zan Bu Du struck Star Constellation, but he passed right through her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like an illusory bubble. This was fake, it was merely an illusion. Zan Bu Du realized this and quickly activated an investigative method, but could not detect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star Constellation, please hold on. Suddenly, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Golden light drifted in the air, revealing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside her immortal aperture, Fairy Feng Ya's Talent GU, and Fairy Yu Shu's Serious GU and Learning GU, which were temporarily taken out from Divine Emperor City, activated one after the other. Immortal essence was consumed intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gaze, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew to the sky grandly and entered primordial domain. Damn it, Zan Bu Du gritted his teeth as he gave chase. However, although he caught up to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she was like a silhouette that could not be disturbed by Zan Bu Du. She quickly entered the depths of primordial domain. But Zan Bu Du passed through primordial domain. Without special methods, there is no way to enter primordial domain. Zan Bu Du's eyes burned with anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was revived. But she did not fight Zan Bu Du, instead choosing to directly head to primordial domain. She was a venerable, she could not make a move casually, otherwise, she would be suppressed by limitless demon venerable's methods just like Qi Si Ancestor. She directly left without caring for Heavenly Court's immortals, Book Mountain, and the whole battlefield, but this became a fatal move. Lu Wei Yin's expression was ashen and extremely unsightly. Primordial domain was the crucial factor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they attacked Book Mountain furiously was to obstruct Heavenly Court from obtaining primordial domain. They never expected that even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to get primordial domain, she could directly fly into it. Zan Bu Du lacked suitable methods and could not block her. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made a move but was unable to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. What do we do? Lu Wei Yin was at a loss. Once star constellation Immortal Venerable entered primordial domain to replenish her lost attainment level, she would quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and regain her status of the Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is Heavenly Court going to continue controlling the future of this world? Bing Sai Chuan sighed dejectedly. Not necessarily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, let's go. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar shone with dazzling golden light. The golden light shot everywhere before joining together and making a path that stretched forward. It was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, luck-changing golden light path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace that was stationed in Savage Wilderness Great World also let out a majestic light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was brought into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions regarding the development of the worlds. It had gotten deeply involved. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, creating mysterious changes in the luck-changing golden light path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and followed the golden light path into primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was unable to stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, but he possessed the number 1 luck path attainment in the world. He made use of Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to enter primordial domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals cheered as they saw this. But Fang Yuan's subordinates were pale. Damn it, damn it. Lu Wei Yin's expression was extremely unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven cooperated with Fang Yuan, their main goal was to make use of him. Right now, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Fang Yuan and entered primordial domain himself. It was obvious that he was seeking to replenish his luck path attainment level in primordial domain and become a luck path Tao Lord once again. Both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven threw Fang Yuan aside. Is this a Venerable's foundation? Xiao Hejian heaved a sigh. Should we retreat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs will started to waver. Fang Yuan was the source of these variant human GU Immortals' confidence, but currently, it was obvious Fang Yuan could not compare to the two Venerables. This made the variant human GU Immortals' morale fall sharply. No need to worry. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body came over from Yellow Earth Great World. His expression was still calm. Lu Wei Yin's eyes shone with hope. Lord Fang Yuan, you have a way. Fang Yuan nodded, looking towards Rising Cloud City. Qi Ju, let's cooperate once again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew over from Rising Cloud City. Hey, I knew you had ulterior motives when you gave me the rank 8 Immortal GU house. But your killer move has no issue. Come, let's work together. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, taking out Hu Lan from the Qi Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shi Land appeared above Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Hu Land and Shi Land came together and shone on each other. Lu Wei Yin was exulted when he saw this. I get it, the Legends of Ren Zhu has records of this. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom GU was bitten by Self GU, it felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom GU found Lai GU. No matter what I say, my words are filled with wisdom, they will advise and help others. This won't do, so I came to you for help. Lai Gu asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said, this is easy and simple. Ren Zhu and his children are in primordial domain now. In front of primordial domain is Shi Land, while behind it is Hu Land. Go to primordial domain and deceive Ren Zhu, tell him Hu Land is in front while Shi Land is behind. Lai Gu was puzzled. That can help you take revenge. Wisdom GU laughed loudly. Humans need to breathe in first before they can breathe out. Meanwhile, Shi Land and Hu Land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just follow my instructions. Lai Gu followed Wisdom Gu's arrangements and went to primordial domain. It told Ren Zhu, human, you need to be careful. You are in a mystical place, you will reach Hu Land if you go forward and Shi Land if you move back. Ren Zhu had been thinking of leaving primordial domain. He thought, the beastman once advised me to not go to Hu Land. In that case, I shall head towards the back and go to Shi Land. Ren Zhu moved towards the back of primordial domain with his children Great Strength True Martial and Carefree Wisdom Heart. Thus, they arrived at Hu Land. This is not Shi Land. Carefree Wisdom Heart knew they had been deceived. Ren Zhu patted his chest. Fortunately, I died once and Betrayal GU has already left me. Otherwise if I care, Betrayal GU will harm me. But Great Strength True Martial suddenly realized something and shouted, this is bad. What's wrong? Renzu was just about to ask when Self-Gu flew out of his body. Self-Gu left Renzu, leaving behind a sentence. "O human, after you put attitude Gu on me, you deceived even yourself, so don't blame me for leaving you." Back then, Renzu protected weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Renzu to put attitude Gu on Self-Gu to deceive himself, creating the perfect deception that managed to even deceive the predicament. If humans deceived themselves, their sense of self would leave and the person would lose themselves. Renzu was angry and anxious. What to do? Self-Gu left me. How can I obtain freedom without it? How can I break free of the restraints of fate? Self-Gu once took a bite of betrayal Gu, so it gained the inclination to betray. I was already dissatisfied with it. Great strength true martial's ability Gu shouted. The skilled were naturally dissatisfied with themselves. Self-Gu will be out of our sight soon, we need to give chase. Carefree wisdom heart reminded. The three immediately chase after Self-Gu. Self-Gu left very fast and dove into a river. The river's surface was calm with ice of all sizes floating on it. This is the river of time, the ice floating on the river is called truthful floating ice. Renzu's group recognized it immediately, they had gained this knowledge in the Qian Kun crystal wall. Renzu looked afar and said, "I think Self-Gu is hiding in the center of the floating ice, let's quickly go and catch it." One care is read as, at who, here, it's a word pun. Chapter 2185, Fang Yuan enters primordial domain. Renzu's group sized up the situation by the riverside. Every piece of floating ice in the river of time was a piece of truth. Renzu observed for a long while before pointing towards a floating ice. This floating ice is neither big nor small and has a smooth surface, let's step on this. But great strength true martial said, this floating ice is clearly too small, it is not enough for us three. Carefree wisdom heart shook her head. This floating ice is quite big but there are many spikes on it, they will pierce our feet. Even when looking at the same truth, from the perspectives of different people, they could be big or small, minor or severe, difficult or easy. Some could accept it, but some could not. Renzu's group discussed for a long while before they chose a floating ice and stepped on it. When Renzu stepped on this ice, he immediately cried and sniveled. Great strength true martial shouted in anger, while carefree wisdom heart laughed happily. When looking at the same truth, different people would have different feelings and emotions regarding it. Renzu and his children could only endure this. Every piece of floating ice in the river of time is a cold and silent truth. But we humans have hearts, we feel emotions when we come across truths, and when truths and emotions mix, they create different situations, one for everyone. Carefree wisdom heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried the group and drifted for a while before it started shrinking and submerging. Let's jump to that floating ice. Renzu pointed towards the left, at his front. Before the floating ice under them submerged, the three jumped to the second floating ice. This piece of truth created different emotions in Renzu's group. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions they felt also changed. Some went from angry to happy, while others went from happy to depressed. I can't endure this anymore, I feel horrible. After persisting for a while, Renzu said while grasping his heart, let's jump to that floating ice. The three jumped over, but shortly afterwards, carefree wisdom heart said, I cannot stand this situation, I am also feeling extremely down. I even want to die. Renzu's group of three quickly changed to another floating ice. No matter what truth they came upon, in reality, they could be endured by gritting one's teeth. The most dreadful thing was the suffering of the heart. If the heart could not endure it, the person would be unable to continue moving forward. After changing several pieces of floating ice, great strength true martial felt the least amount of discomfort. I am still fine. Strong Gu shouted proudly in his heart. There are too many situations in the world, but it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Gu called out. The credit here goes to me because I have been helping you since the start. Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, two Gu worms grew on carefree wisdom heart's palms. The Gu on the left palm was called good. The Gu on the right palm was called bad. Humans, we can help you distinguish which situation is good and which is bad. Good Gu and bad Gu said together in a soft voice. Thus, with the help of good Gu and bad Gu, Renzu's group was able to choose a piece of floating ice that had a good situation. All three of them felt happy when standing on this floating ice. When the floating ice started to submerge and good situations turned bad, the three jumped away. Like this, the three gradually turned happy, then ecstatic, before finally becoming euphoric. They could not move forward anymore as they drowned in emotions of endless joy. The three forgot about their situation, the truthful floating ice they were standing on submerged completely, they fell into the river one after the other. She land, Hu land. The two secluded domains of heaven and earth let out misty white light that mixed into one and formed a horizontal pillar of light. The final step, Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief as he activated a killer move. Chi aura flew into the light pillar, forming a vortex in the middle. The vortex shot to the sky, and when the white light vortex touched the surface of primordial domain, it expanded and shrouded the whole primordial domain like a fog. Fang Yuan followed the white vortex of light and went into primordial domain. Amazing, amazing. Primordial domain is in between Shi land and Hu land. Using these two secluded domains of heaven and earth, he managed to locate primordial domain. Lu Wei Yin praised loudly as he followed after Fang Yuan. Behind him were pseudo-venerable battle strength experts like Zan Bi Yudu, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qi Si Ancestor. After these immortals entered primordial domain, the white vortex dissipated rapidly, disappointing those GU immortals who had been thinking of making a move. Fang Yuan was floating in primordial domain, frowning deeply. The moment he stepped in, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. But this was not a natural process, it was like a forced installation. Fang Yuan experienced an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or soul, it came from his mind. His mental state had been like a lake with no waves, being tranquil like a giant mirror. But now, there were fierce waves moving roughly. This was like a process where an infant who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete got forced to learn the joy of a child jumping and playing. If infants jumped and played, they would injure themselves. It was also like a child who thought toys were the most precious thing, but was forcefully instilled the perspective of an adult, that money was the most important thing. A GU cultivator's attainment level was very hard to raise. By entering primordial domain, Fang Yuan was increasing his attainment level unnaturally and forcefully. It went against the law of nature. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured it. There was no trace of star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered earlier. Fang Yuan also did not concentrate on them, he quickly inspected his body and came to a realization. Many paths, attainment levels are increasing rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path's progress is the fastest. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move in primordial domain. He used a method which allowed him to fly in primordial domain like a free bird. Primordial domain crumbled apart wherever he went. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not even attack, it was just that he had too many Dao marks, even primordial domain could not endure it. Fortunately, before those areas of primordial domain collapsed, the attainment levels they contained were transferred into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I must find the correct direction quickly. If those areas in the primordial domain that contain refinement path are destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts clashed in his mind, and his profound wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths, any GU cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan acutely adjusted his direction and moved in primordial domain, gaining a lot of progress in his refinement path attainment level. His direction was correct, and soon, his rate of progress in refinement path became the highest, among several other paths that were growing too. Fang Yuan's feeling at this moment could not be expressed in words. Even though he was feeling incomparable pain and his mental state was unstable, he also felt full and satisfied. At the same time, there was also an increasing thirst. This thirst was towards knowledge, towards attainment levels. It is no wonder that in the legends of Ren Zhu, after Ren Zhu obtained knowledge, he was not satisfied, he kept taking in more knowledge until his brain reached its limit and exploded. Fang Yuan felt a sense of resonance with Ren Zhu. Almost there. Fang Yuan endured the pain as joy appeared on his face. His intuition was telling him strongly that he was only a short distance from Refinement Path's Supreme Grand Master. Right at this time, primordial domain shook and large areas started collapsing and breaking apart. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level that had been rising stopped abruptly. Giant Sun, star constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold and sharp. He looked far away. Immortal zombie giant sun and star constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting. They selected the location of their fight really well. It was in the main area of refinement path. Once this portion of primordial domain was destroyed, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level could not increase anymore. In previous fights, Fang Yuan had probed many weaknesses of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Similarly, details about him were also taken notice of by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were aware that Fang Yuan wanted to break through in refinement path. Since they came to primordial domain a step earlier, how could these two venerables watch without doing anything? Thus, as they fought, they destroyed the future prospects of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have taken the initiative to attack, and although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in an alliance with Fang Yuan, he was definitely happy to take advantage of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, immediately pointing at him. Hundreds of deep blue stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a shout, his whole body emitting 7-colored radiance. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Green Light, Water Paths Light Blue Hue, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Radiance, and Lightning Paths Deep Blue Light. 7 lights from these 7 paths mixed together and shot forward in a drill shape. The 7 kills Rainbow destroyed most of the stars and continued towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Starlight flashed around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, blocking this killer move. But she still staggered, and her face revealed surprise. It was naturally a compound killer move. This 7 kills Rainbow was modified from the 5 technique Rainbow. The latter was once used by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Sha Clan headquarters to retrieve Sha Clan's lost territory. 5 technique Rainbow used metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, for a total of 5 paths. But 7 kills Rainbow went a step further, containing the swift wind and violent lightning. It was hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to defend against such a killer move. Because to block this move, she had to simultaneously consider metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. These amounted to 7 paths. There were many killer moves that seemingly involved many paths, but they were without any substance in essence. For instance, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought with Limitless, while in Crazed Demon Cave, he had used a killer move that imitated other paths, Strength. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. In fact, to deal with his killer move, only Theft path needed to be targeted. But 7 kills Rainbow genuinely contained the strength of 7 paths. With just one exchange with Fang Yuan, even the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled. One aspect was the difficulty of defending against compound killer moves, the other aspect was Fang Yuan's vast Dao mark accumulation. He had too many Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have been able to match it before, but the current her had just revived. The 3 avatars merged into one, their Dao marks were also added together, which became the current Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. But clearly, the number of Dao marks that Star Constellation had was lower than Fang Yuan. 1. The Chinese character for situation thing is made up of truth and emotion. Chapter 2186 Snatching Primordial Domain. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body finally fought against a venerable. Immortal killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan roared again, his body shook and over 100 evil dragons rapidly condensed around him. The evil dragons roared and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Another compound killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrank slightly. She immediately noted that the evil dragons in front of her contained profundities of at least transformation path and enslavement path. Fang Yuan's Dao mark quantity was horrifying. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight him head-on, that was not her style. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master. This was true in her previous life, it was also true now. Her body immediately flickered as the surrounding starlight split into 1,000 specks, each of time transformed into one Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly activated his investigative method to distinguish the real body. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank, but he still ordered the dragons to charge forward. The dragons fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's illusions. Instantly, the whole battlefield was turned into a chaotic scene. The evil dragons bit, swung their tails, stabbed with their horns, or used their claws, some even shot out sharp sword chi with their tongues. At the start of the fight, star constellation Immortal Venerable's illusions were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. But not long later, they realized the patterns of these evil dragons. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the situation and began to counterattack. The methods of these star constellation illusions were ordinary. Each illusion only had one killer move and there were only 6 kinds of killer moves altogether. But these star constellation illusions had extremely high cooperation, not much inferior to the 3 avatars. The star constellation illusions used their numerical advantage. About 10 illusions would attack one evil dragon and kill it after sacrificing several illusions. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to decrease rapidly in number. Fang Yuan's sword tongue. Dragon soul has enslavement path profundity, so they can be controlled. But he is far from being star constellation Immortal Venerable's match in terms of wisdom path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun evaluated inwardly. But Fang Yuan knows his strengths and weaknesses as well as the enemies. It would not be worth the effort if he put his attention on carefully controlling the dragon's souls. So he is just activating this move repeatedly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere for the moment, he just observed from the side. While observing the battle, he continued to activate his methods. Crimson light flew and wrapped the surrounding areas of primordial domain, pulling them into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to GU cultivators. Especially when facing an enemy like star constellation Immortal Venerable, killer moves were most effective during the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use other methods, he was still activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul without stopping. Groups of evil dragons that numbered over 100 each continued to rush to the battlefield. They were killed by the star constellation illusions, but they soon gained the upper hand in terms of overall strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inwardly surprised, so this move contains soul path as well. He saw these evil dragons being annihilated, but gradually, the souls of the evil dragons appeared. At first, these dragon souls were extremely weak, their battle strength was only 10% of the evil dragons. But as evil dragons continued to die, the scattered soul path Dao marks in the battlefield surged continuously. The dragon soul beasts born from the deaths of these evil dragons also grew increasingly strong. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon souls' battle strength continued to increase, finally defeating the star constellation illusions and tilting the battle situation in Fang Yuan's favor. And when there were only dozens of illusions remaining, star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could not remain hidden. She smiled at Fang Yuan and actually retreated from the battlefield, taking her leave. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. From this fight, he gained a deeper understanding of star constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and clearly had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she did not battle frontally, she was very rational and flexible in thoughts. It was like how she retreated this time and made Fang Yuan's efforts go to waste. These soul path Dao marks on the battlefield were advantageous to Fang Yuan, but with star constellation's casual retreat, Fang Yuan had to give chase, giving up this favorable battlefield. It was not pleasant at all to fight with such an opponent. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, hold up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. Magnificent lights appeared and blocked star constellation Immortal Venerable. Good, Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to catch up. It seemed like the alliance agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still effective. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice could be explained easily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength, and adding on the fact that he was still in his immortal zombie body, he regarded Heavenly Court as the main enemy. Were Fang Yuan to be weaker, he might have been jointly attacked by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, to get rid of this easiest target and prevent him from obtaining benefits while the two Venerables fought. Fang Yuan fought Star Constellation Immortal Venerable once again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun barely made any moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lightly waved her jade-like hands, sending out a flurry of stars. The stars were extremely fast, whistling through the air as they shot at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge them before, but these stars had homing ability, they reached him no matter how he dodged. Fang Yuan would need a long time to deduce and plan before he could decipher this killer move. Soft sounds echoed as the light barrier around Fang Yuan started to break. This light barrier was a compound killer move as well, it had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attack of the stars, it had already broken several times. The power of each flying star never changed, but they were tightly connected as a consecutive move. This was very terrifying. Suppose that a flying star's power was 1, the first star would have the battle strength of 1, second would have at least 3, third would have 6. Their strength increased progressively, reaching a terrifying level at the later stages. This was Fairy Ming Hao's combat system. The barrier of light collapsed. Fang Yuan immediately used a new defensive method, a halo shone above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Just like what Heavenly Court's intel described, Fang Yuan was very cautious. After using the defensive killer move a few times, he would change to a new one, afraid that his defensive killer move would be deciphered, which could cause heavy injuries or even death if he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan was exactly this. However, every time she got some results in her deductions, Fang Yuan would readjust his methods, making her deductions pointless. Fang Yuan, you are really well prepared for this battle. You have been changing your killer moves so frequently. I am really curious, how long can you continue this for? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke while using a killer move. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and invisible. It created a whirlwind out of thin air, but it did not target Fang Yuan, instead targeting the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, all the areas of primordial domain within thousands of steps were emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent out golden light similarly, absorbing a small area of the primordial domain into his aperture. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with dark light. These two venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been absorbing primordial domain even during the battle. Fang Yuan's accumulation was much inferior when compared to them. He had also tried, but did not find an effective method to collect the primordial domain. He could only watch as these two made gains. Fang Yuan resolutely activated a killer move. Flames flew and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been collecting primordial domain when the lightning fire wave formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over and emptied out the areas of primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun failed to gain anything, but he remained silent. Fang Yuan activated another move. Strong winds blew, an ice storm filled the area. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated once again. The areas of primordial domain he was about to absorb into his immortal aperture were destroyed once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun clenched his teeth while taking a look at Fang Yuan. Eerie souls moved and golden light shone, destroying all the surrounding areas of primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but glance at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyes were twitching. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. With this thought, Fang Yuan attacked without any restraint. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed some time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws appeared during this process. Fang Yuan was directly destroying primordial domain, which was much faster and more convenient. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was interrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used the excuse of attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not suffer restrictions from the alliance agreement, and there was no obvious point to criticize. He was really feeling impatient. As he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan, let's negotiate. If you block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while I collect the primordial domain, we can split the gains with a 7-3 ratio. No, I want half. Fang Yuan immediately answered, as if he had been waiting for this. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't be able to collect even a portion of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will be met with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks. The risk is too high. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not wrong. It was not difficult to interrupt the installation of primordial domain. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend primordial domain while fighting, and was only trying her best to collect it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun put forward a fair argument, but Fang Yuan paid him no attention. Lightning exploded and chi waves rose as the surrounding primordial domain was once again destroyed by Fang Yuan's killer move. Primordial domain might have been a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but it was different from Book Mountain and Dang Hun Mountain. It was fragile. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used actions to tell him, it had to be 50-50. If you don't agree, then even you, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, won't get any primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only relent. Alright, we will split it 50-50. Fang Yuan continued. Giant Sun, can I trouble you to put half of the primordial domain in treasure yellow heaven at your own convenience? Immortal zombie giant son could not help but open his eyes wide. Fang Yuan urged. Don't worry, with me disturbing her with all my strength, star constellation Immortal Venerable will not be able to collect much of primordial domain. These words were a reminder to him. Look, Heavenly Court is still our biggest enemy. Also, weakening Heavenly Court was also Immortal Zombie Giant Son's intention all along. Alright, Immortal Zombie Giant Son sent half of his primordial domain into treasure yellow heaven to express his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable even more fiercely. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was only one person. She was starting to suffer losses after Immortal Zombie Giant Son and Fang Yuan collaborated to target her. Chapter 2187, This Rascal Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of disturbing her, while Immortal Zombie Giant Son was collecting primordial domain. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable also obtained some with difficulty, her opportunities were decreasing rapidly as she fought with Fang Yuan. After this situation lasted for a while, star constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She resolutely activated a killer move, attacking primordial domain. The primordial domain's stability was like an avalanche. At first it was only a small piece that got affected, but in just a short while, the collapse became increasingly severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Son gave a shout, sending out a golden-red aurora light. He succeeded in obstructing star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. However, she activated the killer move again. Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Son shouted. Even without Immortal Zombie Giant Son's reminder, Fang Yuan was already attacking fiercely to force star constellation Immortal Venerable to defend and give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves continuously. Since the battle started, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to attack. Immortal Zombie Giant Son's response was not fast enough. Many of these offensive methods were used for the first time by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was not able to effectively block them. After dozens of moves, primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of the destruction was done by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation, you live up to your reputation. Immortal Zombie Giant Son praised in amazement. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain could not compare to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Son's joint effort, so she directly attacked primordial domain instead. Such decisiveness and rationality, she was indeed an Immortal Venerable of human history, the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. This place is... Fang Yuan's expression was slightly strange. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall down from the sky. Instead, he found himself in a void. There was no trace of the worlds of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Son said. He slowly flew over and stood 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced star constellation Immortal Venerable together. Previously, Heavenly Court used Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Son into taking action, giving them time to seize the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Son and Fang Yuan responded extremely quickly, mobilizing all their forces without caring for consequences. Heavenly Court had experienced the Fate War and were no longer in their prime condition. They could not block the joint attack of the two forces. Since they could not seize it, star constellation Immortal Venerable could only choose the next best alternative. She directly flew into primordial domain and raised her wisdom path to Supreme Grand Master attainment level. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Son, and other pseudo-venerables also entered primordial domain. The battle situation gradually escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's grasp, forcing her to destroy the whole of primordial domain. Primordial domain was not seized by her, it was actually still in the 9th layer. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan, and other immortals entered primordial domain, they had also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The void in this 9th layer is far smaller than the 8th layer. Is this the truthful floating ice depicted in the legends of Ren Zhu? Fang Yuan stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable while also noticing the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating pieces of ice were of all sizes and had a huge quantity. They were floating quietly, they did not rotate by themselves, but because of the attractive forces between them, they flew around in groups. All the flying floating ice groups were slowly orbiting around the center. From afar, these orbiting pieces of truthful floating ice looked like a giant ball on the whole. The truthful floating ice's orbit was filled with mysterious profundity. Fang Yuan felt dizzy after just taking several glances. He intuitively sensed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuing to grow bigger. Looks like this formation is the foundation for the construction of the whole of Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that Heavenly Court took out from this formation. Amazing, truly incredible. This rank 9 formation keeps on orbiting and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are its gains. Those dead GU immortals and immortal apertures in the 8th layer are the fuel for this formation and also the clues for deductions. If so, the derivation GU recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu and Limitless Demon Venerable's study of eternal life are at the center of the formation. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in a cold tone. At the next moment, a luck path killer move pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared, but it was no longer in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Such a good method. This illusion was destroyed with one touch, but even I was unable to detect it was a fake. If not for a fluctuation in my luck, I would still have no clue. We need to move quickly. Limitless Demon Venerable used everything to arrange Crazed Demon Cave and it has been deducing for over 1,000,000 years. We can't let these gains go to Heavenly Court. Why would Fang Yuan hesitate? He immediately moved with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and arrived at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped. This formation is really terrifying. All the truthful floating ice are formation cores and also the safest places. All the other areas besides them are extremely dangerous. If we stop at other areas, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he saw this. This rank 9 formation's crushing force came from the fusion of sacrificing countless GU immortals and great worlds. Even he would not be able to endure it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected for a bit and jumped on a piece of truthful floating ice. Be they the leading star constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both made the same choice. Fang Yuan was naturally going to follow them. He jumped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice. The moment he stepped on the floating ice, a strong guilty conscience attacked Fang Yuan's heart, like he was a bandit that had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly as he quickly resisted this strong emotion. After adapting to it, Fang Yuan jumped to the second truthful floating ice. This time, an intense sadness engulfed his heart. The intensity was higher than before. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked ahead. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had already jumped to the 5th truthful floating ice, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was far ahead, already at the central area of the formation. I don't have time. Fang Yuan was hurried. He quickly jumped to the 3rd floating ice. The outcome of the fight in the primordial domain was not ideal to Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were likely to have already regained their Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's refinement path was still lacking. However, since the opponent was the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, this outcome was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. The primordial domain's battle was already like that. He could not let these two venerables get their hands on Limitless Demon Venerable's eternal life research results as well. Eternal life, Fang Yuan mumbled. Reaching eternal life was Fang Yuan's goal and dream. Even if he did not obtain it, he could not let it fall into other people's hands. The deeper into the formation, the higher the intensity of the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice. These emotions were of all kinds. Some were happiness, some were grief, some were sadness, some were anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still taking the lead. Her advantage in this formation was extremely obvious. Firstly, the game of chess back then was the fight between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's Will. Secondly, Heavenly Court had already begun infiltrating 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Lastly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had 3 aspects: thought, will, and emotion. Dealing with emotions and even using them to battle was what Wisdom Path was most proficient in. With all these reasons, it was no wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rushed to the formation instead of fighting. But, Star constellation Immortal Venerable stepped on a truthful floating ice and gazed back, her brows slightly furrowed. Immortal zombie giant sun was rushing forward, constantly drawing nearer to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised about this. The deeper into the formation, the more terrifying the intensity of the emotions and the more obstruction they created for star constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal zombie giant sun had not hesitated to leave Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace behind to take part in the deductions. He himself had seized Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's Savage Wilderness Great World in his era. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came after Limitless Demon Venerable. When Reckless Savage Demon Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave, it was over 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also had a high understanding of Crazed Demon Cave. And his luck path methods also helped him to choose the most suitable path. But why is Fang Yuan also getting close? It even seems like he is going to surpass Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. This was beyond her expectations. Heavenly Court had naturally handed all the information about Fang Yuan to her. So, Star constellation Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan very well. She knew that although Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was also extremely high, his specialty was not in deducing but in guarding against others' deductions. From this, it was clear that though Heavenly Court's expedition against Fang Yuan had failed repeatedly, they had considerable gains as well. At least, under Heavenly Court's pressure, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, the handling of emotions, and other aspects of wisdom path. He could concentrate only on raising his defense against deductions. Right now was obviously Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's time to profit, but how could Fang Yuan still pursue them closely? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was astonished. He watched as Fang Yuan jumped forward rapidly and surpassed him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed a peculiar aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he understood the truth. Fortitude Gu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's mind jolted, gritting his teeth. He recognized the aura of Fortitude Gu. Fang Yuan had never been good at hiding his aura, and there was also no need to hide it at this moment. So it was him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally realized that the biggest mastermind who plotted against He Lu Lan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This rascal took away Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Gu are at rank 8. Fortitude Gu can suppress emotions, no wonder he is at ease in this formation. Don't tell me, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's thoughts started to run amok. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Although I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu, then, the portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance that I extracted before, could it also be bait arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Chapter 2188, Bedazzlement. Two figures were flying in the air and exchanging killer moves rapidly, air currents and thunder resounded constantly. Among them, the male immortal who was dressed in a white robe cultivated light path. He had a skinny body and a sharp face, and his eyes were small like beans. Meanwhile, the female immortal was covered in dark gold armor and was wearing a half mask. Her every move was filled with domineering aura. Besides these two, there were over 10 GU immortals watching the battle in the surroundings. Big brother, quickly kill this bitch. The female immortal Lu Luo shouted with her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Beside her were Lu tribe's GU immortal elders. Besides them, other Huang Jin tribe GU immortals also came, like Chanyu tribe's Chanyu Shang and Gong tribe's Gong Tong Kue. The male immortal in combat was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Lu Chong. The female immortal was He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan used Black Moon as her alias and challenged experts everywhere. After defeating Chen Cheng and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortal experts. She was not defeated even once. Her reputation rose rapidly, shocking Northern Plains. The two siblings Lu Chong and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wu Kei, and even came into conflict with He Lu Lan. To take revenge, Lu Chong publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon. Once the news got out, it immediately shocked Northern Plains' GU Immortal world. This battle was the result of that. Immortal killer move, Light Horse Crossing. Lu Chong activated a killer move, a small steed appeared below his legs, carrying him into the sky with a rapid speed. This movement killer move was exceptional. It allowed Lu Chong to maintain a fixed distance from He Lu Lan throughout the battle. After the loss against He Lu Lan the previous time, Lu Chong sensibly chose a long-ranged battle tactic in this battle. Big brother, this is it. Let that bitch suffer more and die in vain later. Ha ha ha. Lu Luo cheered on Lu Chong with a shrill voice. Her laughter was very painful to the ears. But right at this time, He Lu Lan's figure disappeared from her spot. It was an illusion. When did she do it? Lu Chong was shocked and knew he was tricked, subconsciously dodging. But He Lu Lan's true body immediately appeared behind him. Fist shadows rained down and enveloped Lu Chong firmly. Lu Chong screamed while trying his best to activate defensive killer moves to endure the beating. Lu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lu Lan's attacks were extremely fierce, even the GU Immortal spectators felt their eyelids twitch. Awesome beating. She finally caught this crafty Lu Chong. Among the spectators, the lone and demonic immortals cheered and praised. In this group, besides Chen Cheng, Wu Guang, and Yin Wu Kei, there were also many other people. Some of these people were defeated by He Lu Lan, while some heard of He Lu Lan's deeds and followed her of their own accord. Lady Black Moon has the upper hand. Wu Guang transmitted his voice while smiling. Don't you feel that Lady Black Moon has grown stronger recently? Now that I think of it, Lady Black Moon has been challenging others continuously. Her battle strength has been rising during these challenges. Brother Wu, could it be that you don't sense it? Yin Wu Kei was bewildered. Wu Guang mumbled, shaking his head and transmitting his voice. I also noticed it. But how could there be such rapid progress and growth in this world? It might be that Lady Black Moon was hiding her strength before, or maybe she had been in closed cultivation all this time and started to connect her methods with the increase in her battle experience. Thus, it caused us to feel that her battle strength is increasing rapidly. Yin Wu Kei nodded and was about to speak, when there was a change in the battle. GU Immortal Lu Chong was indeed worthy of being a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some efforts, he finally escaped from He Lu Lan's attack range. He Lu Lan naturally did not want to let him go and immediately gave chase. But Lu Chong suddenly stopped, smiling darkly towards her. Black Moon, you have fallen into my trap. Immortal killer move, bedazzlement. In an instant, intense light exploded, enveloping the whole battlefield. The GU Immortal spectators closed their eyes immediately, even He Lu Lan shut her eyes subconsciously. But when she opened her eyes again, the scene was still completely white. She was struck by the killer move bedazzlement. Her vision turned into a scene of white and she could no longer see. Damn it, Lu Chong actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was not afraid to openly challenge Lady Black Moon. This move is Lu Tribe's trump card method. Once a GU cultivator is hit with this move, it will be extremely difficult for them to recover unless they use Lu Tribe's special recovery method. Many lone and demonic immortals had changed expressions. The mood immediately became heavy. This battle was not just a simple fight between Lu Chong and He Lu Lan. In the current situation, this battle already held much political meaning. Fairy Black Moon, who had no roots or background, represented the lone immortal faction, while Lu Chong represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had been actively uniting Northern Plains' GU Immortal world. Lone and demonic experts like Yin Wu Kei were actively recruited by the Huang Jin tribes, and the recruitment process was extremely forceful. So be it for the few lone immortals who were willing to accept this. However, the main thing was that most of the lone immortals and demonic immortals rejected this. But being lone forces, they did not want to offend those Northern Plains righteous path forces, so they kept silent even though they were furious. Under this situation, He Lu Lan's appearance was like a rallying banner for these GU immortals. He Lu Lan dared to issue challenges everywhere without fearing the Huang Jin tribes, which gave these lone and demonic immortals a huge boost of morale. Especially now that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed and the demonic head old ancestor Shui who had hidden himself, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Because of this, Wu Guang, Yin Wu Kei, and others followed He Lu Lan on their own initiative. Many lone and demonic immortals came to observe this battle and support He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was struck by the killer move and could not see anything. These GU immortals became extremely anxious and worried. Lu Chong easily retreated, smiling. Immortal killer move, vitality glow. His injuries began to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, gleaming light. Light shone around him, like countless gleaming fish scales. This is not good. Chen Cheng frowned. This move restricts investigative methods. Yin Wuke and Wu Guang stopped conversing secretly as they fixed their gazes on the battlefield. Even if GU Immortals could not see, they had all kinds of investigative methods. But with Lu Chang using this killer move, other investigative methods might be useless. Since she could not see, He Lu Lan simply closed her eyes. She was not panicking, instead, she sighed lightly. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is such a pity, you missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned before scoffing. Fairy Black Moon, who are you trying to bluff? You have already lost, how can you counter my Lu tribe's bedazzlement killer move in this battle? There is no use in stalling for time. He Lu Lan did not retort. She replied to him with her actions. A killer move was activated. Immortal killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. A black tiger condensed into solid form. This move again, a trace of solemnness flashed on Lu Chang's face. It is different now, Yin Wu Q's eyes shone. This dark gold tiger seems to have grown wings. What? I didn't see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly replied. The moment the totem black tiger condensed, it disappeared. Many including Wu Guang did not see it properly. Where is it? Does it have the ability to hide itself? Lu Chang's expression changed slightly as he activated investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupil shrank to pin size, his face was filled with shock and horror. The giant dark gold tiger appeared behind him. The tiger swatted, sending Lu Chang flying like a rubber ball. Howling winds rang past Lu Chang's ears while his vision spun like a whirlpool. He felt terrified internally. That attack had huge strength, almost destroying his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, the reason is its speed. It is too fast, simply too fast to react to. The dark gold tiger's speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limit of what the GU Immortal's naked eyes could perceive. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it sent Lu Chang flying. Lu Chang was completely at a disadvantage with no strength to retaliate. If he could use light horse crossing, he might be able to escape for some time. But right now, he had fallen into a passive position and had to focus all his strength in maintaining his defensive methods, otherwise, he might be turned into meat paste by the black tiger. The black tiger's strike sent Lu Chang flying to the ground. Dust clouds rose, a deep crater formed. Lu Chang remained unmoving, he had fallen unconscious. Brother! Lu Luo screamed shrilly, pointing at He Lu Lan, you bitch, you killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die, I want you to die. She was about to charge forward but was stopped firmly by a Lu tribe elder. Right at this time, a feeling of joy spread in her heart. Lu Luo was stunned, she felt incredulous at herself. Big brother is in such a state but I feel happy. The other Righteous Path Immortals also had a change in their expressions, they were all feeling happiness. Gong Tong Kue slightly shook his head to calm himself, saying in a quiet voice, Lu tribe's fairy, please don't be anxious, brother Lu is not dead yet. Calm down, so many people are looking. Don't cause Lu tribe to lose face. A Lu tribe elder berated and flew towards the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lu Lan. Fairy Black Moon, you have won this battle. He had just said that, when he almost started crying. An intense wave of sadness filled his heart. He Lu Lan nodded. Okay, so what about this bottle's wager? She did not feel well either. First was the baffling happiness, followed by the intense sadness. What in the world was going on? Lu tribe's elder forcefully calmed down, replying to He Lu Lan, it has been sent to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Since Lu Chang lost, and with so many people watching, Lu tribe's elder had to openly send a considerable amount of cultivation resources to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had treasure light to distinguish value of the items. At the same time, it also showed Lu tribe's openness and upright handling of the loss. The immortals present used their GU worms to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. They saw Lu tribe's wager indeed. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still there. More accurately, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is openly transacting the primordial domain. The GU immortals' attention was drawn to another direction. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain had appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, shocking the entire 5 regions GU immortal world. Yin Wuke shouted to bring back the attention of the immortals. According to the agreement, please dispel the bedazzlement killer move on Fairy Black Moon's body. Naturally, Lu tribe's elder used a killer move straightforwardly, restoring He Lu Lan's vision. He Lu Lan slightly nodded at the Lu tribe elder. and withdrew the dark capital strength Biao which was beside Lu Chong. This totem killer move had gone through modifications, its battle strength surged and it had already become her unique method. Chen Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Lady Black Moon's reputation is going to rise even higher. Lu Luo carried Lu Chong, while saying with hatred, "Black Moon, don't be pleased with yourself. Our righteous path is filled with experts. You might have won against brother by chance, but can you win against others? Let's not talk of others, just Chu tribe's first supreme elder Chu Du is someone you won't be able to surpass." However, right at this time, an intense emotion of affection rose in her heart. Lu Luo's expression turned twisted immediately. What's going on? Why do I have such a strong feeling of affection when I look at this Black Moon whore? He Lu Lan did not feel well either, but her expression did not change as she sneered, "Chu Du. I have heard of his name, he also cultivates strength path. I am challenging him next." The lone and demonic immortal's expressions changed. Chapter 2189, The Answer to Eternal Life. Ninth Layer. 4 GU immortals arrived at the periphery of the crazed demon formation. This is the truthful floating ice. Zan Bu Du's eyebrows rose. Seems like it is not easy to enter deep into this formation. Qi Si ancestor was solemn. Unlike the main body, they did not have the assistance of fortitude GU. Star constellation is at the front, nearest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is second, while Fang Yuan is the last. Lu Wei Yin's heart tensed up as he looked ahead. Fang Yuan did not have the upper hand, so Lu Wei Yin had to do his best to help him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him. He mumbled softly as if recalling something of the past. "Limitless, this fellow." He leapt forward and stepped on a piece of truthful floating ice. The other 3 immortals glanced at each other before moving as well. The record in the legends of Ren Zhu was true. The pieces of the truthful floating ice were of different sizes and shapes in the eyes of different people. The emotional impact they felt were different as well. Because of this, GU immortals could not move forward in a group. The best method was to move alone, choosing the floating ice most suitable for oneself. Fang Yuan had been maintaining the activation of Fortitude GU. This GU was only at rank 8 level, while this crazed demon formation was as high as rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotions he felt. When he had just activated Fortitude GU, these emotions could be ignored and he did not feel anything. But now, Fang Yuan felt like when he had just stepped on the formation and started probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after these two recognized Fang Yuan's method, they brought out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated Familial Emotion GU, sharing his emotions to others. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable brought out a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain looked like a cage as well as a lantern. Fang Yuan could not help but recall a certain chapter in the legends of Ren Zhu. The 2 venerables' foundation was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations for Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, Fang Yuan still fell back to the last position among the 3. Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to move forward while gritting his teeth. The emotional impacts became stronger, shaking his mind and spirit. But Fang Yuan was happy instead. Since he was receiving such fierce emotional impacts here, the 2 venerables who were ahead would face even fiercer emotions. Fang Yuan's perseverance soon got favorable results. The leading star constellation Immortal Venerable was moving increasingly slower. She needed to rest for a long while after stepping on a piece of the truthful floating ice before she could move forward. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's speed became slow. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the same. Gradually, the distance between the 3 GU immortals started to shorten. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who was in the middle also stopped often and observed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. This was a difficult journey. The 3 immortals fully realized each other's vast tenacity and patience. After this situation continued for a while, a change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed on the truthful floating ice. Her body flashed with deep blue starlight. After the starlight dimmed, it actually split into 3, becoming 3 avatars again. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete and she has only revived temporarily? The stable state is still in the form of 3 pseudo-venerables. Fang Yuan's thoughts shook. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun felt an urge to take action. a chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly surpassing star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation's 3 avatars stopped on the same truthful floating ice. They were trying to recuperate as soon as possible. When Fang Yuan overtook them, he hesitated for a moment. Should he take advantage of this situation? Fang Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Right now, he was deep in limitless, crazed demon formation. If he were to even make an attack, he might trigger limitless countermeasures. His situation might be even more severe than the Qi-Si clones. Moreover, if Fang Yuan were to fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, would it not be giving an advantage to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Look at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. He directly went to the center of the formation without paying attention to Star Constellation's 3 avatars. If regaining Supreme Grand Master attainment level gave these Venerables the initiative, then gaining Limitless Demon Venerables deduction results might let the winner rise above other Venerables. Fang Yuan was increasingly certain of this speculation. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on a truthful floating ice piece, enduring the vast emotional impact as he activated an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, calm and steady. The killer move's effect was immediate. The vast and strong emotions that were crushing Fang Yuan and almost destroyed his mental state disappeared almost completely. Fang Yuan possessed countless Immortal GU recipes along with just as many killer moves. This calm and steady killer move was part of them. This move required 2 main cores, Calm GU and Suppression GU. Fang Yuan did not have Calm GU and was unable to refine Immortal level Calm GU, but he had Fortitude GU. Previously, Fang Yuan had been moving while modifying the killer move, and was finally able to use this move now. As for Suppression GU, Fang Yuan had it. Speaking of which, he needed to thank Heavenly Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with Heavenly Court's GU Immortals in the River of Time. In one such battle, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation, obtaining Suppression GU from it. Suppression GU was rank 8, Fortitude GU was also rank 8. The killer move with 2 rank 8 cores would naturally have stronger effect than just Fortitude GU alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, he had already been somewhat far from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun before, so despite trying his best, Fang Yuan could not catch up to him. I did not expect Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to be the first to reach the center. Lu Wei Yin heaved a deep sigh. Under Fang Yuan's, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, and other pseudo-venerables' gazes, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on the truthful floating ice that could be said to be 1 step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun showed hesitation at this moment. What was he hesitating for? While he was hesitating, Fang Yuan caught up. Fang Yuan, it is somewhat strange here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun spoke. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation, they were competing secretly. The mood between the two became strained. This was their first conversation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him. For a moment, he was unable to find any clues. But he did not take a risk to step forward. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best model. He was so close to success, but he still stopped. It could be seen that there was definitely something strange. It is odd indeed. Fang Yuan nodded, revealing an expression of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised. The reason he stopped was because his Luck Path investigative killer move showed a slight fluctuation, making him feel something wrong, but he was unable to tell what it was. However, looking at Fang Yuan's expression, did he realize a crucial point? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been putting a lot of attention on Fang Yuan. In his view, Fang Yuan was chosen by Heaven's will. He had talent that ordinary people could not match. To cause the destruction of Fate GU, many Venerables helped Fang Yuan. Moreover, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still helping him now. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not think highly of Fang Yuan, he could not disregard the other Venerables. So, he did not find it strange for Fang Yuan to see a crucial clue when he could not. Please enlighten me on what you found out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. Fang Yuan was surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had the dignity of a Grand Venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask for guidance with no mental obstruction. However, Fang Yuan had actually not noticed anything. Therefore, he first looked back at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Those 3 fairies were still at the original spot, resting with their eyes closed. Then, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, smiling. The eternal life research results are not easily obtained, but we can share them. Giant Sun, how do you want to pay? No matter what the oddity was, he would first extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shone. He was just about to speak when a person actually came out of the truthful floating ice at the center. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Afterwards, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, Lu Wei Yin and the rest also discovered this abnormality. A rank 7 GU Immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan even recognized this rank 7 GU Immortal. It was not Immortal of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path GU Immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path GU Immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path GU Immortal Not Immortal respectively. These 3 lived in Crazed Demon Cave. They had been trying to find a way to enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave, to obtain the secret of eternal life. Regarding this goal, they and Fang Yuan were kindred spirits. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics did not have enough strength, they could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in the strength path GU Immortal Chudu. Chudu then invited Fang Yuan, which was how Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. Later, to prepare for the Fate War, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave to invite the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to take part in the battle. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics agreed, but they were not seen throughout the Fate War and even after it. Thus, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. Who could have thought that Not Immortal would actually appear here? Not Immortal looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and was stunned, immediately showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but from the terrifying aura, he knew this immortal zombie could not be provoked. He then looked at Fang Yuan, his brows rose as he revealed joy. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's mind jolted, he immediately turned around to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you made such deep arrangements, I am in admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head, how could I possibly arrange this? Not Immortal, I wonder if Secret Schemer and Pang Shan. Not Immortal immediately replied, they are inside. He then showed an ashamed expression. The 3 of us agreed to your request to participate in the Fate War and fight Heavenly Court. But that day, there was suddenly a change in Crazed Demon Cave, and as 3 were pulled into here. With Limitless Demon Venerable's will's guidance, we understood the full details. Because as 3 lived here for a long time, our sincerity was finally seen by Lord Limitless Will. He arranged for us to be here to cooperate with the formation, by controlling Practice GU to carve this piece of truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer are merged into one, they will disappear completely and turn into clues and energy for this crazed demon formation's derivation. Then, we will finish carving this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 2190, Star Constellation Scheme. Method of Eternal Life. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. Not Immortal did not hide anything. The Immortals present on the scene were all peak experts of the current 5 regions, they all heard it. In an instant, the Immortals' hearts pounded with excitement. GU Immortals could obtain longevity, but they were bound by lifespan, fate, and other restrictions. Even though fate was destroyed now, and lifespan restrictions were greatly relaxed, they could still be killed by a stronger enemy. Eternal life was absolutely greater than longevity. Speaking of longevity, the 10,000 years old turtle living in the sea could also be considered to have longevity, but it could not be considered to have eternal life. Eternal life meant that everyone and everything could not threaten the individual's existence. It meant complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or living beings, none could threaten an entity with eternal life. The concept of eternal life was paramount and above all. Even venerables only had longevity and could not be said to have eternal life. Especially now that multiple venerables existed in the same era, they threatened each other's existence. Shortly afterwards, there was commotion ahead. Secret Schemer also came out from the central truthful floating ice. Secret Schemer cultivated Wisdom Path. After seeing the situation in the formation, his mind shook as he quickly said, as 3 need to maintain the activation of Practice GU at all times, there has to be someone activating it and carving this truthful floating ice piece continuously. It is still too early now. It is not ready yet. The great worlds in the 8th layer are still not destroyed, so many lifeforms are still living. Secret Schemer then urged, Fang Yuan, I am aware of your goal. But right now, it is best if you don't step in here. As three have already used all kinds of methods, after we stepped on this truthful floating ice piece, we are unable to get off. That is, unless the derivation is complete or the formation is destroyed. He is right, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded. After he stopped, he had been secretly activating methods to investigate and deduce. He still needed some time, but with Secret Schemer's reply, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun checked it and realized Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer was solemn, but showed anticipation as well as resolution, continuing, the most important thing now is to protect this formation and hasten Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, letting this formation complete its derivation. Fang Yuan, we have the same goals, please protect the formation and guard against all these malicious characters. The three of us will stake everything including our lives to maintain the usage of practice GU. They did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also split into 3 avatars. Their intel seemed to stop at the period before the Fate War. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He first nodded towards Secret Schemer before looking back at Star Constellation's 3 avatars with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to look at Star Constellation's 3 avatars as well. I don't want us to be schemed against. The moment he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya opened their eyes. Starlight emerged as the 3 fairies converged once again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. Rise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. There was a sudden change in Crazed Demon formation. The truthful floating ice's orbiting speed became faster and seemed to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Will had been deriving Heaven Path research results using their game in Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had infiltrated Crazed Demon formation deeply. They were able to take out the cores, Book Mountain and Primordial Domain, so how could they not know about the situation of Crazed Demon formation's derivation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to exploit Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's lack of information. Her main body personally moved to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deep into Crazed Demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or Crazed Demon formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtain either easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Crazed Demon formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan quickly tried to get back. However, Crazed Demon formation had become a lot more dangerous than before. Truthful floating ice pieces even collided with each other. If they were careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to a pulp by the terrifying strength of the formation. Even if they wanted to jump to a different floating ice, they would need to deduce and wait till the formless force between the floating ice pieces weakened before they could take the risk. Fang Yuan was already deeply in danger as he hopped over several truthful floating ice pieces. He turned around and inquired loudly, Secret Schemer, can you 3 control this formation? Secret Schemer shook his head. We 3 are only in charge of activating practice GU. Not Immortal was pale. As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such a degree that she can even be considered half the formation's owner. She activated the formation but did not influence its derivation, instead she is accelerating it. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not trigger from this. Secret Schemer replied in a loud voice, please don't destroy these truthful floating ice pieces. They are all a part of the formation, this concerns the success or failure of the derivation. If you 2 make a move, you will definitely cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method to trigger. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression became unsightly. Friends, take a rest. We will exchange pointers later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and retreated after leaving behind these words. Lu Wei Yin and the other pseudo-venerables instantly prepared themselves for this huge enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and disappeared into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Currently, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were unable to get free. Pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju would not be able to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they hurried back to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated Crazed Demon formation to such a shocking degree. Once she unifies the great worlds in the 8th layer and gains a hold of all the sources of fuel and clues for Crazed Demon formation's derivation, her grasp over Crazed Demon formation would rise massively. It was possible that Crazed Demon formation might even change owners. One could easily fall into a trap if they were careless when fighting against Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was the same. It progressed step by step and was interlinked with each step as it latched onto the enemy's weaknesses. Even Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant son, could only fall into the trap unknowingly. Immortal zombie giant son was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. The situation is urgent. I wonder if friend Fang Yuan has a good plan. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing indifferently. This crazed demon cave battle has ended in Heavenly Court's victory. They have prepared for many years and spent a lot of energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading them, it is only natural for them to gain victory. Looks like Heavenly Court is still going to lead the 5 regions for a long time. But as long as I have a breath left in me, I won't let Heavenly Court have an easy time. Immortal zombie giant son stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look at him. He was continuously deducing the violent formation, looking like he wanted to retreat. Immortal zombie giant son gritted his teeth before laughing and shaking his hand. Friend Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged, please look at my method. At the next moment, golden light spread out from immortal zombie giant son's body. The threads of golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice pieces, constantly dyeing the floating ice pieces with a golden hue. At the same time, a majestic rank 8 immortal GU house flew over from outside the formation. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace stopped outside the formation for a while before entering the formation directly. Lu Wei Yin and the rest exclaimed in surprise, thinking that immortal zombie giant son wanted to break out forcibly. However, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace safely entered and orbited alongside other truthful floating ice pieces. It acted like a piece of truthful floating ice as well, just that its appearance was somewhat strange. Friend giant son, you have a great method. Fang Yuan could not help as he praised. Immortal zombie giant son snorted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could infiltrate the formation, but my luck path methods are also not inferior. It is just that before the formation stops, I won't be able to take out Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Let's leave quickly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace took part in the operation of Crazed Demon Formation, so Immortal Zombie Giant Son could also influence this formation now. He also copied Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and accelerated the formation. At the same time, he made a way out conveniently. Relying on this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Wei Yin, Qi Si and the rest, they were also brought away by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Son to the 8th layer. In this while of delay, the combat in the 8th layer had almost stopped completely. Heavenly Court was victorious. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. Bing Sai Chuan was also severely injured. The casualties on Fang Yuan's side were even more severe. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had perished. Star Constellation, Immortal Zombie Giant Son shouted with fury as he charged forward. This time, he was much more active than in the primordial domain. Fang Yuan moved right behind him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained at her spot and did not evade. The other immortals quickly got out of the way in panic. The three-sided battle erupted once again. Chapter 2191, Fighting and Entering the Immortal Graveyard. Thunder rumbled ceaselessly. Immortal Zombie Giant Son breathed out countless golden rays. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable emitted beautiful starlight. Fang Yuan's killer moves engulfed the battlefield. Worlds shook like a huge pancake. Mountains and rivers continued to be destroyed completely. In such a battlefield, the 3 great worlds became food on a chopping board. Fang Yuan breathed out indifferently. Countless sword chi flew out like lumps of clouds, blocking the starlight. He then pushed with his hand as another killer move shot out like a divine wind that roared like dragons or tigers. Fang Yuan was not able to do anything more than that in combat. He had too many Dao marks. His killer moves were also too powerful. He could only choose the weakest among those to use. In fact, although the fight between the 3 was filled with explosions, Immortal Zombie Giant Son and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also like Fang Yuan, they were holding back. This was not primordial domain. They could show their skills fully in primordial domain, but this was the 8th layer. Crazed Demon Formation still needed the great worlds to act as clues and fuel. If this place was destroyed, it would definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative measures. But it doesn't matter, we only need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this outcome. Both him and Immortal Zombie Giant Son were delayed in Crazed Demon Formation, resulting in Heavenly Court's victory in the fight between the great worlds. With their return now, another change emerged in the overall battle situation. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun joined hands to obstruct star constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zombie Yu and the rest counterattacked. Chi waves surged as Demon Immortal Chi Ju ran rampant in the battlefield. The phantom image of the damaged Chi land appeared above his head, facing 7 fiendish primeval monarch and Shabi 95 once again. Shabi 95 roared towards the sky as it charged into the battle. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was already prepared, immediately using his strongest method. Shabi 95's Chi Path Killer move was absorbed by Chi Land, increasing Demon Immortal Chi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 got a huge fright, retreating quickly. If not for Chi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining, even some parts of Shabi 95's body would have been devoured. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, an immortal GU house in the shape of a tombstone flew over. It was GU Fang Zheng in Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer move, Blood Extraction Light. A scarlet blood light pillar pierced the skies and shot towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju. If not for my Chi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining, Demon Immortal Chi Ju flew away, dodging this vast attack. Right at this time, a Chi wall suddenly spread out and seemed to connect heaven and earth. It suppressed Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Chi Si Ancestor had made his move. There was similarly a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. It was Hu Land. Using Hu Land as the core, his various Chi Path Killer moves had boundless might and unparalleled vastness. Chi Wall Killer move was originally only limited to defending, but Chi Si Ancestor did the opposite, spreading it to entrap enemies. Even Demon Immortal Chi Ju was surprised at such power. He took several glances at Hu Land specially, commenting inwardly, truly the secluded domain of heaven and earth that is comparable to Chi Land. It is just that Chi Land is good at absorbing, while Hu Land is specialized in releasing. If both lands were gathered and used together in a complete circulation. On the other side, Zan Bu wore the blood-red cape and moved like a flash of red lightning. Everywhere he went, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were beaten badly. Ching Cho was already killed by Chi Si Ancestor's Hu Elevation. Even if it was revived, it would need to recuperate for a long time in Divine Emperor City, and would not be able to participate in the battle for this period of time. Without Ching Cho and the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to use her full strength, the bulky Zan Bu once again became a headache for Heavenly Court. Zan Bu tore through the sky, closing in on Duke Mei. Duke Mei, careful, Duke Tong shouted while hurrying from afar. Duke Mei shouted with fury, Junior, don't be arrogant. He activated his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered and grew tens of feet long. His snow-white hair could become hard and soft. It was used for both attack and defense. The skillful series of moves even immobilized the violently charging Zan Bu. Zan Bu only felt that he could not use his strength. His violent force was diverted and dispelled. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and roared. Yellow lightning erupted from his roar, destroying the countless hair in his surroundings like they were dry twigs. A part of the incomplete Freedom transformation was Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move was a fierce and powerful method that shot yellow lightning. Its power was magnified several times in Zan Bu's hands. Zan Bu broke through the obstacles and arrived before Duke Mei, directly punching ahead. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a weakness. He dodged a second late as the punch broke his head like a watermelon, his brain matter splattering everywhere. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture that contained all kinds of GU worms, Immortal Essence, and Immortal Essence stones flew towards the Immortal Graveyard. Zan Bu tried to catch it, but the phantom aperture passed through his palm like an illusion. Seeing Duke Mei dying right before him, Duke Tong shouted furiously, Demon, you will pay with your life. His muscles that were bulging and shining with brass luster rained down punches after punches. Every punch broke through the sound barrier and had horrifying momentum. Zan Bu laughed fiercely, come at me. He charged head-on and fought Duke Tong in close combat without dodging. Punches and kicks interchanged. Zan Bu just attacked without defending. Duke Tong's punches struck his body. The pain made Zan Bu attack even more wildly. Soon, Duke Tong was unable to hold on and fell into disadvantage. Heavenly Court GU Immortals hurried over to reinforce him, using all kinds of killer moves to attack Zan Bu. Zan Bi Yudu's movements slowed down immediately as he was attacked by lightning, golden spears, and so on. His robust body shook slightly. He endured it all and grabbed Duke Tong's hand. "You can't run away." Zan Bi Yudu laughed malevolently, exerting strength in his hand. Crack! Duke Tong's large and rough arm was broken completely. Duke Tong shouted in pain. His leg kicked like a whip, creating countless leg shadows that drowned Zan Bi Yudu. Zan Bi Yudu's eyes shone with a fierce light as he punched Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals staked their lives in attacking the other. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Duke Tong kicked Zan Bi Yudu's two shoulders again and again. Zan Bi Yudu's neck and face turned purple from a lack of blood flow. While his rib bones were shattered, his heart that had no protection was also destroyed by Zan Bi Yudu. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still roared and continued to attack. Zan Bi Yudu gave an evil grin. He stretched out his hands like a bear and clasped Duke Tong's head. Zan Bi Yudu pressed viciously. First, he pressed his thumbs into Duke Tong's eyes, squeezing the eyeballs till they burst. Shortly after, with a crisp crack, Duke Tong's head broke into pieces. Finally, Zan Bi Yudu clenched his fingers, crushing Duke Tong's brains, his face, and the crushed head together. Only then did Duke Tong's attacks stop. His body fell while his phantom aperture flew away with his immortal Gu. Zan Bi Yudu's gaze was vicious as he followed the phantom aperture, his gaze landing on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge into the immortal graveyard, an immortal Gu house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City. Zan Bi Yudu showed a solemn expression. He restrained his fearless momentum slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the strength of Painting Path. Zan Bi Yudu could not defend against it. If he was careless, he would also be captured and sealed in Painting World by Divine Emperor City. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan while observing the whole battlefield. A trace of worry showed up on her face. Heavenly Court lacked manpower. They could have the upper hand if they just fought Fang Yuan or Longevity Heaven. But when these two sides allied, they were in disadvantage. Especially now that she was tied up and Heavenly Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. Heavenly Court was being beaten back by Zan Bi Yudu and the rest's crazed attacks. Immortal Killer Move. Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable moved her left palm. A small phantom image of Book Mountain floated on it. Thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks or like a chaotic tidal wave as they poured out in a torrent. These killer moves had their respective target, each targeting their original owners. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Chi Si Ancestor, Zan Bi Yudu, and the rest were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention and focus on defending. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also engulfed by golden rays. He was also targeted by humble reciprocation. Undoubtedly, this move was truly suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have powerful methods like Hu Elevation, but if she used them, it would trigger limitless countermeasures. And humble reciprocation was only returning the other GU Immortals' attacks. The power of each move was not high and did not cross limitless. Bottom line. At the same time, these killer moves targeted their original owners and not the three great worlds. Their owners had to focus on defending instead. This greatly stabilized Heavenly Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holding Book Mountain while pointing with another hand. Stardust shot towards Fang Yuan. She needed to pin down Fang Yuan herself. Because Fang Yuan's killer moves could not be returned by humble reciprocation. These killer moves were compound killer moves. Only Fang Yuan with his sovereign physique could use them. So, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to target Fang Yuan herself. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, suddenly using the compound killer move Wind Light Fire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Fire Wind Wheel, adding in profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings surrounded Fang Yuan. The 5 rings rotated and carried him away rapidly. Fang Yuan had been secretly inspecting and discovered that the aura of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard kept on growing stronger. It was extremely odd. With Book Mountain already in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, only the immortal graveyard was left outside. It was a vital area of Heavenly Court. Humble reciprocation burdened the mind and consumed too much thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was burdened. Fang Yuan retreated from the fight and charged towards immortal graveyard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately experienced what Fang Yuan felt when she ran away from the fight before. Star constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to stop Fang Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun noticed this. Even though there had been no communication, he decisively moved to stop Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body charged into the Immortal Graveyard alone. Not good, this demon Fang Yuan is here. He finally discovered the Immortal Graveyard's secret. That's fine, we don't have to keep on hiding here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and others appeared to block Fang Yuan with a decisive and furious expression. All of them had actually been revived. Chapter 2192 Invading the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan waved his hand, dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared from the air above him. To complete the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he had kept on fishing immemorial year beasts and gathered a complete set after much difficulty. As for these, they were all leftovers. Immemorial year beasts roared and howled as they streaked across the air towards the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still blocking Fang Yuan's path. At the same time, many GU immortal figures appeared from the Immortal Graveyard. They were those who had died in the battle before. The GU immortals moved out, stopping all the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan came to a realization after seeing this. It seems like the GU immortals who revived in the Immortal Graveyard have intact cultivation and Dao marks as well. As for the GU worms, their phantom aperture brings them back to the Immortal Graveyard when they die. Heavenly Court's GU immortal revival method was extremely advanced, with almost no flaws. Fortunately, Fang Yuan discovered this ambush in time. Lu Wei-yin felt fortunate. If they were continued to be kept in dark, when the battle fell to a stalemate, and these GU immortals attacked, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side would be caught off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed inwardly. The reason she concealed these GU immortals and did not let them participate in the battle immediately was to ambush at the crucial time. It was also to preserve strength for Heavenly Court. The expedition to Crazed Demon Cave was not a fight to the death between the three sides, it was a competition to seize the derivation results of the Crazed Demon formation. In this aspect, the main player was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. Others like Fang Zheng and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to take part in this kind of contest. Moreover, with Heavenly Court weakened to a great degree, they had little manpower. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the Crazed Demon formation's derivation and governed Heavenly Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a leader with no followers. But now, Fang Yuan had discovered these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aware. This demon Fang Yuan was crafty and cruel with not even a little pride. Since he found this weakness, he was definitely going to take advantage of it. People like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable disdained attacking those that were weaker than them. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless lives, he treated everyone the same. He killed the weak, he killed the strong. Slaughter had become his nature and madness had seeped deep into his bones. But Fang Yuan purposely bullied the weak. He liked attacking and bullying the weak. But if he met someone stronger, he would go into hiding. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court searched for him repeatedly, but he kept on hiding, using wisdom path methods to guard against deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move to support the Immortal Graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally stopped her with all of his methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the Illusion Killer move once more. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could find out the real copy, he would need some time to check. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeeded in returning to the Immortal Graveyard. But in just this short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong had died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands once again. Fang Yuan tried to catch their phantom apertures, but did not succeed. If the Immortal Graveyard is not destroyed, these GU immortals will still revive with their cultivation level restored. This is a big problem. Lu Wei-yin also hurried over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's movement, other Heavenly Court GU immortals also returned to the Immortal Graveyard. The situation once again turned into an offense and defense battle. Heavenly Court was still the defending side, but this time, they were not guarding Book Mountain. Instead, they were surrounding the Immortal Graveyard and fighting an intense battle. HMPH, once we kill these GU immortals and destroy the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left. Ha 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 ha. Zan Bu Du let out crazed laughter filled with killing intent. However, Heavenly Court seemed to have expected this situation. This Immortal Graveyard was already modified. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, forming an immortal formation. The immortal formation created fog that quickly spread across the whole battlefield. Inside it, GU Immortals could not see clearly, like they were inside thick clouds. Not only this, GU Immortal figures were still rising from the immortal graveyard. Zan Bu Du and the rest fought with these figures. These figures had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after they were killed, they only broke apart into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while and said, "This is a painting path formation, but it also contains human path methods. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Heavenly Court GU Immortals as supplementary cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Do you have a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turned cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Heavenly Court had infiltrated the crazed demon formation very deeply. They had a huge lead. If Heavenly Court was allowed to stall for time, when the three great worlds broke down into fuel for the crazed demon formation and the derivation of eternal life succeeds, Heavenly Court would have a much higher chance to seize the results than Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Heavenly Court was not a match for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's alliance in a frontal fight. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strategic and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were the ones who fell into a passive state. Fang Yuan was aware of the severity of this situation, immediately replying, "I know a bit about human path methods, but I don't know the first thing about painting path. Giant Sun, you are proficient in painting path. We need to join hands to have a chance at deciphering this formation." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. He had the intention of allying as well. Immediately, the two stopped attacking. They only ordered Lu Weiyin, Zan Bu Du, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest to try attacking the formation, so that they could gain all kinds of clues and test their speculations. 15 minutes went by. Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest continued attacking with no success. Their injuries accumulated instead. Heavenly Court's formation was still standing firmly. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move. The human sea in his sovereign immortal aperture became turbulent, causing the fog in the outside world to fluctuate as well. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun acted as well, spitting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread throughout the whole formation like ripples. Wherever the golden light went, the fog dissipated, revealing the immortal graveyard. The two sides' alliance army saw this and cheered. But this did not continue for long. The golden light dissipated quickly. The fog was restored almost immediately, blocking the sight of the immortals again. Zan Bu Du and the rest tried to attack the formation, but they failed. They could not even sense the locations of the formation cores. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was astonished for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have already broken, but the main formation core is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She forcefully used a wisdom path method to stabilize this formation. GU Immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main part of any methods was still the person. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this formation of Heavenly Courts was forcefully stabilized, firmly obstructing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Fang Yuan's alliance army. Fang Yuan slowly shook his head. "Looks like we won't be able to break this formation in a short period of time." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not reply, silently agreeing with this judgment. When he and Fang Yuan attacked just earlier, it was already their strongest method that was allowed in this situation. Since it could not break this formation, they would need half a month or so to deduce and break this formation. According to the current fusion rate of the Great Worlds as well as the crazed demon formation that was accelerated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was enough for the derivation to be complete. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression returned to normal, asking brightly, "Good formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you tell me the name of this formation?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from within the fog. "This formation is called Transient White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable but was not perfected. Only now, after Heavenly Court explored deeply into human path, we managed to fortunately complete it." Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked once again, causing the formation fog to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, since we cannot break the formation, we need to weaken Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." "That is reasonable." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately shot golden light which spread throughout the whole formation. Wherever the golden light went, the fog disappeared and everything was cleared. But, star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, the battlefield was covered in fog again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation every time. Both sides had no other choice. As this stalemate continued, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed suddenly. He felt some changes in luck. After dozens more rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook. An immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took this chance and shot out golden light. Instantly, rays of golden light spread like ripples. Divine Emperor City's shaking caught star constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. The formation was not stabilized, causing the formation to break. Many Heavenly Court GU immortals who acted as the formation cores started coughing blood. Every one of them was heavily injured. Zan Bu Du took the lead to kill his way into the immortal graveyard, shouting towards that GU immortal who broke through the painting world, Xianxia, ally with us in attacking Heavenly Court. This crucial character who broke the formation was the pseudo-venerable of Eastern Sea's righteous path who cultivated human path, Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked mentally and physically, but he immediately joined Fang Yuan's side without any hesitation and attacked Heavenly Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh as she waved her sleeve. She took all the Heavenly Court GU immortals and immortal GU houses, and entered deep into the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not give up. They chased all the way and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a tall pitch-black door. It emitted an aura of eeriness, deathly silence, terror, and power. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death, but Fang Yuan and the rest slowed down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Ren Zhu recorded this in detail. Ren Zhu had once asked Wisdom GU for guidance. Wisdom GU told Ren Zhu the path to enter the door of life and death was called the path of destiny. Living beings could enter the door through the path of death. If they wanted to exit, they needed to walk through the road of life. The path of death was filled with suffering GU, while the road of life had 3 obstacles: Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Within the door of life and death, there was Pacifying Soul Lake, Fairness GU, and so on. Not only these, according to Fang Yuan's intel, it was clear that the door of life and death had Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body as well as Ren Zhu's eldest son Verdant Great Sun's soul. Now, there was star constellation Immortal Venerable and the Heavenly Court Immortals. The door of life and death had become a dangerous area. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death with no hesitation. There was close to zero possibility of there being no arrangements inside. Chapter 2193, Spectral Soul's Shocking Awakening. Looking at the door of life and death in front of him, Fang Yuan immediately recalled his previous luck inspection result. The dark clouds that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were corroded by star constellation Immortal Venerable's starry clouds. Let's look at it again. Fang Yuan willed and used cooking luck pot. His silver light pillar luck had condensed a bit. The dust around the base of the pillar was getting increasingly thick and solid. As for the 3 clouds above the pillar, the starry clouds and dark clouds had almost merged into one. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden cloud was still suppressed to the bottom. The starry clouds and dark clouds had become even larger. They were already beginning to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change clearly indicated a problem. Heavenly Court has prepared abundantly in Crazed Demon Cave. Looking at this, it seems like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has actually allied with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the current state, Heavenly Court has too much of a lead. It is very likely that the final victor will be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Previously, there was Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, an external factor, that affected the silver light pillar. But when Fang Yuan observed his luck now, there was no external factor remaining. In fact, at his level, there were extremely few external factors that could influence him in this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Only factors like Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance had the ability to influence it. Looks like I will have to rely on myself to resolve this situation. Although the result of the luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan activated his method decisively. A finger-thick rainbow of chaotic colors wriggled out of his body. The rainbow first linked to the Qi-Si clone, granting him a multicolored radiance that covered his whole body. The rainbow came out again and connected to Zan Bu Du. This move will protect you when you move in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Shen Shang, and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled. I have my own way. Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin received this move. Thereupon, the multicolored rainbow connected them as well. At the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun put Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His whole body was covered in a barrier of golden light. Right now, he was staring at above Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary GU immortals naturally could not see the hidden cooking luck pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was its creator, he could somewhat sense it. Cooking luck pot's strong aura astonished Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. But thinking back to this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and refinement path accomplishments of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel it strange. Both sides activated their methods and charged into the door of life and death. They smoothly entered the door of life and death without encountering any setbacks. Inside the door of life and death was a scene of vast darkness. When Fang Yuan and the rest entered, it was like many torches were lit in a dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were startled, they started howling and roaring. The soul beasts began to attack frantically, while Fang Yuan and the rest defended. So many soul beasts. Shen Shang was astonished. This is the place with the greatest concentration of soul beasts. The soul beasts here are beyond 100 million, it is an inestimable number. Lu Weiyin said while activating a killer move which formed earthen walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here, my killer moves can't even achieve 50% of their effects. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's face paled slightly after he tried several killer moves. There were all sizes of soul beasts with all kinds of strength. There were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as an inestimable number of desolate and ancient soul beasts. There were also many immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami, endlessly and fearlessly moving towards Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, trying to drown these GU immortals. What about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Si Ancestor asked. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps on hiding, how can we find her in this situation? Zan Bu Du frowned. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan had not attacked yet, they were activating all kinds of methods to inspect and try to find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's traces. But soon, the two gave up. They failed. Since it is like this. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted, his whole body emitting golden light. Instantly, it was like a sun had appeared in the dark door of life and death. The sun rose high, illuminating all the surrounding space. The light was extremely piercing. Wherever it reached, countless soul beasts melted like ice, without even being able to let out a scream. Could this person be? Shen Shang's eyes opened wide as he finally recognized Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's identity. The power of this move was absolutely beyond Qi Si Ancestor's Hu elevation. Fang Yuan also could not help taking a few glances, his pupils shrinking slightly. Since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave began, this was the first time he saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun taking such an action. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as support, but when Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used it at this moment, it showed extreme offensive power. The golden light spread far, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it. In an instant, there were uncountable casualties. The battlefield that spanned thousands of li was cleared completely. At the periphery of the battlefield, a lake was revealed. The lake was calm with no ripples. Even under the illumination of the golden light, it was still motionless like a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. There was a mountain range beside Pacifying Soul Lake. The mountain range was majestic, it was so tall and vast that it seemed to touch the sky and spread beyond the range of the immortal's sight. Since when is there a mountain here? The legends of Ren Zhu has no records of it. This mountain is so dark, it is bursting with demonic aura. This is too strange. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable on this mountain? Maybe this pitch-black mountain range is Heavenly Court's arrangement. The pseudo-venerables discussed, but right at this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly said, "Found her." Fang Yuan's gaze also moved over. Following his gaze, the immortals discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was standing at the peak of the mountain. Starlight twinkled around her and her sleeves fluttered in the air, adding splendor to her unmatched elegance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the immortals, saying with a smile, "The enemies are here, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you should wake up." Her voice was calm, but it quickly spread and reverberated in this special world, like an echo in an empty valley. At the next moment, the dark mountain range that spanned across heaven and earth shook, a voice could be heard, Who is disturbing my sleep? The mountain range shook with increasing intensity, the entire world was shaking, the ground cracked and mountains shattered. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each was much larger than immortal zombie giant sun's attack earlier. These were spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes. This vast mountain range before the immortals was actually spectral soul demon Venerable's main body. Strong enemies. Who are you? Kill, I will kill you. Spectral soul demon Venerable's murmur shook the air, producing a vast whirlwind. There was something wrong with his condition. He actually did not recognize immortal zombie giant Sun and Fang Yuan, as if he had lost his memories. Hands spread out from the mountain range, in an instant, it was like countless giant trees had grown and formed a terrifying forest of arms. A huge explosion rang as spectral soul demon Venerable changed from an inclined position to sitting cross-legged. Even when sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still reached high into the sky, the immortals could not even see his head and could barely see most of his chest. Spectral soul demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Wei Yin, demon, immortal Qi Ju, and the rest were pale with fright. They could sense that spectral soul demon Venerable's main body was not just huge, the aura he emanated almost suffocated them. The soul path Dao marks on him were too dense and of an enormous scale, even the current Fang Yuan could not compare. Spectral soul demon Venerable opened his eyes, the two-blood sun let out ominous light from the dark cloudy fog. Spectral soul demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, dark soul fog moved with the fierce wind and covered the whole battlefield. The violent wind howled by their ears, the pseudo-Venerable's expression changed one after the other. The dark soul wind was extremely terrifying, it shook them so intensely that they were almost swept away. The soul wind did not target just their bodies, it also specially attacked their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan called out, the multicolored rainbow suddenly brightened, helping these pseudo-Venerables stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan, demon immortal Qi Ju could not hold on, quickly asking for help. Fang Yuan immediately activated the multicolored rainbow, linking him as well and helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral soul demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away, he shouted in anger and pressed down with one of his huge hands. The huge palm seemed to cover the world, it carried ferocious might and wind and lightning roared alongside it. It gave a feeling of being unblockable and unavoidable. The giant palm's target was demon immortal Qi Ju. Among the auras of the pseudo-Venerables, his aura was the weakest. He had been sealed for a long time in Divine Emperor City, much of his Dao marks were extracted. Demon immortal Qi Ju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the ability to instill fear, he would not be able to move in a short period, and could only defend passively. The earth shook. The immortals dodged, only demon immortal Qi Ju was left in the area. He frantically used many defensive killer moves, but he was like an ant trying to fell the tree, he was instantly slammed down by the giant palm. Demon immortal Qi Ju's aura rapidly fell to rock bottom. Spectral soul's giant palm stamped on the ground and did not move. The palm that was stable as mountain roots are towering like a heavenly pillar let out a strange aura. One hand of spectral soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable. Even immortal zombie giant Sun revealed an astonished expression, saying, "Save him quickly." Spectral soul is trying to seal Qi Ju. Even without his reminder, Zan Bu Du had already charged forward. He was like a meteor as he pierced through spectral soul's arm with a loud crash. Zan Bu Du laughed loudly and was about to turn around to attack again, when another hand pressed down with an incredible speed. Another loud explosion rang. Zan Bu Du was also slammed down on the ground by the giant palm, his aura falling violently. Even with such a large size, it is actually so fast. Save them, we cannot wait anymore. Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Wei Yin, and the rest quickly attacked. The two heavenly pillar-like arms began to collapse from the strong attacks. Right at this time, dozens of arms fell down from the sky. Immortal killer move, 10 Li time wind. With a cold snort, Fang Yuan raised his arms and pushed forward with his palms. Immediately, boundless wind rose, blocking the dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of time path, rule path, and wind path. When Fang Yuan's palms formed into a claw shape, it could confine the enemy and lock the time of the target. However, currently, Fang Yuan's hands were raised high, he was trying to grip with his fingers using all his strength, but they were trembling hard and he was unable to contract into a clenched shape. He could only slow these dozens of giant arms, he could not completely lock their time. Good job, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised, his figure suddenly transformed and became a soft rain of golden light. Chapter 2194, Unification of Three Worlds. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Top Ox Hair. The drizzle of dazzling golden light increased rapidly, it quickly spread and covered the dozens of giant arms. Golden light rained down endlessly, penetrating into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arms shook, golden flowing veins appeared and moved up the arms while interweaving into an exquisite web. When the golden web covered over half of the giant arms started shaking extremely fiercely. The pressure on Fang Yuan reduced sharply, the giant arms could not even budge under the infiltration of the golden web. This golden top ox hair killer move clearly also had the ability to confine its enemies. But it was different from Fang Yuan's 10 Li time wind, it infiltrated the target's body and controlled their movement. When the golden web covered the giant arms completely, these dozens of giant arms came under Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's control. They moved up and attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. At that instant, 1,000 or so giant arms came down, destroying these dozens of traitorous arms. The golden web lost its attached targets, turning back into a drizzle of golden light. Amidst the golden light drizzle, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's figure appeared slowly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave a shout, his thunder-like voice shook the whole door of life and death. A gray tornado immediately formed and moved towards Fang Yuan's group. The gray tornado did not have absorption force, instead it had a huge repulsive force. Wind blades that were sharper than Luo Po wind rotated and cut the souls. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the Immortals quickly retreated. Soul beasts rushed over from afar, but were dismembered by the wind blades. After these soul beasts died, they were absorbed by the gray tornado, changing into gray soul bombs. A soul bomb struck and exploded on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's soul was immediately injured heavily, he almost fainted. He had exceptional defense but faced this situation. Other immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Sheng were even more miserable, their souls might have been swept away if not for Fang Yuan's help. The number of soul path Dao marks in the door of life and death was unimaginable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables could only use 50% of their strength because of the Dao mark suppression. Now that he awakened, pseudo-venerables could only use 20% of their strength. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only use 50% of their strength. What's going on? Spectral Soul is also a Supreme Grand Master. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into gaining a soul beast body. He has almost merged with the door of life and death. With this environment, all his killer moves are amplified greatly, he can easily suppress us. This is the power of a Dao Lord. What now? The Immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's battle strength far surpassed the expectations of many of them. Another crucial point was that the door of life and death had too many soul path Dao marks. When Fate Gu was intact, the soul of every dead being returned to the door of life and death. Even when Fate Gu was damaged, most of the dead beings' souls still returned here. Countless years accumulated, countless souls gathered and broke down to form the current door of life and death. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the door of life and death was likely to have the highest number of Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun collaborated to destroy the Gray Tornado and detonate the thousands of Gray Soul bombs. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent over slightly, thousands of giant arms attacked from all sides. It was like the sky was falling, creating a suffocating feeling. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun began to use all their strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after the other. Their fragments fell to the ground, immediately changing into soul beasts that charged forward to fight once again. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, their fragments combined to form new soul beasts. Moreover, these newly born soul beasts were stronger than the previous soul beasts. They possessed talents and abilities, thus they could counter Lu Weiyin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and other Gu immortals were at a disadvantage. They were struggling to cope with the countless soul beasts and endless giant arms that attacked unceasingly. Right now, Soul Path fully displayed its combat advantage by fueling itself through killing. Die, all of you, Die. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic, roaring like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her clear voice was not suppressed by the chaotic battlefield, instead it reached the Immortal's ears. Everyone, your valiance really makes me feel admiration. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, I'll take a quick leave first. Saying this, she leisurely retreated. Her body streaked across the dark world like a meteor, easily leaving the door of life and death. Since the battle began, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Even though she was openly leaving now, she did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. This situation was frightening to see. The Grand Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's puppet. Lu Wei-yin suddenly shouted, his face was pale. Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan. Star Constellation will definitely unite the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We must quickly go and stop her. However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a genuine Dao Lord inside the door of life and death. A Soul Path Supreme Grand Master. A complete rank 9 Venerable. On the contrary, Fang Yuan was only at rank 8, and though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also a Dao Lord, how could he use the outside world's luck path Dao marks to amplify himself in the door of life and death? Heaven and Earth Travel. Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Heavenly Court knew Fang Yuan had fixed Immortal Travel Immortal GU, how could they not have prepared for it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it showed no effect inside the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly melting. The boundaries had already shrunk by 30%. As for the void in the 8th layer, it was originally vast and infinite, but the boundary was now sticking close to the bubbles of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation activated. Heavenly Court's GU Immortal split and invaded Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. These two great worlds' main forces had almost all died in battle. Only a few remained. They were the old and weak GU Immortals with no battle strength left, or elite GU Masters. Be they the former or latter, they had no ability to block Heavenly Court's advancement. Heavenly Court continued to push in, setting a sub-formation after occupying each territory. These sub-formations resonated with the main formation, which was personally controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The sub-formations let out grand lights that shot towards the sky and shone on the surroundings, making the vast and desolate Savage Wilderness Great World, and the hilly Yellow Earth Great World bloom with green. Weeds and tree saplings grew at a visible speed, quickly forming a dense forest. This was only the visible phenomenon. The true essence lied in Green Lotus Great World, expanding continuously as it absorbed the other two great worlds into its territory. If looked from above, the green color that was like moss spread from the Green Lotus Great World and slowly covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the lush green became even deeper in color. At first, it was only light green. Many areas with the sub-formations turned into deep green. The deep green then turned into dark green. The three great worlds finally merged. After reaching a certain extent, a storm started brewing indescribably. The storm was not large, but its range was astonishing, covering the whole world. Wind blew like the chi tides of 5 regions. It quickly merged the primeval energy of the great world and distributed it evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's Heaven and Earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to grow until it becomes the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally took part and helped the great worlds unite, so she gained many insight from this. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accounted for almost half of the Heaven Path research results in the Crazed Demon formation. Why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Heavenly Court in his later years and play this game with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with Heaven's will of her own accord. The killer move human executing Heaven's work was extremely profound. While she altered Heaven's will, she was also comprehending Heaven Path. So, Limitless Demon Venerable competed with Star Constellation to extract the Heaven Path mysteries. He also received the help of this Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path. Only by cooperating with the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, could he realize the insane concept of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal. while star constellation Immortal Venerable also gained many benefits. The three avatar fairies' method of influencing the emotions of many mutant GU immortals and making them join Heavenly Court was a result of Heaven Path. Being able to control spectral soul demon Venerable was also an embodiment of Heaven Path research results. Naturally, star constellation Immortal Venerable took advantage of this situation. Spectral soul demon Venerable's main body already had flaws. The three worlds have merged, the outcome has been decided. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had succeeded. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's alliance was very powerful. But she relied on her incomparable wisdom path attainment to take a lead step by step, maintaining her advantage and not letting the other two sides surpass her. Although Heavenly Court was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, the Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death. She used everything that could be used to help claim victory. This was star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of wisdom path. Heavenly Court had already infiltrated the Crazed Demon Formation. Now that they united the three worlds and got hold of massive clues and fuel, it was like letting half of the Crazed Demon Formation falling into star constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. It is your turn now, Paradise Earth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone coldly. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth had the name of Immortal Venerable and had extremely high reputation, he loved and defended variant humans. Paradise Earth left Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea and also Mushroomin Paradise in Southern Border. What repulsed star constellation Immortal Venerable even more was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Paradise Earth had gone through many fortuitous encounters in his life that could have allowed him to change his fundamental identity to that of a pure human. But he did not do so. He was always a mixed blood which could never be accepted by Heavenly Court. Immediately, sub-formations buzzed and tore the earth. Ground crumbled, deep ravines spread quickly from all sides to Paradise Earth's tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was broken apart. Afterwards, star constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry, her gaze looking at the distant sky. Soon, endless starlight condensed and solidified in the sky, turning into meteors that fell to the ground. Like a rainstorm, the meteors smashed onto Paradise Earth's tomb. The explosions rang, starlight and rock fragments flew everywhere. After a few minutes of time, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled and turned into ruins. Chapter 2195, Paradise Earth's Revival. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze crossed through thousands of miles and landed on the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb. She checked carefully before giving a satisfied nod. She collected the main formation, while Heavenly Court's immortals were in charge of collecting all the sub-formations. Heavenly Court members gathered in one place and moved with star constellation Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Domain disappeared, the 8th layer and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable personally pointed the way forward. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Fang Zheng, and the rest stepped into the Crazed Demon Formation one after the other. They each stopped on a truthful floating ice piece. Star constellation Immortal Venerable told them the control method of the truthful floating ice in detail. She then went towards the center of the formation and faced the central truthful floating ice. Lady Star Constellation, what are you going to do? If you insist on forcing your way, we will immediately activate Practice GU and destroy this truthful floating ice. Not Immortal was alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared. They tried to threaten Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Truthfully, you three being able to control Practice GU was beyond my expectations. I had already sealed Limitless Will. I did not expect him to still be able to bring you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless Will was just as an additional layer of assurance. I am going to use all my strength to accelerate the Crazed Demon Formation. This formation that Limitless set up back then is indeed astonishing and extraordinary, reaching the peak of the world. But he is still a Rule Path GU Immortal and not of Wisdom Path. He naturally realized this. If not, why would he invade Heavenly Court and bed with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought for a bit and mustered his courage to ask, since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thought as us, why not come in? We are willing to hand over Practice GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. That is not necessary. This area is the Crazed Demon Formation's core. It is easy to enter but difficult to exit. It also concerns the final deduction results. if I forcefully break out, I may destroy this truthful floating ice, ruining the million-year derivation. I am already in control of half the crazed demon formation, and only with me leading my heavenly court's immortals outside to prevent any unexpected situation, can I safely push this crazed demon formation to the limit. I am already aware of your ambitions. No need to hesitate, go carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer gritted their teeth. Right now, Fang Yuan was missing, and it probably bode ill rather than well. Since Heavenly Court had already controlled the situation, and these three immortals were unable to go out, even if they could go out, they definitely were not Heavenly Court's match. They could only continue to drill the truthful floating ice and resume their work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to activate the formation step by step. Under her influence, the crazed demon formation's form started changing again and again, the derivation efficiency also continued to rise. Many of Heavenly Court's members were controlling a truthful floating ice piece each. They listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements as they controlled their respective truthful floating ice. The melting speed of the 8th layer's great world sped up by several times. Many peripheral truthful floating ice pieces were starting to thaw and shrink. But the central truthful floating ice piece was continuing to expand in size. There would only be one truthful floating ice piece left in crazed demon formation at the end. If limitless arrangements succeeded, then the one who obtained this truthful floating ice could gain eternal life. Because the truth of eternal life would already be carved, worthy of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Under such a bleak situation, she fought one battle after another and made Heavenly Court emerge victorious. Qin Ding Ling was moved. With such a person leading Heavenly Court, our deaths would be without regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one else is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her leadership, our Heavenly Court will definitely become a supreme existence once again. We will unite the 5 regions just like crazed Demon Cave's 3 worlds. The immortals were looking forward to a beautiful future. When Heavenly Court did not have an Immortal Venerable in charge, there was the tradition of having a Wisdom Path GU Immortal led them. Past experience proved the sensibility of this system. Now that the creator of Wisdom Path, a Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master, the number 1 person in Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was controlling Heavenly Court, no one in Heavenly Court had any objection. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable were to revive, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would still be much more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you must die, why are you still not dead? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sitting cross-legged. Pacifying Soul Lake was only a puddle in comparison, while Fang Yuan and the Immortals were like insignificant ants. But this group of ants made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable extremely angry. Countless giant arms attacked these ants. Lu Wei Yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest used all their strength to counterattack. They were only second to peak level battle strengths like that of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in an extremely miserable situation here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun helping them time and again, some of them might have already perished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was at rank 9, after transforming into a Soul Beast body and his attainment level having been raised to Supreme Grandmaster level, he had become a Tao Lord. Originally, a Venerable that had just become a Tao Lord was still not invincible. They had to refine Tao marks of their path in the outside world and raise their strength. But it just so happened that this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He had occupied it since long ago. And the door of life and death had the highest number of Soul Path Tao marks in the world. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were in a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was aware of this, so they fought while finding an exit path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made deductions and smiled bitterly at Fang Yuan. This is not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who took the initiative to open a path. He has already completely refined the door of life and death and become this place's master. It is impossible for us to leave like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to turn Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into a puppet? Giant Sun, you should know that in the 500 years of my previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. He infiltrated Heavenly Court and made them a mere figurehead. Now, star constellation Immortal Venerable can be considered to have taken revenge for Heavenly Court. Immortal zombie giant son was solemn. There is no use in saying these things now. Our hope lies with you. Fang Yuan nodded. I know, I have already begun deducing. He knew what Immortal zombie giant son was pointing towards. Back then, when Ren Zhu tried to leave the door of life and death through the road of life, he encountered 3 obstacles: Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Ren Zhu failed when he was in Reverse Flow River. If not for this, he could have escaped the door of life and death. And now, Fang Yuan was the Gu immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth. In fact, he had Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as these 3 obstacles were used to create the road of life, they could escape the door of life and death through it and return to fight star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had a bitter expression. Deductions need time and clues. I have no clue about this road of life, I just have these obstacles. And this door of life and death has long been modified by spectral soul demon Venerable and merged into himself. There is a huge difference between it and the records in the legends of Ren Zhu. Furthermore, spectral soul demon Venerable does not have a clear mind. I need to split my attention to guard against his mad attacks. Immortal zombie giant son heaved a sigh. Spectral soul demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in soul path. He made the door of life and death much more exceptional than before. Even though the situation is already like this, I still hope you will give your best effort. Immortal zombie giant son's expression changed suddenly. It is here again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, luck changing golden light path. A dazzling path of golden light formed instantly. The immortals knew the situation, quickly stepping on the path of light and letting it bring them away. At the next moment, countless soul bombs, each the size of a mountain, shot down while having tadpole-like tails. The giant tadpole soul bombs detonated with horrifying strength. The path shook intensely from the explosion and dimmed rapidly. But the immortals managed to escape from the soul bombs. They had already suffered once. Xianxia and demon immortal Qi Ju had gotten heavily injured from the explosion. Fortunately, Xianxia cultivated human path and was an expert in treating these injuries. He displayed human path's superiority, healing the immortals quickly. After that time, every time the soul bombs attacked, Immortal zombie giant son used luck-changing golden light path and moved the immortals away. This move was extremely profound. It could forcibly create a survival route in a hopeless situation. Soul beasts attacked and soul bombs detonated around the light path. Many of their attacks cancelled each other, which instead kept the light path safe. If it was before, Immortal zombie giant son could have already escaped with this move. But this door of life and death was different. It was extremely troublesome. Even if Immortal zombie giant son used luck-changing golden light path multiple times, he could not succeed. Careful, Qi Si ancestor alerted. After all the soul bombs detonated, a soul river crashed down. Countless wronged ghosts formed a black river. The ghosts cried and howled. The tragic and furious sounds slightly slowed the immortals' thoughts. The soul river was extremely huge, covering thousands of miles. The immortals could not evade it, so they used all kinds of methods. For a moment, they were carried up and down by the soul river, being tortured physically and mentally. Profound light surrounded and protected Fang Yuan. Multicolored rainbow bound other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from getting washed away. Under this perilous situation, once the pseudo-venerables left the group for some time, they would die a miserable death. The crucial point was that if they died here, their souls would be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was good at. So, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were helping themselves by saving these people. I can hardly look after myself. How can I quickly deduce the road of life in this situation? Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at the tumultuous Soul River. The situation was bad. As time passed, Fang Yuan's chance of victory would be increasingly low. If they were delayed for a long time in the door of life and death, if star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained eternal life, she might come back to finish them with greatly increased strength. At that time, if there was no improvement, Fang Yuan would not just be defeated but might even lose his life. Right at this time, in the great world in Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light shone. The yellow light covered the ruins. This was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light erupted, shooting towards the sky, before changing direction towards the door of life and death. A GU Immortal appeared in the yellow light, buried in the earth for 100,000 years. Brushing dust off my clothes as I rise once more. Wishing for all lives to be equal. May all living beings compete in harmony. After the recital, the GU Immortal said, "Spectral soul, please open the door. Paradise Earth is here to pay a visit." Chapter 2196 Spectral Soul vs. Paradise Earth. For an instant, the fighting in the door of life and death suddenly stopped. The furious spectral soul demon Venerable stopped roaring, countless giant arms stopped moving like space had frozen. What happened? Chi-Si Ancestor was puzzled. At the next moment, spectral soul demon Venerable opened his huge mouth, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The roar contained anger, hatred, as well as excitement towards meeting a great enemy. You revived. You revived as well. I finally meet you. Since you are here, come in. So that I can kill you. Spectral soul demon Venerable did not remember Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant son, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Suns of blood color rose in the sky. These were spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes. He had 3 heads. Only one head had awakened in the previous battle. Now the remaining 2 heads also opened their blood-colored eyes. The entrance of the door of life and death opened, forming a huge vortex that let out a terrifying suction force. The entrance opened and closed in an instant. When Fang Yuan and the rest came to their senses, a GU Immortal was pulled into the door of life and death. He had a shiny bald head and wore plain clothing. He had a kind expression and his entire body let out a faint radiance. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant son, called out. Lord Paradise Earth, you succeeded in reviving. Lu Wei Yin was surprised and happy. He suddenly shouted, "Careful." Hundreds of giant arms repelled the air as they ruthlessly charged towards Paradise Earth while producing thunderous rumbles. Battle erupted once again. The crazed demon formation turned chaotic. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were heavily injured, their expressions were pale and bewildered. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revealed an astonished expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave started, this was the first time she showed such an emotion. The reason was that although Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was beyond Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think you would take another path. I underestimated you. You actually converted to Heaven Path. Paradise Earth's tomb was only a target. Only through its destruction could you revive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, but did not move towards the door of life and death. At the moment, the crazed demon formation was rotating like a tornado. She could not get away easily. Moreover, although Paradise Earth revived, he had converted to Heaven Path and the tomb was destroyed much earlier by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so his current cultivation was only at pseudo-venerable level. If Yellow Earth Great World had annexed the other 2 Great Worlds and Paradise Earth's tomb was destroyed along with the Great World, the revived Paradise Earth might have venerable cultivation. Right now, the main focus was still on the crazed demon formation. The sensible Star Constellation would never abandon the larger goal for smaller gains. Moreover, even if she returned to the door of life and death, her battle strength would also be suppressed greatly. It would not be worth the effort. Careful. Lu Wei Yin's shout had just landed. A giant web appeared in front of Paradise Earth. The milky white web was extremely thick. Every thread of the web had the size of an elephant, giving a monumental and majestic feeling. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were completely blocked by this giant web. What kind of killer move is this? It actually has such defensive prowess. This aura, I have never felt it before. Wait a moment, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation, he is only at rank 8 level like us. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Zan Bu Du, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth converted to cultivating Heaven Path. He revived but did not regain his venerable cultivation. This might be the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was somewhat aware. Fang Yuan's emotions were slightly complex. He had also once considered progressing in Heaven Path. Who could have expected Paradise Earth's scheme to be deeper than his? He had even greater progress. Through this revival, he directly became a pseudo-venerable in Heaven Path. Using Heaven Path's advantage, the suppression of the door of life and death on Paradise Earth was the smallest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was roaring in fury. he half-squatted from his cross-legged position. Thousands of giant arms attacked, the 5 fingers of every hand were placed together like a drill, and the sharp nails stabbed like spears. Countless giant hands stabbed the web of light. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the heaven path giant web that did not even budge before was shaking slightly. Although he cultivates heaven path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and alerted others. Lu Wei Yin was the first to charge forward, but was blocked by giant arms midway. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest followed closely to reinforce Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape, a large number of spikes extended from the fingernails, his action changed from poking to tearing. Slash, slash, countless giant arms tore layers of webs of light, continuously breaking them. Although Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive method was exceptional and was at Immortal Venerable level. It was just that when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had to retreat even after obtaining the reinforcement. The Immortal's situation was still as perilous as before. After blocking for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted his voice. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is strange, his mind is not clear, his emotions were probably tampered with by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make someone's rationality as calm as ice. Wisdom Path had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak in these 3 aspects. Fairy Feng Ya deduced limitless arrangements, always being ahead of others. This was the attainment of thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method of will. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were agitated and in disorder. He did not have even a trace of rationality. This showed star constellation Immortal Venerable's might in terms of emotions. Regarding this, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or other pseudo-venerables had all made an attempt. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition was the same, never showing a sign of regaining his sanity. The Immortals' attempts failed. They agreed that it was because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was exceptional. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master, the number 1 in the world in this path. Since she left confidently, she naturally had full confidence in her method. She believed this method would not be broken for a short period of time. Right now, although Paradise Earth mentioned this idea, the Immortals did not object, they cooperated with him quickly. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance had agitated his state even further. All kinds of soul path killer moves were used one after the other. Some were sinister, some were weird, some were domineering, and some were unrestrained. The Immortals were too busy dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was disturbed again and again. The killer move's activation progress was minimal. After a long while, Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "All of you, move aside." The Immortals quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent, but his eyes shone as he faced the tsunami-like wave of soul beasts. He opened his arms and roared towards the sky. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks were of all kinds of color. They rapidly collided in the air, turning into dragons, wolves, tigers, fishes, and other beings. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all kinds and shapes charged forward. Wherever they went, soul beasts cried out miserably as they were torn into shreds, burned into ashes, drowned, cleaved by lightning. In an instant, Fang Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had gathered on his body. These killer moves were all at rank 8, that was to say, Fang Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Peerless might. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, 10 or so totems attacked one giant arm and destroyed them. 30% of my immortal essence was used up. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, returning to the group. The immortal essence expenditure of releasing so many totem killer moves was extremely terrifying. According to Fang Yuan's current immortal essence reserves, he could only use this move 3 times at most. Among the present GU immortals, the lowest cultivation was at pseudo-venerable. Yet, when they looked at Fang Yuan, their expressions were all shaken and even contained vague fear. Totem killer moves were quick and convenient, but Fang Yuan released so many totems at once, which was the thing that really shocked them. Ignoring anything else, with just this method, Fang Yuan could exterminate almost any super force in the world. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan for a while. He knew of totem killer moves, so he understood the advantages and weaknesses of this kind of killer move. Totem killer moves were indeed quick and convenient, but they were difficult to nurture. However, Fang Yuan had actually nurtured so many rank 8 totems, this made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method, Paradise Earth praised before concentrating on preparing his killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads opened their mouths and breathed out a vast soul river. 3 soul rivers converged into a soul river of an unprecedented scale. It crashed down like dark clouds covering the sky. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul river as they fought. The soul river's speed of descent fell, while these totems' radiance was extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts sparked as he madly dispatched the totems and coordinated their actions. His immortal essence was expended rapidly, his mind was beginning to overheat as it reached the limits of his wisdom path capability. Totem killer moves were far superior to immemorial desolate beasts because they could coordinate with each other and be controlled casually. More importantly, each of them possessed extreme prowess, comparable to immemorial desolate beasts that had wild immortal GU, or even immemorial desolate beasts that grasped immortal killer moves. These totems gained 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Finally, Fang Yuan heaved a sigh as he collected the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems survived fortunately, but they were in an extremely damaged state. The other hundreds of totems had all died in battle. Naturally, accompanying their deaths were countless soul beasts and dozens of spectral souls' giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He had to rest his mind and it seemed difficult for him to battle for some time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stood up and took his place. He had already prepared his killer move, using it with no hesitation. Immortal killer move, unforeseen disaster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed at his head repeatedly with his palms that were covered in a layer of light. The pure gold light around his palms was rapidly dyed black and red. Every time Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed, he threw them as well. The dark red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of dark red clouds that flew everywhere. Each lump of dark red cloud was not large. Wherever they went, soul beasts within 100 li howled for a few breaths of time before losing their lives. Giant arms broke, large segments of the soul river also broke apart. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun repeatedly grabbed his bad luck and threw them at his enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body itself was becoming unstable after being hit by this method. His left head shouted as it used burning soul bursting luck. His luck immediately rose and offset Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked for a while before stopping. It was not that his immortal essence was not enough or his mind got tired, it was because he had used up all his bad luck. Chapter 2197, Killing Spectral Soul. This method is really good. Fang Yuan was slightly moved as he observed Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. If he could use all of his bad luck to attack, then his own luck would always remain at the highest level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an excellent combat system. This method definitely had high importance in this combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's help, Paradise Earth got the time to prepare and activate his killer move. Immortal killer move, Emotionless Heaven and Earth. White waves of light spread from between Paradise Earth's brows. The light waves immediately spread towards the whole battlefield and covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable completely. Waves of light activated one after the other. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not feel anything at first, but he soon showed a response. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils decreased rapidly as they revealed flickers of rationality. But at this time, the silhouette of a figure showed itself on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals heard this figure speak. Heaven and earth is emotionless, that is correct, but humans have emotions. Saying so, this figure laughed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pupils were filled with killing intent once again. The trace of rationality just earlier had vanished without a trace. Who was that? The immortals were astonished. Clearly, this figure had caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Is it Verdant Great Sun? A thought emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in the legends of Renzu's eldest son Verdant Great Sun's soul lay on the shores of Pacifying Soul Lake. But right now, there was nothing around Pacifying Soul Lake. It was very likely that Verdant Great Sun's soul was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who cultivated Soul Path and Food Path could not digest verdant Great Sun, he was instead controlled. It was very likely that star constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this. Paradise Earth revealed a troubled expression at seeing his killer move have no effect. Spectral Soul attacked once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan glanced at each other as the former said, "Fang Yuan, have you gained any comprehension?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression was solemn, "There is no progress." "I have an idea," Xianxia suddenly said, "since the Fate War, I have been lurking inside Divine Emperor City while cultivating human path. Besides the gains, I also pondered on how to get out of difficult situations, so I thought of a human path method. Right now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, only the final 10% remains. When I saw Lord Paradise Earth activate the human path killer move, my intuition told me that this is the final 10% I require. With it, I can complete this killer move." "This," the other GU Immortals murmured softly. Xianxia's intention was to ask for Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results. This was quite an impudent request. There was an example here. Despite Fang Yuan having 3 crucial secluded domains of Heaven and Earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never asked to borrow these secluded domains of Heaven and Earth to deduce the road of life to escape from the door of life and death. But in the current situation, Xianxia's overbearing request had some reason behind it. The crucial point was that he and Paradise Earth had a peculiar relationship. Xianxia was an Eastern CGU immortal. He secretly committed many sins to cultivate human path. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he immediately took action. Xianxia could not even take one strike from Paradise Earth, but instead of killing or confining him, Paradise Earth gave him a chance to atone for his sins. Thus, Xianxia entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated bitterly. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Xianxia made progress time and time again, advancing stably. With Heal Injury Immortal GU as the foundation, he developed and created Saving Dead Healing Injuries, Light Injuries, Heavy Injuries, Fatal Injuries, Sensory Injuries, 7 Laborious Injuries, and other killer moves. Later, he created the killer move Countless Injury Marks, from which he deduced the Immortal GU recipe of Injury Mark Immortal GU. Finally, he refined Injury Mark Immortal GU, and changed it to his Vital GU. When Fang Yuan explored the Blue Dragon Whale's aperture, he released Xianxia. Xianxia cooperated with Fang Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. At the crucial moment, he played a key role and set the crucial foundation for Fang Yuan's victory over Heavenly Court. Xianxia's and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be extremely close. Back then, when Xianxia cultivated human path in Blue Dragon Whale, he had received Paradise Earth's guidance. The connection between the two was very deep, second only to the relationship between Lu Weiyin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Xianxia made this seemingly impudent request. Because back then, Paradise Earth guided him, there was a high chance of him guiding Xianxia again now that he had revived. The only difference was that it was human path before, and now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like Xianxia expected, Paradise Earth directly imparted the information of emotionless heaven and earth to him without any hesitation. "I thank Lord's guidance." Xianxia bowed with his hands cupped before him, his voice slightly shaking from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded, saying with a smile, "Xianxia, your appearance here can be considered a fortune. Whether we can leave here or not will depend on your talent. Junior will do his best to not let down Lord's expectation." Xianxia was even more excited. He was a grand pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he positioned himself as a junior and was extremely humble and respectful. He was indebted to Paradise Earth. In fact, many people and forces were indebted to Paradise Earth. Everyone knew Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 venerables, even many people of Central Continent respected him. The amount of good deeds Paradise Earth had done over his life and the number of people he had helped was inestimable. After receiving Paradise Earth's approval and encouragement, the other GU Immortals were slightly expectant of Xianxia. Most of them were still placing their hopes on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had made crucial breakthroughs during battles before. He had created Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He was the person who defeated Heavenly Court. There were precedents for this. Moreover, at present, Fang Yuan's position was higher than Xianxia's. The Immortals fought and evaded Spectral Soul's attacks. Another head grew on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attacks had cleaved one of his heads into two. However, the halved head split, one turning into two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not only the head, no matter how many of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms were destroyed, they quickly grew again. His arms were increasing in number, becoming even more sturdy and strong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still continuing to grow. The fiercer Fang Yuan's group counterattacked, the faster the speed of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's growth. Nurturing strength through battle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to the full strength he used before, his strength had clearly risen a lot. The Immortals were not able to estimate his limits, which firmed up their decision to leave. It was too disadvantageous to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inside the door of life and death. There were endless soul beasts, there was no use no matter how many were killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the world, forcing the Immortals to defend with all their strength and concentration. Fang Yuan suddenly showed a peculiar expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the gazes of the Immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun asked with hope, "Fang Yuan, you made some progress." Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. "Yes, there is progress, but it is not the road of life. Let me try this." The moment he said this, Fang Yuan's aura turned eerie and dark. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley started buzzing and shaking slightly as they resonated with each other, emitting an increasingly bright radiance. After the preparation was complete, Fang Yuan's aura became restrained. He pushed his palm, from which a lump in the form of a gray-white square seal flew out. The square seal's speed was slow, but wherever it passed by, all the souls disintegrated into ashes. A large area of the Soul Beast army was immediately cleared up. Even immemorial soul beasts did not have a trace of resistance against this gray-white square seal, they were thinner than even paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also crumbled apart. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed and weakened in front of this gray-white square seal. The Immortals surrounding Fang Yuan were also terrified, a bone-chilling cold feeling spread from the depths of their soul. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breath turned rough when he guarded against this square seal. Since the battle started, this was the first time he was breathing roughly and stopped his tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopo seal. Strong, too strong. Shen Shang was shaken. Even Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide, turning speechless. This move is terrifying, it can be considered as Soul Path's nemesis. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned for a bit before complimenting. He saw the gray-white seal rise up. 100 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's giant arms that were in its path were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was finally destroyed, the areas where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 or so giant arms were destroyed still remained empty for a while as if the regenerative ability was exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's unforeseen disaster killer move was similar to Danghun Luopo seal, but these soul beasts could still resist unforeseen disaster killer move for a while. However, against Danghun Luopo seal, they had no ability to resist. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "I am ashamed, I did not manage to deduce the road of life, but gained this instead." This move is called Danghun Luopo seal. It uses the two sacred lands as the cores, its foundation is the Luopo seal I created before. Spectral Soul had once said that Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were sacred lands for soul cultivation. My killer move was developed from the foundation of Soul Path and suppresses it fundamentally. It is a pity that I only have the two sacred lands. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake as well, I might be able to restrain all Soul Path methods completely. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed he was still not satisfied with this killer move. "Great," Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised again, encouraging. "Fang Yuan has already combined the two obstacles now. If you can add in reverse flow river as well, you should be able to deduce the road of life." Zanbi Yudu gave another suggestion while pointing towards a direction. "No, from what I see, as long as we put this move to good use, with us supporting my main body, there is a huge chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Take a look." Following Zanbi Yudu's finger, the Immortals immediately discovered. It was deathly silent in the areas destroyed by Danghun Luopo seal. They did not restore quickly like before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, although the 100 or so giant arms destroyed were regenerating, the speed was very slow. Danghun Luopo seal was a pure soul path killer move. it was amplified in the door of life and death. The soul path Dao marks that this move left behind were like the winds of Luopo Valley and the vibration force of Danghun Mountain, they made it difficult for soul beasts to condense into being. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned, analyzing. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord and can control the soul path, Dao marks here to amplify himself while suppressing Fang Yuan's Danghun Luopo seal, his state of mind is not clear, he only has a Dao Lord's instincts, so Danghun Luopo seal can also receive amplification here. The Immortal's eyes shined as they saw a new possibility. Killing Spectral Soul, Chapter 2198, Star Constellation vs. Giant Sun. Thoughts began to surge rapidly in the Immortal's minds. Danghun Luopo seal was truly amazing, it was a killer weapon against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had lost his sanity. Zan Bu Du was correct. In the current situation, there was indeed a possibility of relying on Danghun Luopo seal to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Barring unexpected surprises, it is feasible indeed. It will be very difficult to find an escape route under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's crazed attacks. However, directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also an option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, there is small hope of finding a way out. But going against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and killing him will definitely be a life and death battle. They were all speculating. Chi Si Ancestor's expression sank. The fact is, don't we need to step past the obstacle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, to leave the door of life and death? Even if we shake him off and leave the door of life and death, what if he chases us? At that time, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. It is better to use this chance when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy with infiltrating the crazed demon formation to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Immortal's minds jolted. Indeed, Lu Wei Yin mumbled, we will need to go against Heavenly Court to fight for the eternal life research results. If we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, Heavenly Court's threat will immediately be halved. HMPH. Zan Bu Du snorted coldly, what are you still hesitating for? Everyone, the longer we delay, the deeper Star Constellation's infiltration becomes, she will be closer to the eternal life research results. Regardless of which plan we choose, we need to decide now. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, however, frowned, saying in a heavy tone, it is not that simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 expert in Wisdom Path, will she leave behind such an obvious loophole? Right now, I am worried that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control over Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might get out of this predicament by himself. At that time, we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as an ally. If we really attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, whether we win or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wins, even if it is a draw, both sides will be injured, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still be the biggest winner. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made sense, since this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was no such thing as overestimating her planning. Giant Sun, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will leave the control and gain his rationality? Fang Yuan asked with a sharp gaze, let's take your speculation a step further. Suppose Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally left this loophole and lured us into thinking this way. In fact, even if Star Constellation can only control Spectral Soul Demon for some time, if she were to obtain the eternal life research results during this time, what do we do? Then, Fang Yuan, you are intent on fighting to the death. Under this situation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not yield, matching his gaze. The atmosphere between the immortals suddenly became tense. Right at this time, Xianxia shouted, I succeeded, my killer move is complete. Paradise Earth said with a heavy voice, Xianxia, what are your chances? 80%. Xianxia was excited, this move was incomplete before as it lacked Heaven Path results. But the lacking part is not the crucial core. My intuition is telling me strongly that this move has an 80% success rate. There is still room for improvement, but it is already complete now and can be used. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun retracted their gazes. Fang Yuan said, then, let's protect Xianxia while he attempts it. Previously, Fang Yuan and the rest succeeded in protecting Paradise Earth. With Danghun Luopo seal, there was no problem in protecting Xianxia. Immortal killer move, heaven always leaves a way out for people. After a while, Amidst the tidal wave-like offense of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Xianxia activated the killer move, creating a narrow path. The path was long and winding, it could not compare to luck-changing golden light path. But it pierced through the door of life and death. The immortals even saw the vague scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The immortals were surprised and joyous. Xianxia laughed heartily, calling out with his arms raised, "It succeeded." Paradise Earth smiled. "I was right about you. Hundreds of years Eastern Immortal leader, with half of a Venerable's talent, your reputation matches your abilities indeed." Xianxia Ancestor cupped his fists. "We all owe you a favor for getting out of this predicament." Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not stint on praising. "Let's go." Zan Bu Du still took the lead, he was very suitable in opening up a path. The immortals did not have any hesitation, they protected each other as they stepped on the narrow path. Xianxia's killer move was unique, even the door of life and death could not stop these GU immortals from escaping successfully. When the immortals got out of the door of life and death, they prepared for a fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mad roars came from the door of life and death, the whole giant door shook constantly. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not step out of the door of life and death. So it was like this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not able to exit the door of life and death for some reason. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lured us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of control is most effective inside the door of life and death. The GU Immortals let out sighs of relief as they made guesses. "Quick, let's go to the crazed demon formation. So much time has passed, who knows how much progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made." Demon Immortal Qi Ju reminded. Before the immortals left, they used their methods to try to destroy the immortal graveyard. However, the killer moves were all absorbed by the door of life and death. No use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements are exquisite, this immortal graveyard is closely connected with the door of life and death. If we want to destroy the immortal graveyard, we need to destroy the door of life and death first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and left. It was because they saw through this, he and Fang Yuan had chosen to invade the door of life and death. Naturally, there were also many other reasons. This method can be broken, and we can separate the immortal graveyard from the door of life and death. But we don't have time. Let's go, onwards to the crazed demon formation. Fang Yuan also turned around and left. The immortals did not delay as they followed closely behind. After the destruction of primordial domain, the 8th and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. When Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the rest once again arrived before the crazed demon formation, only 30% of this formation remained. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces were already melted, the remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded several times their previous size. Right at this time, a truthful floating ice piece suddenly detonated, turning into countless ice fragments. Most of the ice fragments dissipated on the spot, and a small portion floated towards the formation, joining other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, primordial domain was lost, Giant Sun, Star Constellation, and even Spectral Soul have already become supreme grandmasters. If these eternal life research results derived by the crazed demon formation for over 1,000,000 years are also seized by these people, that would truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot compete for it, I might have to destroy the final truthful floating ice piece and let no one gain anything. Fang Yuan's gaze was icy as he charged towards the formation. The other GU immortals also charged forward. This group contained the strongest people of the current world: Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Xianxia, Zan Bu, Xianxia, Qi Ju, and Lu Weiyin. This lineup was truly horrifying and suffocating. Terrifying. Gu Fang Zheng's face was pale, he felt the intense killing intent even inside Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think of it. Even under the huge pressure, Heavenly Court GU immortals still walked forward. It was Duke Mei, not only Duke Mei, Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, and others moved forward to block the path. Get lost, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light bloomed, turning into a giant palm that sent several people flying. Huland appeared above Xianxia Ancestor, Qi waves surged and turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruan Dan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 fiendish primeval monarch attacked while riding on Shabi 95, Xianxia and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were stopped by the killer move, their momentum stopping immediately. Damn it, Demon Immortal Qi Ju furiously activated the killer move Shi, suppressing 7 fiendish primeval monarch. Xianxia attacked in coordination with a cold expression. 7 fiendish primeval monarch held on for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qi Ju and Xianxia. Shabi 95 was also hacked into 2, dying on the spot. Although Heavenly Court's members were strong, they were too weak in front of Fang Yuan's group, of which the weakest was still at pseudo-venerable level. Moreover, they did not have the help of immortal formations or immortal GU houses in this fight. They were using their lives to delay the enemies. In just a short while, Heavenly Court's side suffered huge casualties. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum slowed down. Heavenly Court has the door of life and death and the immortal graveyard, so what if these GU immortals died? They will revive soon without any loss to their battle strength. If we want to fight our way into the formation, we need to control a part of it. Lu Weiyin and Zan Biyu Du called out. Starlight appeared. Before Lu Weiyin and Zan Biyu Du could react, they were sent flying by the starlight. Starlight specs shown as star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed herself. She looked around and sighed. You are all too anxious. Crazed demon formations derivations are at the final juncture. You cannot act recklessly. What will we do if limitless, painstaking efforts of over 1,000,000 years are destroyed? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, while immortal. Zombie Giant Sun smiled and said with his gaze fixed on star constellation Immortal Venerable, since that is the case, I might as well wait for them. But we cannot waste time now. Star constellation, let us settle this once and for all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. I would like to see your skills too. Please go ahead and make your move. The moment she finished speaking, the void fluctuated, stardust flew, creating vertical and horizontal starry paths, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation, while Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other GU immortals were all inside the chessboard. Star constellation chessboard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shone sharply. Paradise Earth smiled as he came to realization. So Star Constellation Chessboard was an immortal GU house as well as an immortal formation. But there are no records of this transformation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable answered Paradise Earth. This was modified by me after I regained my Tao Lord status. Please do critique it. Qi Ancestor attacked directly without waiting for her to finish speaking. Qi surged and shook the surroundings. For a moment, starry paths vanished and stardust was swept away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable threw down a chess piece. The chess piece turned into 9 Spiritual Fairy in midair. 9 Spiritual Fairy had already activated her transformation path killer move to turn into a kingfisher. She shot towards Qi Ancestor with an astonishing speed. Qi Ancestor fought with her. After 3 to 4 rounds, there was still no clear victor. 9 Spiritual Fairy was clearly strengthened by the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 Spiritual Fairy had already transformed 3 times, but was starting to fall into danger. But right at this time, chess pieces fell down. Wan Zihong, Bai Kang Shui, Zhun Shengguang, Zhou Shangxin, and other immortals attacked. The battlefield instantly turned chaotic. After just a few rounds, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw the ingenuity behind this. These Heavenly Court members were formation cores of Star Constellation Chessboard formation. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, their coordination was extremely good. As more and more GU immortals entered the battle, the situation became increasingly chaotic, and Heavenly Court's advantage got bigger. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. He broke free from the chaotic battlefield and charged directly towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not evade this time. She met Immortal Zombie Giant Sun head-on. A fight between 2 venerables could be said to be unprecedented. Starlight flickered strongly, golden light spread, the whole battlefield was dyed golden and blue. The aftermath of the 2 venerables' fight created a vast chi tide that was much worse than the past chi tides. On one end, there was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master, the 2nd generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court, an unmatched strategist with dazzling achievements. On the other end, there was the #1 person in Luck Path who changed the luck of countless lives. He controlled northern plains and spread his bloodline widely. They were evenly matched. Chapter 2199, Star Constellation's Difficulty. All kinds of killer moves and methods were activated endlessly by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Some killer moves were domineering, spanning across heaven and earth. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, splitting the universe. Immortal zombie giant sun was like a golden meteor, charging forward bravely. Star constellation Immortal venerables. Body flickered as she moved around in star constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind starlight shadows that attacked Immortal zombie giant sun. Moreover, even when fighting, star constellation Immortal venerable was still controlling star constellation chessboard formation to help Heavenly Court members. Prince Feng Xian used phoenix flames, Bai Kang Shui let out a large blue river, flower petals rained down below Wan Zihong, all kinds of killer moves were used repeatedly, and under star constellation Immortal venerable's support, the conflicts between them were greatly reduced, forming waves of attacks that followed one after the other with short gaps between each other. Lu Wei-yin and others got a feeling of Heavenly Court's attacks being continuous and unending. Fang Yuan frowned, commenting in his mind, Star constellation Immortal venerable has astonishing wisdom path attainment, even though Immortal zombie giant sun is fighting her, he is not able to force out her limits. She still has the energy to support others and control the whole battlefield. So, from another angle, Immortal zombie giant sun also hasn't used his full strength. The two venerables were fighting, although there were huge explosions and countless methods used, their power did not go beyond Qi ancestors who elevation killer move. Be they star constellation Immortal venerable or Immortal zombie giant sun, they were wary of triggering limitless countermeasures. A venerable's foundation was unfathomable. If any one side were to trigger limitless countermeasures, the other side would gain an advantage. Naturally, the important thing was that both venerables wanted to obtain the eternal life research results. The value of this research was enormous to the point of being inestimable. In the deadlock between venerables, if a venerable could obtain the eternal life research results, they could likely break the balance and become the strongest among the venerables. Even star constellation Immortal venerable and Immortal zombie giant sun were coveting the eternal life research results, so they had to restrain themselves right now. If they destroyed this formation in the midst of the intense battle, that would be a huge problem. They were not limitless, these truthful floating ice pieces were nurtured for over 1,000,000 years. If any one of them was destroyed, the venerables would not be able to substitute it. Since it is so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly for a while, he suddenly commanded, Qi. Qi ancestor received the main body's voice transmission, he immediately used a killer move without hesitation. The terrifying Qi path killer move descended once again. The Immortals evaded immediately, even the allied group of Qiju and Lu Wei-yin was the same. Aren't you afraid of triggering limitless retaliation again? No, maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. Truly amazing. The GU Immortals were bewildered for a while before coming to a realization. Lu Wei-yin's group was joyous, while the Heavenly Court GU Immortals were worried. Sure enough, at the next moment, chains appeared from thin air and bound Qi ancestor. But the thing was, Qi ancestor was currently on star constellation chessboard formation. Limitless countermeasures attacked Qi, they naturally would not leave star constellation chessboard formation out. Fang Yuan wanted to get the help of limitless countermeasures to break star constellation chessboard formation. But at the next moment, star constellation Immortal venerable suddenly got away from Immortal zombie giant sun. Fang Yuan, your scheme is wonderful, but how could I have not prepared for such a huge flaw? Please take a look. The moment her words landed, starlight bloomed, many of the horizontal and vertical starry paths moved and attached on limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were bound by starry paths and were under star constellation Immortal venerable's control now. Star constellation chessboard formation was not disturbed by limitless countermeasures, instead, it made use of them. The strength of these chains were used to make star constellation chessboard formation even firmer. How could this be? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. Lu Wei-yin said through gritted teeth, Star constellation Immortal venerable has prepared too well, her infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave is too deep. After all, when Crazed Demon Cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court and made a bed with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, Heavenly Court had begun infiltrating Crazed Demon Cave the moment it was established. This infiltration lasted over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World. His infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave was about 300,000 years or so. It was not even half the time of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's infiltration. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path, which excelled in infiltrating. And Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Yellow Earth Great World was only established over 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable one. Although he came in touch with Crazed Demon Cave about 10 or so years ago, his infiltration time of the Crazed Demon Formation was almost zero. If the Door of Life and Death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home ground, then Crazed Demon Cave was over 50% the home ground of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only had less than half the home ground advantage. Fang Yuan was like a guest. His understanding of Crazed Demon Cave mostly came from Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation Chessboard gained limitless chains, becoming even more powerful. Heavenly Court GU Immortals were unafraid of death. They used their lives to tie down the pseudo-venerable opponents. After all, an Immortal Venerable was helping them. Naturally, they could not obstruct Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved towards the sky and joined Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's battle. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was bound by the chains. He could not even be put back into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and could only leave his protection to Zan Bu Du and others. Then, let's try this move. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze shining brightly. 5-colored light qi rapidly spread from around Fang Yuan. Be they Heavenly Court GU Immortals or Lu Wei Yin's group, they all retreated. They would suffer backlash every moment they fought in this 5-restriction profound light qi. 5 regional walls were manifesting once again through Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince Feng Xian and others gritted their teeth. This move came from Dao Zhu. It had repeatedly made things difficult for Heavenly Court during the Fate War and in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space. Right now, it became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's issue. 5-restriction profound light qi was spreading in Star Constellation Chessboard Formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately felt its effects as she started suffering backlash. Those chains of limitless on starry paths began to shake, eager to take action. 5-restriction profound light qi is suppressed in this formation, but it looks like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has not been able to find a way to break it. However, this method will trigger limitless countermeasures. It was not strange for it to trigger limitless countermeasures. 5-restriction profound light qi was the nemesis of GU formations in Immortal GU houses. The Crazed Demon Formation was also restrained. Inside 5-restriction profound light qi, the Crazed Demon Formation would also suffer backlash, breaking apart eventually. Limitless arrangements would naturally detect this threat, so it was normal for 5-restriction profound light qi to trigger the countermeasures. This was why Fang Yuan did not use 5-restriction profound light qi earlier. As for the Door of Life and Death, there were too many soul path Dao marks. Even 5-restriction profound light qi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the light qi became dense and formed 5 regional walls, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and the rest would also be endangered. It was not worth it. But the current situation was different. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods were amazing. She actually used Star Constellation Chessboard Formation to forcibly merge limitless chains. At this stage, Fang Yuan suddenly used 5-restriction profound light qi to oppose it. In an instant, the amount of things Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to calculate increased by over 10 times. She had to deal with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, help Heavenly Court members fight the Pseudo-Venerables, forcibly control limitless chains, and also accelerate the Crazed Demon Formation to quickly produce eternal life research results. Now, Fang Yuan activated 5-restriction profound light qi in Star Constellation Chessboard Formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash as well as suppress limitless chains. Fang Yuan's 5-restriction profound light qi was of extreme threat to the Crazed Demon Formation. Limitless chains were doing everything they could to shackle him. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must suppress it. If she did not suppress it and let it take effect freely, it would severely interfere and ultimately destroy Star Constellation Chessboard Formation. Once the formation was destroyed, just these Heavenly Court GU Immortals, even if they had the Immortal Graveyard, could not block the bloodthirsty Pseudo-Venerables. At that time, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, she would not be able to guard the eternal life research results, and the Pseudo-Venerables would gain them. There were no two ways about it. Heavenly Court had too little manpower after all. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, her enemies were too numerous. 5-restriction profound light qi, what an amazing move. Shen Shang praised as he saw through the situation. Even he felt bad for star constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2200, Luck Gamble. Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light chi which inflicted backlash to star constellation Immortal Venerable at every moment. But star constellation Immortal Venerable needed to suppress limitless chains and control them. She was basically protecting Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Even if she was the #1 person in the wisdom path, she had more problems than she could cope with. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay enough attention to him. Comparatively, Fang Yuan's threat was lower, but he could not be ignored. After all, many venerables had invested in him. Even Star Constellation's will had invested in him when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not be left alone. If he was allowed to act as he pleased, he would give her huge problems. Having this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly took out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew out. It was Zhou Shangxin. Zhou Shangxin landed on the middle of the mountain and controlled it with all his strength. Book Mountain let out golden light. They were actually Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path killer moves. These Luck Path killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, stopping him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate Dang Hun Luo Po seal. This method was amplified by his countless Dao marks. It was far stronger than Hu elevation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could disregard the cost to retrieve Star Constellation chessboard formation and release limitless chains. Adding on the previous accumulated hatred towards 5 restriction profound light chi, Fang Yuan would be fiercely shackled by limitless chains. His situation would be even worse than Chi's ancestors. At that time, Fang Yuan would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could take out Star Constellation chessboard again and make the situation greatly advantageous for Heavenly Court. Naturally, in the process of Star Constellation chessboard being stored and taken out, it would be damaged, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer damage. But how great would this damage be? According to Fang Yuan's estimation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. So, Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead he retreated into the 5 restriction profound light chi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan's action was within her expectations. Information about Dang Hun Luo Po's seal had already been transmitted from the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use this method. But, Fang Yuan retreating into the 5 restriction profound light chi made it convenient for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take her next action. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry. Hundreds of vertical and horizontal starry paths twisted and turned like water waves. They quickly gathered and weaved an azure sphere, covering all the 5 restriction profound light chi and Fang Yuan inside. Fang Yuan was actually sealed. 5 restriction profound light chi was still continuing to spread, but the space inside the azure sphere was vast. It would take a long time to fill it completely. An excellent response, Fang Yuan praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not break 5 restriction profound light chi, but found a way to restrain it. This response was amazing. Not only did she use Star Constellation chessboard formation to a whole new level, there were extraordinary methods like Dao embroidery used as well. Fang Yuan was trapped, but he was not hurried. He waited for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely realized Heavenly Court's weakness and his side's advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the risk to deal with Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good chance of success over on his end. On the contrary, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some arrangements. Although the strength of these cheap tricks was small, they would definitely cause great annoyance to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If they were not resolved immediately, these cheap tricks would become the key to suppressing Heavenly Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. A giant wave of golden light pushed Book Mountain aside as it charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain was sent flying like a meteor. Zhou Shangxin, who was on the mountain, was already smashed to a pulp. This was the price of forcefully controlling Book Mountain. This rank 8 expert used all his strength but only stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was the case even when he had star constellation Immortal Venerable's help. Immortal zombie giant sun had also restrained his strength to prevent damaging limitless formation. Immortal zombie giant sun managed to get some free time. He immediately began preparing a method. This chance did not come easily. When he fought with star constellation Immortal Venerable earlier, they attacked constantly. He had no such chances. This killer move is finally complete. Golden hooped great immortal suddenly appeared. Giant sun Immortal Venerable, you fooled me. I invited you to Heavenly Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make your arrangements. During the Fate War, Heavenly Court headquarters was ambushed by your longevity heaven. The moment he finished speaking, Golden Hooped Great Immortal used his life and all his cultivation to activate a killer move. The mysterious light shone down and fell on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's head, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to turn slightly sluggish. A female immortal appeared behind Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. It was Qin Ding Ling. Giant Sun, I am repaying you for all the humiliation you have given me back then. Qin Ding Ling shouted, slamming her hands on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's back. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. A black and white GU worm resembling a die flew out of Qin Ding Ling's phantom aperture. It rolled rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. The die GU worm rolled once again before coming to a stop, revealing a number on its surface. Qin Ding Ling, 5. In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vast luck was transferred to Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling's body shook, her face reddened, and her teeth clattered together. She could only endure with all her strength and had no strength to fight for the moment. Back then, when I forcibly took away a portion of Crazed Demon Cave's thieving heaven true inheritance, a mysterious immortal GU escaped. I could not catch it in time. It seems like it was obtained by you in the end. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun came to a realization. Qin Ding Ling perspired profusely as she took in the endless luck while replying with hatred. To deal with you, I gave up on metal path. I sealed and buried myself deep under the earth in a metal coffin, cultivating in seclusion as I comprehended luck path. During these 300,000 years, this gamble GU was attracted to me and came to the metal coffin one day. From that moment, I realized this was the backlash of you forcefully taking thieving heaven's true inheritance. It is also my fortuitous encounter to take revenge. Gamble, gamble, let us gamble with our lives. The intense golden light around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun dimmed rapidly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turned solemn. The foundation of his combat system was based on powerful and prosperous luck. He had all kinds of killer moves that helped him to maintain positive and powerful luck. For instance, the unforeseen disaster killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death, to extract his bad luck to deal with the enemy. Although it reduced the size of his luck path methods quickly restored it. On the whole, his luck became even better. Once Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, his defense, offense, healing and other aspects would also rise based on the difference, always being higher than his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were extremely powerful and exquisite. Under the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible. His luck path methods had never been spread. How could other GU Immortals seize his luck? Most GU Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom within 10 or so rounds, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would continue to rise. While it looked like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in a stalemate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the fact was that he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the Crazed Demon formation stops and the eternal life research results emerge, without limitless retaliation anymore, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could erupt with extreme strength. But now, Qin Ding Ling dug at his foundation. Qin Ding Ling had almost performed a miracle. Just based on Gamble GU, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's retaliation would not be able to accomplish this. Just Qin Ding Ling alone also could not accomplish this. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes alone could not dig at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But these three factors joined to achieve a miracle-like achievement. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately activated a killer move. His thoughts increased and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but just did not have a chance before. When Fang Yuan used 5 restriction profound light chi, she saw the chance. She intentionally left to deal with Fang Yuan, even throwing out Book Mountain. It was just to show me weakness. She succeeded after all. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was only a chess piece that could be casually thrown. In fact, many Heavenly Court members on star constellation chessboard formation were all star constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces. Even Fang Yuan was used by star constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took Heavenly Court as his enemy, Heavenly Court also considered Longevity Heaven and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as an obstacle. Fang Yuan, although Fang Yuan was very strong, even destroying Fate Gu, he was selected by Heaven's will and received the help of Venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also made arrangements for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan's ambition was huge, wanting to become a refinement path venerable, turning into a player from a chess piece, primordial domain was already destroyed, how could he become refinement path demon venerable? If he could not become venerable, even if he had more Dao marks, he would only be a pseudo-venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to being Dao Lords. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left Fang Yuan and returned to fight Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Go! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qin Ding Ling. Star Constellation chessboard formation activated. The chess piece Qin Ding Ling immediately disappeared on the spot and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was already activated. Qin Ding Ling had completed this crucial part. Luck Gamble. After Qin Ding Ling recovered, she activated the killer move again. Qin Ding Ling. 2. At this time, Qin Ding Ling's luck surged out and transferred back to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Luck Gamble killer move's power was like this, it could not be controlled by people. The numbers determined victory or defeat, but the outcome was determined randomly. Even Qin Ding Ling, who was the user, could not influence it. Chapter 2201, Damn You, Fang Yuan. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had expended his own theft path Dao marks to refine this Gamble Gu. Gamble Gu gave random results that could not be influenced by anyone. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was special, he was an otherworldly demon who possessed otherworldly Dao marks. Thieving Heaven's space was founded on the basis of his otherworldly Dao marks. Meanwhile, Gamble Gu was refined with his otherworldly theft path Dao marks. Gamble Gu did not have any offensive power by itself, it was powerless no matter what the result was. But the Luck Gamble killer move that used it as the core was extremely dangerous. Whether it succeeded or failed, there was no way to predict it. But it was because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. The probability of winning the Luck Gamble was equal for both Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling won the previous time, now, it was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's win. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel any joy. Because whether she lost or won, Qin Ding Ling would only profit. It was due to the profundity of luck path. Luck was essentially categorized into two types, good luck and bad luck. The size of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Qin Ding Ling's luck, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely vast, it was at Dao Lord level. There was little bad luck, while good luck occupied the majority of it. And Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Bad luck occupied most of it, while good luck was little. Qin Ding Ling was only a rank 8 expert, her luck would naturally be smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable, she was against a powerful enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, with the luck of all living beings influencing each other. Even if she had good luck, it would be affected and turned into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than her opponent's. She was basically gambling with a smaller chip, this was a huge advantage in itself. Secondly, Qin Ding Ling had a lot of bad luck. When it was transferred to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would contaminate his luck as well. The basis of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was positive and powerful luck. This had two crucial points, one was he needed to have vast luck, the other was that his luck needed to be positive, which meant the more good luck he had, the better. If Qin Ding Ling won more and lost less in the luck gamble, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would greatly decrease. If Qin Ding Ling won less and lost more, even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would obtain her luck, it would mostly contain bad luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had many methods to transform his bad luck into good luck. But this process would spend immortal essence and mental energy. He would be sacrificing many opportunities when he battled star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Even worse was that once he turned his bad luck into good luck, and he lost to Qin Ding Ling in the next luck gamble, what would he do? Would he not be reinforcing the enemy? There was a chain of self-detonations, over 30 truthful floating ice pieces were destroyed. There was only 10% or so remaining of the crazed demon formation. The crazed demon formation's power continued to weaken. There was also only about 40% remaining of the great world in the 8th layer. Everything was used to nurture the central truthful floating ice piece. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics continued to carve the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming fanatic. The strength of limitless countermeasures originated from the crazed demon formation. If not for this, star constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless countermeasures. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had deliberately arranged it as one hold to make others hold themselves back if they wanted to obtain eternal life research results. They had to accept the threat and be indistinctly restricted by the countermeasures. As the crazed demon formation continued to disappear, the upper limits of strength in the GU Immortals fight continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used more powerful methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable similarly raised the strength of her skills. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was being hindered by Qin Ding Ling. He unavoidably fell into a disadvantage. We must kill Qin Ding Ling. This became a general consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, other pseudo-venerables also attacked. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking scheme against Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded, how could she let Qin Ding Ling be attacked easily? The situation is not good. We need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If we want to support Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Ding Ling. At worst, we need to disturb and break her killer move. But Star Constellation chessboard formation can transfer her anywhere instantly, so we still need to destroy this formation first. After back and forth discussions, it still returned to the starting point. Stars shot forward one after the other, destroying the protective golden light, and forcing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to retreat. He coughed out cold, dark corpse blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how his golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. His injuries were very heavy. Because of Qin Ding Ling impeding him, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. He was actually showing signs of defeat in the battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Looking at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun coughing blood, the expressions of Lu Wei Yin and the others changed. Was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun going to lose in the battle of 2 venerables? The previous battle situation already proved that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest battle strength in the allied forces. Second was Gu Fang Yuan. If Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were to be defeated, that would mean the allied forces lost. However, no matter how unwilling Lu Wei Yin and the rest were, they were aware that it was normal for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. There were many factors that influenced a fight between GU Immortals. One was cultivation level and number of Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equal in this. Second was Immortal Essence and Immortal GU. Both sides were about the same. Third was battle experience. It was a draw between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fourth was external environment, whether it could be used or not. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable exceeded Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in this aspect. At least, it was true. For the moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World. He then allied with Fang Yuan, deliberately destroyed Primordial Domain, then allied with Fang Yuan again to explore the Crazed Demon Formation and the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought many battles using the strength of Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and Limitless countermeasures. Fifth were combat methods, GU formations, battlefield killer moves, GU houses, and all kinds of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were both excellent beyond doubt in this aspect. It was hard to tell who was better. Sixth was combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system contained extremely powerful potential for later, but it was miraculously cracked by Qin Ding Ling. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also possessed an exceptional combat system which she had been using all along. This combat system was the combined combat systems of Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya. In the offensive aspect, the main method was Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star killer move. Wisdom Path GU Immortals often used exquisite killer moves because of the superiority of their path. These killer moves usually contained many GU worms and had complicated procedures for activation. This was why the calculation ability of Wisdom Path GU Immortals was extraordinary, only then could they control their killer moves properly. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the Flying Star method was almost the only method in the offensive aspect. It could be said to be extremely lacking and unvaried. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally throwing away the obvious advantage of Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, the killer move Flying Star looked simple, but that was not true. If it was used repeatedly one after the other, every move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was hit by so many stars that by now, the injuries caused by the stars had reached the point of inflicting serious injuries. Secondly, the deficiency in the offensive aspect was exactly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. Looking at the whole combat system, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out the calculation requirement from the offense aspect and transferred it onto herself, letting her have an immense grasp over the battle situation at all times. It was because of this grasp over the situation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use all the surrounding resources to the limit. Even as the weak side, she could win against the strong alliance army that had high numbers. She actually led Heavenly Court to the height of victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could use the environment to suppress enemies and use emotions to affect them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were equal in many aspects. However, in this deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system was obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to maintain her combat system and her advantages. These advantages were insignificant alone, but they stacked together until Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into the danger of losing. Fang Yuan, it is time to stake our lives and fight. What are you still hesitating for? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly shot towards the Azure Sphere. Luck Path killer moves erupted. Like a rainstorm, attempting to break the sphere and release Fang Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already guarded against this. She immediately attacked. Star shadows flickered. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered a heavy attack again. His killer move was also destroyed halfway. We must help Fang Yuan. He will reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Wei Yin called out. Paradise Earth sighed. Sigh, if my tomb had not been destroyed, I would have venerable cultivation level now and be able to resolve this predicament. These damned fodder. Zan Bi Yudu waved his punch, killing another Heavenly Court member. However, these Heavenly Court GU Immortals would revive shortly afterwards. There was no way to kill them completely. What's more, there was still Qi Si Ancestor behind Zan Bi Yudu. Half of the limitless, chains on Qi Si Ancestor had already disappeared. On one hand, other GU Immortals were helping him, on the other hand, the crazed demon formation itself was shrinking. The upper limit of strength in the GU Immortals fights was continuously increasing. There was now a much higher tolerance for the killer move Hu elevation. However, Qi Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself. He required Zan Bi Yudu's constant protection. Everyone, protect me, Paradise Earth shouted, retreating to the center of the group. The other Immortals protected him and gave Paradise Earth precious time to use his killer move. Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura spread from his body and charged towards the Azure Sphere like an air wave. This killer move was extremely profound. It could restore heaven and earth to its normal state. It was the nemesis of battlefield killer moves. It was perfect to break the encirclement. The Azure Sphere was already enduring the pressure from Fang Yuan. Now that the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm hit, it immediately collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a loud shout, as he flew out like a tiger let out of its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand again. Fang Yuan sent out a multicolored rainbow, taking Paradise Earth as he charged towards Qin Ding Ling. Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took in a deep breath. After using the killer move, his orifices started bleeding, his face became pale as paper. Formless air currents moved forward. Everywhere they went, starry paths broke down, turning into nothingness. Without the starry paths, it was difficult for star constellation Immortal Venerable to move Qin Ding Ling. Her eyes flickered with cold light. She immediately gave up on rescuing Qin Ding Ling and fiercely attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instead. Damn you, Fang Yuan! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun roared. His chest was torn from the attack and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Ding Ling was killed by Fang Yuan. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around. Thousands of stardust shot towards him. He destroyed most of them, but several hundred still struck his body. So much starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries that they were already intense like fire. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was close to death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack him ruthlessly. The final fatal attack, Chapter 2202, Chu Du's Danger. Chu Tribe Headquarters. First Supreme Elder is still in closed cultivation. Today is the day of the battle. Chou Lao Wu continued to rub his hands together. He was thin with a slightly humped back. His naturally sad face looked even more depressed right now. Relax, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he retreat just before the fight? We just need to wait patiently. Hao Zhen was leaning on a wall with arms crossed in front of him. He showed a composed expression. He was a middle-aged bearded man. He was tall and muscular. He and Chou Lao Wu were good friends. The two could activate a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar together. Because of this, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen were called the Wind and Lightning Demons. After siding with Chu Du, they became second only to Chu Du as the strongest battle strength of Chu Tribe. Actually, avoiding the battle is also an option. In another direction, Immortal Wang suddenly said softly. He had a short stature, he had a red nose and small triangular eyes. He was a transformation path GU Immortal who was proficient in transforming into dog breeds. What did you say? Hao Zhen was infuriated. He quickly approached Immortal Wang, staring at him with furious eyes. As First Supreme Elder, someone who avoids a battle. He is the mighty Chu Du. Are you trying to defame First Supreme Elder? Hao Zhen held Immortal Wang by his shirt and raised him to the air. Immortal Wang was immediately furious, shouting, "Let go! You brute, if you don't let go, don't blame me for attacking you." Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Chou Lao Wu quickly pulled Hao Zhen away, while Li Sichun held Immortal Wang. Li Sichun had a square face with thick eyebrows and huge eyes. His nose bridge was very tall. His chest had thick black hair that was exposed. He was a man, but he wore a flowery skirt. He tapped his fingers together and said in a feminine voice, "Come on, don't argue, okay? I am already agitated. If we have an internal fight now, then our Chu tribe will really face a crisis." Immortal Wang snorted coldly, flinging away Li Sichun's hand. "This is Chu tribe's crisis. We should deal with it cautiously. If First Supreme Elder was still a lone force, it would not matter to us if he battled or not. But he is not. He is our Chu tribe's First Supreme Elder. Do you know what the consequences will be if he loses? You brute." Hao Zhen snorted, not saying a word. Because he knew Immortal Wang was not wrong. Chu Du established a sect called Chu Sect. He used his connections and methods to invite many immortals to go against Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu later and forced these GU immortals into joining him to form Chu Sect. His actions turned the situation around. After establishing Chu Sect, Chu Du used his charisma and tricks to subdue the people's hearts. But good times did not last long. Under the pressure of Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du was forced to change Chu Sect into Chu Tribe. Thus, Chu Du took in his trained strength path GU immortals as his adopted children, removing the sect system and using the tribe system to rule. Even so, Chu Tribe was still being doubted and pressured because Chu Du had no children of his own. Thereupon, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War. This decision helped to stabilize Chu Tribe's status. The situation changed again now. Fate GU was destroyed. The rumors of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's revival kept on growing larger. Longevity Heaven sent a command to Northern Plains Righteous Path to subdue lone and demonic immortals, attempting to unite Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Lone and demonic immortals were extremely resistant towards this. They felt disgusted towards the Huangjin tribes. Because of this, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe became much more attractive to join. Many of the lone and demonic immortals were solitary. They would rather choose to join Chu tribe and Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was of lone cultivator origin. Baizu tribe's heavenly lord Baizu was too. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded quite a lot. As a result, they were being watched secretly by Longevity Heaven. Sigh, where did this fairy black moon come from? Her origin is mysterious, it is like she came out of a rock, we cannot investigate her background at all. Northern Plains is such a large region, there are many hidden experts, what is so strange about fairy black moon? But she actually challenged First Supreme Elder, she is just asking for humiliation. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person is extremely strong. After she appeared, she continuously challenged many experts, but has yet to face a defeat. In the most recent challenge, she even defeated Lu Chong. Fairy Black Moon revealed new methods in almost every battle. Her totem killer move is her trump card, and she is even rumored to be an inheritor of Reckless Savage. Chou Lao Wu and the group discussed. Currently, He Lu Lan had a huge reputation, she won repeatedly, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that was comparable to rank 8 strength. And also because of the rumors of being Reckless Savage's inheritor, her overall prestige suppressed Chu Du. I can already see Fairy Black Moon's aims. She has huge ambitions, she gathered so many people around her, challenging people to gain reputation. Right now, she has already become a symbol and banner of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It was an inevitable matter for her to challenge Lord Chu Du. Even if she did not challenge him now, she would have to challenge sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will double at least, and she will have authority to lead Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. Hao Zhen analyzed. Under the pressure, lone and demonic immortals who were willing to surrender to the righteous path had already surrendered. The remaining ones were recalcitrants. And these recalcitrants had a few tricks up their sleeves. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And to these recalcitrants, Chu Du, who had established a righteous path tribe and worked with the Huang Jin tribes, even having participated in the Fate War, was clearly Longevity Heaven's dog. To them, he was even more hateful than the Huang Jin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win their hearts. Her gains would no doubt be much more remarkable than when she defeated Lu Chong. On the contrary, Chu tribe was already being suppressed by Longevity Heaven, it had to fully rely on Chu Du. Chu tribe was not tied together using blood relationship, the master-disciple system also could not be openly established. The tribe was mostly maintained by Chu Du's charisma alone. Chu Du was the spiritual banner of Chu tribe, should this banner collapse, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavily. Their progress would be severely obstructed, they would lose their grasp of the people's hearts, they would start to decline rapidly. People like Chou Lao Wu were worried. Right now, they had already become Chu tribe's core members who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we could ask for Darling, Lord Fang Yuan's help, that would be great. Li Si-chun sighed. Immortal Wang shook his head. No, that is too risky. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed awe-inspiring, maybe even Longevity Heaven will show restraint. But what if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives in the future? Although Fang Yuan is strong, he is not a match for a Venerable. If we do this, it will just be a short-term pleasure. But it is actually a stupid way to isolate ourselves from Northern Plains' righteous path. Keep quiet, they are here, Chou Lao Wu suddenly reminded. More than 10 GU immortals came this time. Half were Chu Du's adopted sons, they cultivated strength path and had ordinary cultivation level. The rest were those lone and demonic immortals that Chu tribe had recruited recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, their loyalty was unable to be verified for the moment, so it was rather troublesome to use them. External elders, where is Lord Father? First Supreme Elder, it is already the appointed time, why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked all kinds of questions. Who allowed you to come? Hao Zhen walked forward, Chou Lao Wu, Immortal Wang, and Li Si-chun stood behind him, coldly watching these newcomers. At this moment, the four immortals restrained their internal conflict and stood up as one. External elders, please don't blame us, we are really concerned about our adopted father's safety. Yes, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chu Du is our leader. Is it wrong for us to feel concerned? It became noisy again. Their anxiety was clear as day. Hao Zhen was just about to berate them when an aura spread, which made the immortals turn around. The closed bronze door of the secret room opened. Chu Du walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder, Lord Father, Chu Du nodded slightly, smiling as he looked around. Since you are here, hold the line for me. Chu Du's mood was heavy. The actual situation was much more serious than what Li Sichun and the rest discussed. These recently recruited lone and demonic immortals were opportunists, there might even be spies among them. The adopted sons looked respectful and humble, but in fact, they already held resentment towards Chu Du. On one hand, they blamed Chu Du for cultivating them into strength path that had uncertain prospects. On the other hand, when they underwent immortal ascension, Chu Du used them to absorb reckless savages' true meaning, causing them to suffer huge losses. Chu Du was aware. Chu tribe seemed to be united, but it was already at the juncture of declining. If he could win against Fairy Black Moon, Chu Du could still maintain the original state. If he were to be defeated, Chu tribe would definitely decline, and it would likely be a disastrous decline. People would look down on them, no one would join, they would keep on growing weaker until Chu tribe members became cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people leaving, what about our territory's defense? Cho Lao Wu asked. Chu Du waved his sleeve, saying with a carefree tone, it doesn't matter. How many resource points do we have that are truly valuable? As for the headquarters, GU Immortals need to be stationed, draw sticks to settle it. Although Chu tribe was established, they had few resource points and were of poor quality. It could be said they were lacking resources to develop. Like this, a few unlucky GU Immortals were selected to guard the headquarters. Chu Du took almost all the Chu tribe GU Immortals towards the appointed battlefield. Chu Du was not even a little panicked, moving leisurely. On the way, GU Immortals of the Huang Jin tribes appeared and joined Chu Du's group. These GU Immortals might exclude Chu tribe and Bai Zhu tribe secretly during normal times, but they naturally stood beside Chu Du when facing an outsider like Fairy Black Moon. When they were halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu appeared. Only then did Chu Du truly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 2203, Bloodsea Clone. It was only Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's clone, but it was still at rank 8, the immortals quickly paid their respects. Chu Du was satisfied. Although Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not personally come to back him up, Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had an exquisite method that could let the clone and main body switch places instantly. Thus, with this clone here, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally being here. At this crucial moment, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a reliable partner for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had been paying a lot of attention to the impending battle of Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, with longevity heaven above them and the unity of the Huang Jin tribes, Bai Zhu tribe and Chu tribe had to stay allied and endure the immense pressure together. It was just that he had a really urgent mission at this time. The only one that could summon him was naturally longevity heaven. Currently, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was in longevity heaven, beside him was the current generation South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu slightly out of sorts, Yao Huang understood inwardly, smiling, Bai Zhu, who do you think will win in the fight between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu retracted his consciousness, smiling bitterly, from my angle, I naturally hope Chu Du can win. However, Fairy Black Moon is no small character, her strength is hard to estimate. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Bai Zhu is correct. Both cultivate strength path, one has been renowned for a long time, while the other's reputation is rising rapidly. It is indeed hard to tell who is stronger, only the fight will determine the winner and the loser. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, her strength path attainment cannot be underestimated. In my view, Chu Du still has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary person who had once pressured the whole of Lu tribe. The moment these words came out, Lu tribe GU Immortals snorted coldly with displeased expressions. A large group of GU Immortals had gathered around Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were all from Huang Jin tribes. As the GU Immortals were discussing, 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly flew over. Alright, the formation is set, please enter the formation. A large formation was set up in front of the Immortals. Beautiful blood-red lines were all over the formation. The Huang Jin tribe's GU Immortals stopped talking as they entered the formation, among them was Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, who brought Hate tribe's GU Immortals. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang remained at the periphery of the formation. Yao Huang looked at the formation, saying suddenly, it is good if Chu Du wins, but if he fails, Black Moon might really rise to power. Did you secretly help Chu Du? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shook his head. I won't lie to you, I had suggested this to him, but it was rejected. He only wants to use his strength path attainment to fight this battle. To him, this strength path battle holds extraordinary significance. Yao Huang thought to himself, smiling inwardly, Chu Du will lose, and it is a certain loss. He Lu Lan was nurtured by our ancestor, her strength is beyond her peers, and with effort Ji Yu helping her cultivation level, killer moves, and other aspects are progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan already knows the information regarding Chu Du. With this win, He Lu Lan will become a leading character in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Later on, she will be able to lead lone and demonic immortals with her every action. Right at this time, the sky of longevity heaven suddenly changed, warning alarms started ringing. This was the arranged signal. How could it be so early? Yao Huang's expression changed greatly, as he shouted, quickly activate the formation. Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grand Master, who was in charge of the formation, was already activating it. The formation buzzed loudly as blood red light bloomed. This formation was actually a rank 8 blood path immortal formation. The blood path formation produced a mysterious strength that quickly disappeared from the formation and transferred to a mysterious place. At this time, Crazed Demon Cave, 9th layer, in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made the fatal move. Suddenly, the near-dead immortal zombie giant sun's body burned with blood-red flames. Countless GU worms shone and flew around inside immortal zombie giant sun's aperture, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine power from longevity heaven. Among them, familial emotion GU was the first core, next to familial emotion GU was imitation GU. This time, imitation GU had already transformed into blood relation GU, which was the second core. The blood path divine power quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. His ice-cold immortal zombie black blood burned intensely like boiling water. Golden rays shot out from the black blood and spread rapidly like water. After a few breaths of time, all the blood in immortal zombie giant sun turned into the color of gold. His dry black skin, like that of a withered tree, became filled with vitality as it regained a white luster. Thorn-like hair quickly grew and draped down to his shoulders. His eyes that were dark and dim earlier started shining in golden light now. His entire body began to grow taller. He had a slightly hunched back earlier, but was now standing tall with bulging muscles. He became a middle-aged man of over 9 feet in height. Blood-colored radiance spread, causing winds and clouds to stir. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had completely revived. The whole revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she was not able to break the blood-red barrier of light around immortal zombie giant sun, and even sensed hints of a trap around immortal zombie giant sun, so she watched from the side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As I expected, Blood Sea Ancestor was your clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, showing his white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate wisdom path primarily with star path as your secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates wood path and painting path. Thieving Heaven cultivates theft path primarily with space path as the secondary path. With one main and one specialty path, as venerables can compete with each other on equal grounds. And in my case, I chose blood path. It is just that the timing was not right when I was alive. Only after countless years past my death was there enough foundation for my Blood Sea clone to create blood path. And talents emerged in Heavenly Court as well. There first were GU Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui, this master and disciple pair who hunted down my Blood Sea clone. Later, Refinement Path Great Grand Master Lian Shen Ke refined Blood Relation Immortal GU which almost destroyed my plan. Fortunately, I had backup methods. Heavenly Court had already felt something strange about Blood Sea Ancestor. Thus, they constructed Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, the progress of Blood Path was seriously impeded. It did not develop into a mainstream path and was always treated like a detestable path. Even though super forces researched it, they only did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret while borrowing the strength of the world to perfect Blood Path, but Blood Path ended up being obstructed. If Blood Path had been prosperous, the current Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would have risen much more. Forget it, how can everything go as one wishes? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh, his gaze moving past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, past the formation, towards the distance. There were only a few truthful floating ice pieces left in the Crazed Demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable solemnly gathered her concentration. In front of her was a fully revived giant sun Immortal Venerable with no trace of injuries, and although his strength had not been restored to the peak state, it was similar to Star constellation Immortal Venerables. And Qin Ding Ling was still in the process of revival. Luck Gamble was already used before and would be difficult to use again with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already on guard against it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun's fight was definitely going to be an uncontrollable battle of life and death. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she had to fight without any considerations. The current situation was not simple, she had various misgivings. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly sighed. Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right before our eyes, let's hold off our fight for the moment. How about we join hands and get rid of these irrelevant people first? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was dazed for a bit before nodding with a smile. That is appropriate, we should do that. These two venerables were still fighting a life and death battle earlier, but they were actually working together now. It would be a shame if bystanders got benefits when two tigers fought. Thereupon, the sensible Star Constellation and Giant Sun were naturally going to get rid of the weak ones first. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable directly charged towards Fang Yuan. Countless golden light rays shot at Fang Yuan like spears or swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showing his sincerity to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was with Paradise Earth, and he had killed Qin Ding Ling not long ago. You defend while I attack, Fang Yuan said to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a bit before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Milky white light web appeared once again, the heavenly web was pure without any dust. There were large gaps but they did not allow anything in. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light rays were completely blocked by the heavenly web. This was the void, there were no outside world's luck path Dao marks to amplify Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, they were also under the threat of limitless countermeasures. It was not like in the Door of Life and Death where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained amplification from countless soul path Dao marks and could also use his full strength without any restraints. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi. Fang Yuan attacked from afar, 5-colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slow down, he kept on charging closer. Golden light constantly flowed around his body. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, the 5-colored smoke flowed away from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable closed in on Fang Yuan and used a killer move. A golden hand quickly flew out and grabbed at Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand was about to pluck Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, cooking luck pot showed itself. It shook fiercely as it blocked the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used another move, the golden hand was reinforced and strengthened greatly. But as it tried to pluck with more force, cooking luck pot's retaliation became even stronger, even directly. Flicking away the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already knew Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot and that it was quite strong. But this attempt still shocked him. How many rank 8 Immortal GU did he use to raise cooking luck pot to this level? Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling troubled right now. With the protection of such a strong cooking luck pot, most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods were useless against Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, the reason GU Immortals could hardly fight Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was because it was difficult for them to guard against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked their luck, they had few methods to block it, and there was furthermore a low chance of blocking it. Chapter 2204, 2 Venerables vs Fang Yuan, Double Chapter. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were blocked. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but at this time, a ray of starlight landed on Fang Yuan's forehead with an incredible speed. Fang Yuan's head leaned back slightly from the attack. Seeing his defensive methods weakened by 30%, he quickly moved away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and coordinated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to pincer attack Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan was facing the attacks of 2 Venerables. All the Immortals were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was and how much reputation he had, was he worthy of being targeted by 2 Venerables? But thinking about it carefully, the Immortals understood why. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables, Fang Yuan possessed the greatest threat. Besides Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Si Ancestor and Zan Bu Du were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he also had the largest force here. And the seemingly lone demon Immortal Qi Ju had already made a secret deal with Fang Yuan back during the pursuit battle against him. They had cooperated for a long time. With the sharp increase in pressure, Fang Yuan prioritized on evading. He defended against the two venerables' attacks while shouting to Paradise Earth and the other immortals, "We must join hands and unite. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results right in front of us, the two venerables will not let you gain benefits easily. They will definitely kill us first." Without much hesitation, Shen Shang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and others agreed, attacking one after the other. It was just that their efforts could not lift the pressure off Fang Yuan. In star constellation chessboard formation, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals tied down the pseudo-venerables even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Fang Yuan was beginning to flee everywhere, falling into a passive state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly mobilized Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took the chance to attack. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time and was illuminated by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to activate his renowned defensive method. A long robe appeared on him. This long robe had wide sleeves, it was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that, the surface of the long robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was outstanding. It immediately reflected Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light in the flying stars that followed closely behind. Fang Yuan finally gained a slight respite, but he did not dare to relax. His hands opened wide. His left hand released 5-colored smoke. It was 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand pressed down towards the starry paths, activating a sinister and baleful compound killer move, Rotting Poisonous Dark Ash. This move contained the profundity of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path, and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and destroy their internal structure. As time passes, its damage would become even fiercer. Even when this killer move was cancelled, there would still be continuous corrosion, but the corrosion would become weaker. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. He had stopped this killer move in just a few breaths of time. But the struck immemorial year beast cried miserably for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally turned into a pile of rotten gray ash. Fang Yuan blew it away with just a light breath. Fang Yuan was not using this move to target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was targeting this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He must first destroy this formation. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated his killer move again. He had the same intention as Fang Yuan. Great minds thought alike. He wanted to first dismantle this formation as well. The Heaven Path killer move's power was beyond ordinary. Everywhere it went, starry paths vanished and starlight dissipated, restoring it to the original void. Paradise Earth, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she threw out numerous stars. Most of them still targeted Fang Yuan, but a small portion attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to ascertain his methods for the moment, so she had to be on alert against him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the whole situation and was always calm. As long as there was something odd, she would suppress it immediately. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable targeting him, Paradise Earth also had to be on guard. This reverse flow protection seal is indeed difficult to deal with, but Fang Yuan, how long can you hold on for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used powerful killer moves one after the other. These killer moves were all reflected back, but Reverse Flow River's water level also fell sharply. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was renowned all over the world. It was not that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not prepared for it. It was just that he had not personally dealt with Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and after Fang Yuan modified it later, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only choose the method of consuming it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. With a shift of her mind, starry paths shook. A Grand Rank 8 Immortal GU house followed the starry paths and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus, Will was solemn as he activated a method that he had prepared for a long while. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenic Portrait. Instantly, Fang Yuan's portrait appeared inside Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's portrait stood in front of Genesis Lotus Will. He was motionless with his eyes closed, he had no expressions. After Genesis Lotus Will used this killer move, his form began to turn unstable. He clenched his teeth as he activated another painting path killer move called Ink Slicing Thread. Thin lines of ink suddenly flew out of the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. They started slicing the cheeks of Fang Yuan's portrait. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut, the injury was a thin line from which black ink flowed out from. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and almost immediately, his sharp gaze fell on Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method, it is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing and very likely involves Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she could prepare the killer move Luck Gamble against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she would not neglect Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he had no way of using it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan would never forget Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The killer move Scenic Portrait was already created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together with Genesis Lotus Will to modify it, to target Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his footing with the help of Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this method. Reverse Flow River could essentially reflect everything, however, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had almost no understanding of painting path, his attainment level in it was blank. Fang Yuan was aware of this flaw, so he had already gathered some painting path mortal GU. However, it was far out of its depth against a painting path method at this level. As such, Fang Yuan was hit by the killer move Scenic Portrait. This was also the reason why most venerables cultivated two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. Venerables often cultivated one main path and one specialty path. The first path would be the primary one which could be widely spread. The other path would be kept secretive and mysterious, information about it would be sealed tight. For instance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the primary, with Star Path as her specialty. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the primary, with Painting Path as his specialty. Fang Yuan's current situation showed the advantage of doing this. Fang Yuan could reflect Wood Path methods, but he was a stranger to Painting Path, so Painting Path methods were effective on him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's situation was slightly special. He had planned to take Blood Path as the primary, and Luck Path as his specialty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path when he was alive, he was the only one to possess Luck Path. Thus, he kept Luck Path a secret, but to help Fang Yuan and his ambitions, he left a portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance in 88 True Yong Building and with Lang Ya Land Spirit. After he died, he tried all ways to use his clone to create Blood Path. He had planned to make Blood Path the most common path, thus the Blood Sea clone spread Blood Path everywhere. He wanted to get the help of others to help him perfect and promote Blood Path. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus Will used another Painting Path killer move, Brush Stroke. A painting brush swept past Fang Yuan's portrait, leaving ink traces wherever it brushed. At the same time, ink black injuries appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The injuries deepened quickly. Compound killer move, Man as before. Fang Yuan activated a killer move again to heal himself constantly. But with this, he had no choice but to cancel the Rotting Poisonous Dark Ash killer move, which only left 5 restriction Profound Light Chi for his counterattack. Simultaneously activating multiple killer moves did not surpass Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path limits. But Fang Yuan had to leave some capacity for thinking to deal with any sudden event. Otherwise, once an unexpected situation occurred, and Fang Yuan's reaction was slightly late, it would give the enemy an opportunity. After all, his enemies were venerables, they were not the likes of Qin Ding Ling and Bing Sai Chuan. Moreover, these two venerables had allied pressure, Immense pressure that was like a mountain pressed down endlessly on Fang Yuan. It would not stop until it killed him. Fang Yuan was in a disadvantage all along. His situation continued to be more troublesome. This was the hardest battle of his life. Comparatively, the battle in the Fate War was not so heated. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the others wanted to help, but were always blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables' attacks were concentrated on Fang Yuan. They only used the remaining small portion of energy to block the other pseudo-venerables. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was expended. He had no choice but to cancel this move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he activated an already prepared killer move. The killer move was formless. Fang Yuan was instantly hit. Sovereign Immortal Aperture shook violently. Lightning flashed as tribulation clouds gathered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar. It can change fortune to misfortune. Your Sovereign Immortal Aperture has too many resources, and it has developed extremely well. How large of a tribulation will form once such a deep fortune turns into calamity? Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds billowed. At the previous moment, it was still a scene of blue skies and white clouds. Now the world had turned dark. What's going on? The residents of the city looked at the sky. Shortly afterwards, noisy sounds rose from Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds. There are tribulation clouds again. Quick, go ask the city lord for help. The city residents were terrified and panicked as they ran towards the city lord manor. Sacred Eagle City's residents were mostly humans who came from the former Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, Fang Yuan had secretly accelerated Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations to subdue it. This caused tribulation clouds to cover the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, creating a huge number of casualties. These residents had such a painful experience, so when they saw the tribulation clouds that was almost the same as in their memory, they immediately acted like spooked cats, screaming and fleeing madly. Inside the City Lord Manor, a transformation path ranked 7 GU Immortal looked at the sky. A bitter expression was on his face too. He was the recently promoted Sacred Eagle City Lord. He was originally only at rank 6, but he received Fang Yuan's help, and his cultivation advanced to rank 7. After accepting a mission, he became this Sacred Eagle City's City Lord. This tribulation is so huge, Sacred Eagle City only has 3 GU Immortals. We might not be able to stop it. It is better to ask for reinforcements from Triple Sacred Mountain. Sacred Eagle City Lord immediately sent a request for reinforcements. Triple Sacred Mountain was the center of many northern plains. It was the gathering area of snowmen, and was the most developed area. It was looked after by Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui. Different from the 5 regions, humans lived peacefully with other variant humans the inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, helping each other without any discrimination. Sacred Eagle City's residents were very isolated and ignorant. When they first moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they were helped extensively by Shui and the snowmen, so they had good feelings towards the snowmen. As for Sacred Eagle City's GU Immortals who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, these GU Immortals were also vastly different from the 5 regions' GU Immortals in regards to their philosophy of life. They took the duty of protecting mortals as their glory. Adding on Fang Yuan's rule and management, all the races in Sovereign Immortal Aperture lived unitedly. The human Sacred Eagle City Lord did not have any mental barrier in asking for reinforcements from the snowmen. At the same time, he had a lot of faith in Fairy Shui-Er's help. An enormous pitch-black city was standing in the depths of the desert. It was Inkman City. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang's cultivation had also advanced to rank 7. He had around 8 GU Immortals under him, but they were just rank 6. The scale of this tribulation is so huge, its power will definitely be unprecedented. Mo Tan Sang's expression was solemn. He felt heavy pressure. He reacted almost immediately and sent out commands. 2 GU Immortals were dispatched to maintain the security and prevent the residents from taking vicious actions, like rioting or stampeding. Additionally, 4 GU Immortals were dispatched out of the city to look after White Steel Bowl Valley, Rotten Swamp, hibiscus trees, and other resource points. If the situation became urgent, these GU Immortals could immediately retrieve as many of these resources as possible and temporarily place them in Inkman City's storage. Mo Tan Sang's status was similar to Shui-Er's. He was almost like the person in charge of mini Western Desert. He governed not only Inkman City, but also many other locations. A grand city was on a continent above cloud soil. In the heart of the city was a mountain-like hall made from a star snail. This hall was in uproar at this moment. A rank 8 elderly man was sitting inside solemnly as he listened to the reports from various GU immortals. He was the old combat beast king. He was appointed as Star Collection City Lord by Fang Yuan and was in charge of overseeing the internal affairs of the sovereign immortal aperture. This tribulation is too sudden. It is even more terrifying than the one in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It is much larger and covers the whole sovereign immortal aperture. City Lord, what should we do? Master has taken away almost all the rank 8 GU immortals and the strong rank 7s for the fight at this time. Although most of them have revived, they are at GU master level. Our manpower is too few. How do we deal with such a tribulation? Even if there were no casualties, could we deal with such a tribulation by combining our strength? That is impossible. Only an existence like Master can protect our home from such a tribulation. Combat Beast King raised his hand. The hall gradually quietened. Master is wise and mighty. He will definitely make a move when he should. But right now, we should remember our responsibility to protect our home. Even if we die, it cannot crumble our will. Everyone, this is a difficult test. Master is watching us. Our clansmen are watching us. As GU immortals, if we cannot protect them, if we are afraid of dying, how can we raise our heads in pride later on? We are willing to fight with all our strength. The GU immortals shouted together with surging morale. Death was not terrifying. Even if they died, they could revive through human sea. The terrifying thing was escaping in the face of danger and leaving a bad impression on Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that Fang Yuan's will was paramount in the sovereign immortal aperture. He ruled everything. Dazzling and vast golden light flowed like a sea wave. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly with a solemn expression. He no longer had reverse flow protection seal. Facing the two venerables, his situation was perilous, almost like walking on a steel rope between cliffs. What was even worse was the trouble in the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a method of all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with a malevolent killing intent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was eerie. He observed the tribulation aura on Fang Yuan's body becoming denser before he put his mind at rest. Fang Yuan possessed Cooking Luck Pod, which could indeed stop most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. However, Fang Yuan still could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of luck path foundation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. Fang Yuan, you have such talent and aptitude. I really don't want to kill you. It is such a pity that your character determined your outcome. I have to get rid of you. If you are really allowed to keep on developing, there will be a day when you comprehend all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck through the self-luck true inheritance. It is much easier to get rid of you now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appreciated Fang Yuan's talent, but was even more wary of him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued to attack while speaking. Although he had cooperated with Fang Yuan time and again, when they truly fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seemed to be even happier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, his eyes shone sharply as he kept silent. He continuously activated all kinds of compound killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had never heard of or seen these killer moves before. Because of this, it was rather troublesome for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with them. Fang Yuan relied on this to barely maintain his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. I am getting more and more amazed by you. Such brilliant and numerous compound killer moves have really broadened my horizons. A pity, it is a pity that these killer moves are unsystematic. You still don't have your own combat system. But this is not your fault. I used close to 1,000 years to perfect my current combat system back then. Moreover, making a combat system is not just about time, it also needs plenty of worthy opponents to be created successfully. Fang Yuan, how many years have you lived even after adding up all your lives? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. While speaking, he inflicted another deep injury on Fang Yuan's chest. Comparing foundation, he was indeed inferior to Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a smile on his face as he saw Fang Yuan's tribulation aura increasing by double in just a short while. You already felt it, right? The greatest profundity of my move lies in the number of calamities and tribulations. As many resource points, immortal GU immortals, desolate beasts, and so on as are there in the sovereign immortal aperture, there will be an equivalent number of calamities and tribulations. Those who are struck by this move need to resolve countless calamities and tribulations at the same time. Difficult, this is extremely difficult. Fang Yuan, I won't give you an opportunity to save yourself. Saying so, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. His attacks were unceasing and majestic. Fang Yuan could only block them, and was unable to do anything to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was a scene of an abyss in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Flower Mist Extreme Marsh. Large meteorites dragged long tails as they smashed on the ground. The meteorites erupted and flames spread, burning the mist, marsh, and extreme marsh flowers around them. Only dry land was left behind. From the inferno, tall flame monsters stood up. As the flame monsters wreaked havoc, a GU Immortal streaked across the sky. It was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, Wu Shuai. With a thought from Wu Shuai, ant groups flew out and fought with the flame monsters. There was a downpour on the whole Dark Inkstone mine. The corrosive rain inflicted heavy damage on the Dark Inkstones. A Rockman GU Immortal was stationed here. He used all his strength to activate his killer moves but could only protect a small part of the mine. Star Collection City was in chaos. Every resource point in the Mini-5 regions and Mini-9 heavens is being attacked by different types and scales of calamities and tribulations. The GU Immortals on Fire Bird Mountain are requesting for reinforcements. Ghost Fire is burning Pin Tree Snowfield. If we don't stop it on time, the Ghost Fire will destroy the whole snowfield. The Hairy Man continent is being bombarded by lightning. One of the cities is already drowned by a tsunami. A terrifying beast calamity has appeared in Mini Black Heaven. Thousands of green claw ghost-winged lions are hunting down soul beasts. Bad news came one after the other. Combat Beast King subconsciously clenched his fists. Despite already being prepared mentally, when the calamities and tribulations really broke out, the severity of the losses made him unable to maintain his calm for some time. But from start to finish, he maintained his solemn expression. At this time, when all the GU Immortals were panicking, as their backbone, he could not panic. He sent out various commands. Star Collection City began to operate frantically. Manpower and resources were dispatched to every place as they began to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But there were too many calamities and tribulations. Not only was their range huge, they were of various types. Every calamity and tribulation needed to be dealt with using different methods. This was an extremely difficult challenge to the GU Immortals stationed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 2205, Black Fire. News of the first GU Immortal to be heavily injured and near death arrived. Combat Beast King's heart immediately tensed, so quickly. His mood became even heavier. The more casualties the GU Immortals suffered, the lower the resistance the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could put up. If this continued until a certain extent, the situation would be irredeemable, like an unstoppable avalanche. Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the orders. Mini Black Heaven does not need to be saved. Give up on rescuing any desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. We will protect the large cities first, second are the important resource points. How are the results of the Wisdom Path GU Immortals deductions? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path GU Immortals. We have not even deduced half of them. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path GU Immortal said with sweat all over his head. Take out whatever results you have to deal with. This situation first. Combat Beast King almost stamped his foot. The results were soon obtained. Combat Beast King made the decision on the spot. Star Collection City began to mobilize GU Immortals. Oh, Wu Shuai was the first to receive this command. A strange expression flashed by his face before he slowly retreated. In the short while of his fight with the flame monsters, Flower Mist Extreme Marsh was already completely destroyed, while the majority of the flame monsters still remained. There were too many of them. Even though Wu Shuai used all his strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. These flame monsters' target was already destroyed, so their hostility gathered on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, the flame monsters immediately chased after him. Wu Shuai led them to the west and met another GU Immortal midway. A group of Qi monsters were chasing after this GU Immortal. The two GU Immortals were in the center, but the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought with each other. It is feasible indeed. These calamities and tribulations are not formed naturally, but were created because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. Since they are only formed through luck path and is not controlled by heaven's will, they are like an army without a leader. We can use calamities and tribulations to deal with calamities and tribulations. Wu Shuai was slightly happy. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Some GU Immortals gathered acidic rain. while some GU immortals directed the heavenly river towards the desert. Under such operations, the sovereign immortal aperture's situation finally eased. "We have stabilized the situation." Combat Beast King let out a breath of air. In just a short period of time, his face was covered with sweat. Calamities and tribulations came too fiercely. If their reaction had been slightly slow, it might have resulted in destruction. Fortunately, they used every moment, seized the initiative, and stabilized the situation. But this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still playing out in many places. Those that could consume each other were only a small portion. The whole sovereign immortal aperture was still being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. Losses increased at every breath of time. The tribulation clouds above the flower mist extreme marsh have disappeared completely. Most of the tribulation clouds above the pin tree snowfield have dissipated. The dark inkstone mine is completely destroyed, but the tribulation clouds are also destroyed. Something is wrong. There is an abnormal situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds all over the Mini-5 regions are showing identical changes. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. Combat Beast King had just relaxed when he heard the devastating news. "This is bad." His expression turned pale. From combining the information in the map of the Mini-5 regions in his mind, earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were appearing in crucial areas. Yellowish-brown pillars of light shot out from tribulation clouds. The light pillars struck the ground and continued to pierce down into the ground. A large amount of tribulation clouds swarmed into the yellowish-brown light pillars. They suddenly lit up, and this light flowed down the light pillars into the depths of the ground. Explosions rang, the earth shook fiercely. Earth-shaking light pillars in the Mini-5 regions were continuing to exert power. Earthquakes were becoming even more intense. Terrifying shockwaves continued to expand. Everywhere they passed by, earth shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed courses, and seas roared. This luck path method targets the resources in the immortal aperture. Now that those resource points are destroyed or damaged heavily, earth veins became the conspicuous target. That's why there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations. They just happen to cover all the earth vein nodes and are seeking to destroy them. Wu Shuai's face was cold as ice. Although these calamities and tribulations triggered by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have heaven's will to control the overall situation, there would be this kind of change at the later part. It greatly made up for the lack of commands. However, you think the earth veins we constructed painstakingly can be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating a formation. Earth vein formation was activated, thick and grand aura spread rapidly. The powerful tremors underground were forcefully suppressed. Next, the GU immortals dispatched by Star Collection City reached the tribulation areas, and began attacking earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The huge heavenly light pillars began to break down one after the other. The sovereign immortal aperture's GU immortals coordinated to get past this difficulty. The tribulation clouds changed again. This time, they formed beast calamities in various areas. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats emerged from everywhere and besieged the earth vein nodes. 7 to 8 earth vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were eradicated. A small portion of the earth rats were enslaved by Wu Shuai. Tribulation clouds changed again, but they were still targeting earth veins. The immortals defended the earth veins strongly using all their strength. They cooperated tightly. Although earth vein nodes continued to decrease in number, the situation was turning for the better. The calamities and tribulations were of all kinds, but their targets were still earth veins. This was a controllable factor, which brought a lot of convenience to the immortals. Over 10 or so calamities and tribulations targeted earth veins, but after they were repelled by the immortals, the tribulation clouds that covered the whole sovereign immortal aperture had mostly disappeared. However, when the immortals thought the tribulations had finally passed, an aura that made the hearts of all living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture shake appeared all of a sudden. At first, this aura was extremely small. But soon, the aura grew rapidly in the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Amidst the immortals' puzzled and terrified gazes, a fire burned in the depths of the tribulation clouds. The fire was black. The black fire had just appeared, when it burned all the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds. The black fire grew rapidly, and started falling down. Wherever it passed by, be it ground or the air, they were all burned into nothingness. The immortals breathed in sharply. The power of the black fire was horrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences. Isn't this black fire like the one in the Dragon Whale Grotto heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly formidable. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an expert like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing else to say. The immortals used their methods to defend against the black fire. However, all the methods were of no use. Even when Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only extinguish a little of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was destroyed to a certain extent, it would change form, transforming into black water, black lightning, and so on, killing many GU immortals who were caught off guard. At the crucial moment, He Chun Chu took action. Don't panic. The main body also expected this scene, and taught me a countermeasure. He Chun Chu said as he activated a human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, and also the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Lumps of white light flew out from the formation. These lumps of light were extremely large, they flew everywhere in the mini 5 regions. As long as the black fire spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire was quickly dissipating, it changed its form again. But no matter what form it took, it was still continuing to be extinguished by the white light. The white light's effect was excellent, but the black fire continued to gather and grow. It will be really dangerous if this continues. Human path killer moves are effective, but they cannot compare to the black fire's growth. The immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chun Chu, Wu Shuai, and the rest were pale. The situation was out of control. The human path formation left behind by Fang Yuan was also implicated. These GU immortals had already tried their best, but they could do nothing. They could only depend on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was continuing to dodge, his whole body was bathed in blood, his hair were disheveled, and his arm was broken. He was in a miserable state. He simply could not counterattack and gain any initiative against the two venerables. 5 restriction profound light chi was forced to stop. One phrase could be used to describe the current Fang Yuan, hanging on to his last breath. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' methods were truly terrifying and dealt with Fang Yuan's methods by destroying their foundation. The GU Immortals left behind to guard the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could do nothing more, their only hope lay with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not have such an opportunity. The two venerables attacked like a storm, arriving one after another, not giving him the chance to catch a breather. I must resolve the black fire. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be as good as destroyed. Suddenly, a Chi Path Killer move descended, temporarily blocking a venerable. Chi Si Clone had made his move, he was finally freed from the shackles. Here I come, Zan Bu Du roared. He was freed from the responsibility of protecting Chi Si, he rampaged and fought his way to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal Killer move, Humanly Flame Smoke. He activated his method to save the human path formation first. Then, he coordinated with the human path formation to deal with the black fire that was scattered everywhere. Burning white flames shrouded the black fire, and started tearing it apart. The main body's abilities were indeed extraordinary, the black fire's growth was immediately impeded. However, Zan Bu Du and Chi Si Ancestor were being beaten back. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan retreated towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth took a deep breath, as he activated Heavenly Web Protection Veil once again. With his help, Fang Yuan obtained a brief respite. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Zan Bu Du and Chi Si Ancestor arrived to reinforce him. The battle had lasted until now, but the two venerables were unable to take Fang Yuan's life. Both frowned. Crazed demon formation was shrinking rapidly, the limit on the venerables was being released. Their attacks became increasingly terrifying, Fang Yuan could only flee miserably. Immortal GU House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal GU House and activated a killer move. This move used ability GU as the core, it had the effect of absorbing the black fire. The deadlock inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture finally began turning for the better. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress protected Fang Yuan for a while before it was broken by the combined strength of the two venerables. Die. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly used a vicious killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan cried out in alarm, he was unable to dodge in time. At the crucial moment, Zan Bu Du flew over and used his body to block the killer move. A huge explosion rang, Zan Bu Du was torn into pieces, dying immediately. Chapter 2206, Fighting Over Eternal Life. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts sank heavily. On the contrary, the morale of Heavenly Court's immortals surged. Fang Yuan lost Zan Bu Du, one of his main clones. Zan Bu Du's immortal aperture was also quickly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, under the control of Zan Bu Du's will, his various immortal GU were sent in time to treasure Yellow Heaven. However, black fire was still wreaking havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he ordered the Qi-Si clone to block the calamity. Qi-Si clone did not have tough body like Zan Bu Du. His death was certain against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to sacrifice this clone to protect himself. However, at the next moment, starry paths shook and twisted, forming an azure sphere that trapped Qi-Si ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was caught unprepared. His killer move bombarded the starry path sphere and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The latter heaved a sigh. Lu Wei Yin and the rest spirits shook. This was the first lapse in the cooperation of the two venerables. This was really fortunate. Qi-Si clone managed to escape death. He continued to protect Fang Yuan by his side. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture had only turned slightly better. As long as Fang Yuan let go of his control by even a slight bit, the situation would erupt again, and the whole immortal aperture would face destruction. A huge sound rang as the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer disappeared completely, the final merged great world turned into nothingness, and countless living beings became sacrificial offerings. The door of life and death with the immortal graveyard flew away. They were stored by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in her immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Fang Yuan, the 8th layer was completely gone, only the final 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation in the center of the 9th layer, only the final truthful floating ice piece remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were on the floating ice. They were activating practice GU together, like they were carving the final part. Seeing this scene, the immortals felt their minds shake, while Fang Yuan silently let out a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. He had finally passed the most difficult time. Indeed, like Fang Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not attack him anymore. Both stopped on their spots, looking at each other. The atmosphere changed subtly. The two venerables had allied to get rid of the pseudo-venerables. But Fang Yuan used every method he could to hold on to his last breath. The venerables' plan had failed. Right now, the eternal life research results were already close to completion. The most important thing now was to seize these results. Whoever tangled with those pseudo-venerables would be giving the other venerable a chance. Success, we succeeded. The 3 eccentrics slumped on the ground, shouting hoarsely and excitedly. The 2 venerables' stalemate lasted for a while, when Qin Ding Ling came out of the starry paths. She used the killer move once again, targeting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Almost at the same time, Golden Hooped Great Immortal appeared again, using his Golden Hoop to trap Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly held the upper hand. As long as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was struck by these methods, his combat system's foundation would be hit, and he would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he were to not be hit, he would have to slow down for a while to deal with Qin Ding Ling and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. With just those few minutes of advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might be able to last until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, right at this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Star Constellation, you have good methods, but you seem to have forgotten something. At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal GU house suddenly shone brightly. Most of the void in the 9th layer was filled with this light. This Immortal GU house was already placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used this to break out of the trap. Fang Yuan and others had also escaped alongside him. From that moment onwards, this Immortal GU house had been comprehending the Crazed Demon formation's workings until it was shaken off. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not a piece of truthful floating ice after all. After it was thrown out, it hid deeply, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have failed to sense it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple, it had comprehended crazed demon formation's workings and was compatible with this world. Right now, it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It immediately affected the crazed demon formation and caused unrest in limitless chains. The star constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged had forcefully merged with limitless chains and also restrained the various pseudo-venerables, including Fang Yuan. It was already at its limits. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly made his move, allowing the chains of limitless to break free from the starry paths, thus causing the whole star constellation chessboard formation to collapse. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood, she had suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance between him and the crazed demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries, she took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth once again. This secluded domain was like a lantern and also like a bird cage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's back and shook it lightly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was immediately disturbed by immense emotions, his speed fell sharply. Starlight specks shot out around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as she gave chase. The two venerables fought, storms blew from the aftershock, the world shook intensely. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise, nothing would be left. The two venerables held each other back, reaching that final mountain-like large truthful floating ice at almost the same time. The two venerables suddenly stopped, their expressions were strange. Pang Shan of the three eccentrics woke up at this time. He was extremely fat before, but was now skinny, as if all his essence had been drained. Why are there still no eternal life results? We were just a little short, but we don't have any strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was dim, he was not in the right condition. He seemed to have become crazy, murmuring to himself. His voice awakened the other two immortals. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly. He was slumped on the ground, and was barely able to cup his fists towards the two venerables. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just lacking a step, no, half a step. As long as either of you activate practice GU for a little while, this truthful floating ice will be carved successfully. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was not a small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out for some time. If they wanted to come out, they needed to completely carve this truthful floating ice. But was it that easy? The eighth layer was destroyed, there were no more great worlds to provide fuel and clues to the crazed demon formation. That was to say, they needed to contribute their own strength to carve this truthful floating ice. The contribution amount was very crucial. If they needed to contribute too much, even if the venerable who entered the truthful floating ice held the lead, their battle strength would fall. Finally, they might play into the hands of the other venerable who was in a perfect state. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they both had scruples. They stood silently for some time. On the other side, the fight between the pseudo-venerables and Heavenly Court GU Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like stopping me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled fiercely as he pointed with his finger. Chi spheres burst, Duke Tong exploded into pieces with not even a bone remaining. Endless spears, Che Wei shouted, countless spears shot out from around him like a dense forest. Lu Wei Yin charged through the spear forest and grabbed. A yellowish-brown giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without Star Constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Wei Yin sighed. The yellowish-brown giant hand clenched, forcefully pressing Che Wei into meat paste. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were inferior to the pseudo-venerables after all. Previously, even inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Heavenly Court GU Immortals were hard-pressed to block the pseudo-venerables, they died constantly on the battlefield. They relied on the Immortal Graveyard to revive and participate in the battle again, balancing their weak battle strength. Now, without Star Constellation chessboard formation and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to control the overall situation, these Heavenly Court GU Immortals immediately got outmatched. They were slaughtered one after the other, unable to block the pseudo-venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly when she saw this, immediately making a move to help. How could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let go of this chance? He immediately acted to block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two venerables fought once again. Both venerables had equal strength. Using the brief respite, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his immortal aperture and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command and flew into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted as she shook the lantern again. Calamity Luck Altar's movement stopped immediately. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly grasped his chest. He knelt down and started crying. He blamed himself endlessly, sobbing, "It is all my fault, it is all my fault. I am wrong, I am to blame. If I was slightly stronger, I could have assisted Master in defeating Heavenly Court and obtaining the eternal life research results. What is the point of my life? I have let down Master. Sob sob sob, I should just die." Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move to kill himself. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He endured Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks while summoning Calamity Luck Altar to his side. Golden light flowed and entered Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from the guilty emotions. His head was covered in cold sweat. He felt lingering fear. If not for Master, I would have killed myself. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Master has been enduring such terrifying emotional torture all along. As he thought of this, fear rose in Bing Sai Chuan's heart. His face was pale as he slumped on the ground, his body shivering intensely. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but still felt suffocation. His heart was filled with fear. He was scaring himself to death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took action and saved Bing Sai Chuan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She got a hold of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's weakness. She also bullied him for not having an excellent method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to avoid colliding with her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture, letting out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. These GU immortals were killed by Lu Wei Yin's group, but had revived shortly after in the immortal graveyard. The moment these people exited Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they spread out and flew towards the truthful floating ice. Chapter 2207, Limitless Revival. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coldly activated various methods and killed all these Heavenly Court members. The two Venerables held each other back, exchanging moves one after the other, not letting the other subordinates enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was at a deadlock once again. While the battle continued, a figure suddenly closed in on the truthful floating ice. It was Xianxia, seeking death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted, golden light shooting out of his eyes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia shouted and quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Wei Yin used all their strength to protect him. The two Venerables' attacks broke past layers of defense and reached Xianxia. Xianxia cried out, fainting immediately from the attacks. His injuries were so terrifying that he was only lingering on a single breath. After fighting for so long, the two Venerables were filled with anger, and also knew the limits of the strength they could use now. Xianxia's attempt triggered the two Venerables' nerves. He was immediately attacked by both Venerables. Xianxia's miserable state caused the pseudo-Venerables to feel their hearts shaking. The two Venerables used action to tell them that if they wanted to fish for profits right under their eyes, this would be their outcome. The situation continued to be at a deadlock. The two Venerables held each other back, their attention focused on each other, letting the pseudo-Venerables watch from the sidelines. And it was an extravagant wish for the pseudo-Venerables to try to charge into the truthful floating ice. Once they showed any movements, they would be attacked by both Venerables. After Xianxia's attempt, Paradise Earth, Qi Ju, and others tried to grab onto opportunities during the fight between the Venerables, but it was all in vain. Lu Wei Yin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth was lightly injured and was panting heavily. Soon, Xianxia woke up. His injuries were severe and were difficult to heal in a short period of time. When Demon Immortal Qi Ju noticed something wrong, he immediately retreated and gave up on the chance. Thus, his condition was quite good. As for Fang Yuan, he did not make many moves. He just observed the fight while saving his aperture. He had finally resolved the Black Fire. But he paid an astronomical price. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, every large and small resource point was damaged. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were burned by Black Fire. They were in a ruined state. Many immortal GU were also destroyed by the Black Fire, even more GU Immortals died. 60% of the GU Immortals were dead, including the old combat beast king. Fang Yuan was almost back to his original state due to this tribulation. His foundation had fallen by 70 to 80%. Only 20% of my immortal essence is remaining. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. He had time path methods to accelerate the immortal essence production as well as the help of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, but his expenditure was too huge. Let alone the immortal essence expenditure when constructing resource points and refining immortal GU, just the repeated large battles caused the immortal essence reserves to fall sharply. Fang Yuan's calculations were of no use, he had no room to save them. Using just 20% of his immortal essence to face the two venerables who were in their optimum states was extremely dangerous. The two venerables attacked, the power of their killer moves continued to increase, surpassing the previous limit. The crazed demon formation was continuing to operate, Limitless's chains emerged out of thin air and shot towards the two venerables. The two venerables blocked Limitless chains, while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two venerables were rather restrained, but as the stalemate continued, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable broke the limit and triggered Limitless chains. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the power of her killer move as well to deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Like this, she also provoked the attacks of Limitless chains. The situation was gradually going out of control. The two venerables fought and competed fiercely with each other, gradually using stronger killer moves. At first, there were only hundreds of chains, but soon, the number increased by several times as they mixed into the venerables' fight. The pseudo-venerables had to retreat again and again, almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are really going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they have no way to hold back. Even though they are aware that this is not optimal, they cannot do anything about it. The vicious competition has already started. What should we do? We won't be able to hold on for long if this continues. So this is a venerable's true strength. As pseudo-venerables don't even have the qualifications to observe the battle closely. These pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The two venerables' killer moves collided and exploded, but the leftover power of the moves hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. Crack, crack, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three eccentrics were also heavily injured, Pang Shan even died immediately. Floating ice, the floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed blood, but was still shouting in worry. His face was twisted, there was not even a slight bearing of a wisdom path GU Immortal. What are you doing, you idiots? These are the eternal life research results, we just need a person to continue activating practice GU. But you are actually destroying it. Not Immortal hit his chest and stamped his foot, scolding and pointing at the two venerables. He had fallen into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-venerables' expressions looked unsightly, but the two venerables did not listen. The damage to the eternal life research results shook their hearts. But they could not stop. By now, the battle had come to such a state that whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other side, they would suffer a huge loss. The two venerables had equal strength. Once one side suffered a huge loss, it would influence victory and defeat. The victory and defeat here was not just about eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Be it Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the winner would influence Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's prestige, even determining who the 5 regions would come under. Naturally, retreating might be an option too. But if one retreated, the other side would quickly interfere and obtain the eternal life research results. They could just send someone to complete the final step and obtain the eternal life research results. Thus, they could not retreat. Although some of the eternal life research results were destroyed, the main part was still there. But if they continued to fight like this without anyone willing to retreat, if they were unable to determine victory or defeat, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not step back. Even if everything was destroyed in the end and no one obtained it, it was still better than letting the enemy obtain it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, Heavenly Court is our common enemy, lend me a hand, I will split the eternal life research results with you, just like primordial domain. The Immortals were astonished. Not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to kill Fang Yuan. But now, he actually took the initiative to request for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually so shameless. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted immediately, shouting, "Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court always had the intention of recruiting you, we had tried to recruit you in the past. Now that Fate GU is destroyed, why can't our sides join hands?" All the Immortals were astonished once again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did the same. Did all Venerables behave like this? But soon, the Immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. A Venerable's strength surpassed pseudo-Venerables, but Fang Yuan was different. Not long ago, the two Venerables had joined hands to attack him, but he held onto his last breath. Currently, the two Venerables were in a stalemate. Fang Yuan had enough strength to participate, whichever side he joined, the other side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory and defeat. Even if the Venerables still had spare strength and safety nets, if they could recruit Fang Yuan to get rid of the other side's trump cards, there would be no loss. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Venerables, you both have good plans. It is not impossible to get my help. But can you pay the price?" Fang Yuan had no fear. His aura had fallen to rock bottom, the tribulations had ruined his sovereign immortal aperture, but the situation was already different. No Venerable was foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two Venerables joined hands again, Fang Yuan was not tied down by the black fire tribulation, he could hold on for some time. What's more, it was impossible for the two Venerables to join hands anymore. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fell out with Fang Yuan, but he took the initiative to make up for it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. The similar reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Despite Fang Yuan's and Heavenly Court's deep enmity, with the eternal life research results right in front, they could work together indeed. Why not? Fang Yuan was never a person who was blinded by emotions. But the falling out between the two Venerables could not be easily patched. They were extremely wary of each other. They would only work together if an even stronger force appeared, in which they believed it was more advantageous to do so. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. "Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable bid right after. "I can also give all of my primordial domain to you. We can also transact my Wisdom Path True Inheritance and Genesis Lotus, Wood Path True Inheritance." "Not only you, Fang Yuan, this invitation goes to Paradise Earth, Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shang, Qi Ju, and everyone as well. My Heavenly Court's bearing is known to all. I am willing to swear in the name of Star Constellation." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to finish speaking when everyone heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. Cracks spread and filled the truthful floating ice. Did that attack from earlier completely destroy this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal shouted while holding his head. The Immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice broke down completely, what would they be fighting for? At the next moment, a soft sound rang. The truthful floating ice completely broke down, the crystal fragments flew everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice was left in the middle. The form and outline of this human-shaped ice were very vague at first. But in just a few breaths of time, it became lifelike. And in another few breaths of time, it was filled with flesh and blood. Finally, under the Immortal's stupefied gaze, the human-shaped ice turned into a GU Immortal. Forever been the Tao-seeking crazed demon, looking up towards life, death, and the universe. Through a million years of planning and accumulation, on this day, Limitless achieves true eternal life. This Immortal recited and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but it shocked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth. Limitless. Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned tightly. Limitless Demon Venerable, how could you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. Chapter 2208, True Eternal Life. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had penetrated incredibly deeply into Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless formation. Even after countless investigations, She did not notice that limitless revival method was in this crazed demon cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same investigation results as her. Precisely so, the two venerables fought so intensely earlier. But the truth was in front of them, limitless demon venerable had actually managed to revive. Don't tell me, when the final piece of truthful floating ice was successfully carved, limitless demon venerable revived and attained eternal life in one step. Fang Yuan was also shaken. Fang Yuan could also sense acutely that the current limitless demon venerable's aura far surpassed the other two venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could feel this difference even more deeply. Facing limitless demon venerable, they seemed to be up against towering mountains and vast oceans. This is not in line with historical records. Did limitless demon venerable really surpass the venerables and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with golden light. His current condition is extremely strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked and suspicious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other and moved at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable with fierce methods. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. Chains flew around in a spiral, easily resolving the methods of the two venerables. The two venerables were shocked internally, but their fighting spirit soared. They launched even stronger killer moves in response. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended instead of attacking. Even after a few rounds of barraging, they did not manage to harm a hair of Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless let out a soft sound as he waved his hands. At once, space rippled. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated immediately. Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan did not dare to linger either. They quickly dodged. At once, around 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than not immortal and secret schemer, there was nobody else. Giant Sun had a grim expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze that flickered with starlight. She seemed to be making deductions with her full strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. I do not wish to be enemies with all of you. The fruit of eternal life has been obtained after 1,000,000 years, but I have not truly tested it yet. How do you want to test it? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked. Watch. Limitless Demon Venerable turned around slightly. All the immortals stared fixedly. At the original spot that Limitless Demon Venerable was in, a tiny hole appeared. Through this hole, the GU immortals could see a vast sea of chaos. It seemed like black, yet it was not black. It seemed like white, yet it was not white. If one said it was light, it would be light. If one said it was darkness, it would be darkness. Almost no descriptive word in the world could accurately describe it. Because chaos was just chaos after all. Chaos was the greatest calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again. Aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable called out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also added in with a solemn tone. Limitless, I know about your aspiration. But if you intend to go ahead with this and destroy the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life alongside Heavenly Court, we will exterminate you. Both of you, calm down. The hole is not big. I merely want to test the result of this eternal life. As venerables are invincible in the world, yet we are plagued by tribulations that originate from this chaos. Of the venerables here, who has not gotten injured from the chaos? Who has not suffered an ordeal because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has been active for 1,000,000 years. There's one most clear indicator if we want to know if the eternal life obtained is successful. Saying this, Limitless Demon Venerable extended his arm into the hole. The other venerables and the various GU immortals held their breaths subconsciously, staring at him fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not activate any killer move. He was using his own body to do this experiment. He was simply too daring. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would never attempt this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was the result of them using their full strength to defend their bodies. If they acted like Limitless Demon Venerable, who did not put up any defense, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be completely obliterated with just a slight touch of the chaos. Unless they managed to cut off the body part in time. Limitless Demon Venerable placed his arm in simply like this. After a while, he pulled back his arm. His arm was pitch black. It seemed like charcoal created after a tree was completely burnt. But when he clenched his arm, the black charcoal on the surface instantly vanished into thin air, exposing a slightly smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mouth was wide open as he said dejectedly, "Is this, the true realm of eternal life?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, "I understand why I did not deduce it now. When you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had constantly been making use of the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable nearly destroyed the world. The reason was that he created a huge hole. And at the deepest part of limitless formation, he broke the world boundary and created a tiny hole. If there was a commotion in the Crazed Demon formation and this tiny hole became larger, it would be trouble. The entire GU world might be destroyed as a result." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable called Limitless a lunatic. She was not wrong at all. For the last million years, the world had been on the brink of destruction. And the reason for this was Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed softly, replying, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, in my previous life, I had already reached the end of the road. Even when I asked the Heavenly Tao, there was no possibility of eternal life. I was pitifully restrained by fate GU. After searching long and hard, through laborious planning, I designed this Crazed Demon Cave. I simply had no other choice but to use this method. But to play safe, I involved Heavenly Court in this. With you guys around, even if a problem occurred in the Crazed Demon formation and the hole got larger, you would do your best to fix it." Hearing this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression possibly be amicable? She realized now that the reason why Limitless Demon Venerable drew her into the gamble was not just because he needed her wisdom path attainment or Heavenly Court's strength to derive new Heaven Path research results. The deeper intention was to bring in Heavenly Court's involvement as an assurance. If Crazed Demon Cave became a problem, Heavenly Court would have to clean up after Limitless Demon Venerable. But because of Heavenly Court's perspective, they would spare no expense in repairing it. They would be willing to do so in fact. But, Limitless Demon Venerable added, "This is still not at the level of eternal life. Don't you think so too, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth nodded slowly and expressionlessly. Fang Yuan had some sort of realization. The true realm of eternal life would be complete indestructibility against the chaos. Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that stage yet. "Just a bit more, I am lacking by just a bit." Limitless Demon Venerable continued to shake his head, sighing deeply. He turned his gaze towards Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, can you lend me a hand?" Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly, "Why must I help you?" Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice GU, smiling, "This Immortal GU was prepared for you to begin with, Qiju. For this moment, I have already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years." Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly until tears flowed out. "So my revival was really part of your schemes. Ha ha ha, too laughable, simply too laughable. This is so disappointing, so disappointing." He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was laughing at himself. He had always felt resentful and unresigned after losing to Limitless Demon Venerable. After revival, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the huge gap between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable was quiet as he watched Demon Immortal Qiju cry and laugh. Afterwards, he tossed Practice GU to the latter. Demon Immortal Qiju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene of the deepest memory he had. "Limitless, you want to become a venerable, but did you ask me? With me around, you can dream on about becoming a venerable." Demon Immortal Qiju sneak attacked Limitless Demon Venerable and succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would no longer have a chance of winning. This battle lasted 9 days and nights. Thereafter, Demon Immortal Qiju lost. His eyes were blood red as he called out to Limitless Demon Venerable, "You have passed the tribulation long ago and became a venerable already. Why did you seal your own cultivation level to fight to the death with me?" Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. He had struggled at death's doors several times during the intense battle. He smiled lightly, "Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am at the brink of death can I understand the true relationship between a venerable and their Tao Guardian. And the truth has been proven, my guess was not wrong after all. I have already comprehended the secret behind the Tao Guardian." Demon Immortal Qiju stared with wide eyes. "To prove such a guess, you even disregarded your own life. Even though you had already become a venerable, even though you are already invincible in the world." Limitless Demon Venerable replied plainly, "Even though I became a venerable, this is merely another cultivation level. Compared to this, I would prefer to pursue the Great Tao." Limitless, O limitless, even a million years cannot change your nature. You are still that limitless I know. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and shouted. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Like how I am still limitless, you are also still that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, right? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. He seemed to have become too helpless to rage. He grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Then let's do it. Bright light flashed in Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes. Good. You are my Tao Guardian. Our destinies are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of the Tao Guardian can a Venerable go one step further, to break through the realm of Venerable and attain eternal life. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what is true eternity. Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. The light of Practice Gu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's entire body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. He went from a normal person's size to a 10-foot giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju became weaker and weaker. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Gu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed, no different from an ordinary mortal. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had become powerful to a point which nobody could fathom. Because even against the investigative killer moves of the various immortals, he was no different than a common man. The immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth, and the others did not move. They watched in anticipation. Even if they wanted to stop him, it would be too difficult. Limitless Demon Venerable took in a deep breath before stretching his arm into the hole of the world boundary again. A moment later, he pulled back his arm. It was completely intact. Chapter 2209, Limitless Death. Even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after seeing Limitless Demon Venerable's intact arm, they fell into extreme shock. After a GU cultivator became an immortal, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After becoming rank 9, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster originated from the chaos outside the world boundary. Each time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use their full strength to fight for a chance of survival. Ordinary GU immortals did not know this, but all the past Venerables had gone through these terrifying chaotic disasters. They knew about the terror of this tribulation. And now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. Without even using any defensive methods, he resisted the chaos and returned unharmed. This scene was a huge shock to the present Venerables. As for people like Fang Yuan who knew the details while not having experienced them personally, his shock was not as great as the Venerables. You did it. A while later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply and said. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable remained silent. No, he hasn't. This is not true eternal life yet. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke. He had a tone and expression of certainty. Indeed, I have not. This is not considered eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable agreed with the words as he showed an expression of dejectedness. Next, he made a shocking move. He opened his mouth towards the hole of the world boundary and started to suck in. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable watched with contracted pupils. They could not help but take in a deep breath. If a Venerable was considered a child, the chaos would be fire. Earlier, when Limitless Demon Venerable placed his hand into the chaos, he was roasting his flesh with the fire. But now, he was even more daring. He was swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down in a cross-legged fashion. At the same time, chaos seeped out of the hole and rushed towards his head, shoulders, and body like a flowing river. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time. An immensely strong aura burst out and shook the minds of all the immortals present. Everyone watched silently. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was currently giving it a try. This was an advancement. He was trying to advance to the true realm of eternal life. Ever since he was a child, he had maintained a heart of curiosity. He was like an innocent child who was filled with desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to know everything. He wanted to know the truth. He did not pursue fame or fortune. The status of a Venerable did not make him feel any pride or arrogance. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. But he still wanted to continue moving. Yet, there was no road ahead of him. Thus, he planned meticulously and worked with star constellation, dragging the entire GU cultivation world along with his dangerous plan of creating the crazed demon formation. He prepared for 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All of it was to pursue the truth. No road remained ahead of him. Thus, he moved his legs and exerted all his strength to step into the boundless darkness. He wanted to carve out his own road. This was the final push. Limitless was doing his best. A long time passed, but it felt like an instant. Black fire started to spew out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable opened his eyes slowly and looked at the Immortals, saying plainly, "I failed. No, I am still around." Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted and made his move, using all his strength to activate Practice GU. A wave of profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable's body from Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable was quickly extinguished. Limitless Demon Venerable gained some time to rest. He laughed loudly and shook his head. "Chi Ju, you can stop now. How can we determine the result before putting in all our effort?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju rebuked in anger. "Are you willing to give up like this? The true eternal life, I want to see it too." Demon Venerable sighed. A complex expression could be seen on his face. "I failed even after 1,000,000 years of accumulation. Don't you get it? Eternal life does not exist." Limitless Demon Venerable shattered abruptly, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. "No!" Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed in unison, grieving like they had lost their loved one. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi Ju had too close of a connection with him, the chaos instantly approached him. As it swept past him, he vanished without a trace. The great Pseudo-Venerable did not even manage to last 3 breaths of time. The power of the terrifying chaotic disaster was evident with one glance. The Immortals were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that took 1,000,000 years of accumulation and also all the Venerables' planning ended like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also revived. Paradise Earth changed to Cultivating Heaven Path, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his reasoning. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed everyone in strength, but he still failed to succeed. He died on the road of exploration. Eternal life, it was a mere dream. There was nothing, it did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head and muttered dejectedly, "There is no eternal life, hee. There is no eternal life, hee." He had gone insane. Does eternal life really not exist in this world? Venerable is the limit, there is no road ahead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered to herself. She had asked the question that all the Immortals were wondering. But nobody could answer it. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified in this aspect, since he had already surpassed everyone else by a huge margin. He died from the chaotic disaster. Using his life, it seemed like he exposed a cruel truth to the Immortals. Right at this moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move, snatching a piece of the truthful floating ice. The Immortals were instantly jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died and turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice had been destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion remained. The chaos could not do anything to them. They were the eternal life results derived by Limitless, Crazed Demon formation. They were definitely the essence of his hard work. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his 1,000,000 years of hard work had not gone down the drain. He left behind abundant results. Snatch them. There was nothing else to say. After the Immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. A large number of killer moves were activated, colliding into each other and exploding loudly. Heaven shook and the earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even manage to make a sound before they died on the spot. But the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice were intact and still shining radiantly. Even the chaotic disaster could do nothing to them. Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables were also unable to damage them with their killer moves. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves influenced each other as the Immortals restrained one another. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Golden light surged in the sky, exploding fiercely like a crashing tsunami. Everywhere it went, nothing could stop it. Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables quickly dodged. The golden aurora light suddenly turned into a spiral that sucked in a piece of the truthful floating ice. Seeing this, Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and scattered some flying stars. Hundreds or thousands of them radiated with starlight and crashed into the golden aurora, getting mutually destroyed. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not succeed, the truthful floating ice that was taken by the golden aurora was free again. It floated freely in the void. This was the largest truthful floating ice. All of the remaining truthful floating ice fragments were merely its size after being added up. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was attempting to take away half of this eternal life result that took 1,000,000 years to nurture. How could that happen? Star constellation Immortal Venerable would not allow him to succeed. Star constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gazes were locked onto each other. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly made a move, targeting the small truthful floating ice fragment that was closest to him. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight appeared out of nowhere, sending Lu Weiyin flying. At almost the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He wanted to target the other truthful floating ices, but golden light shot down like needles, almost piercing his body. The two venerables opposed each other, but they held the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they were very domineering. They did not want the truthful floating ice to end up with anyone else. Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan were obstructed. At this time, the pseudo-venerables had to prepare and wait for another moment to arise when the two venerables fought again. The hole was gradually expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress the tiny hole. But after his death, the power he left behind was weakening. Even though chaos did not seep out of the hole in the world boundary anymore, that was going to happen soon. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a look at the hole in the world boundary. He spoke calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why don't we have a ceasefire again and deal with these pseudo-venerables first? We can then fix the world boundary's hole and split the truthful floating ice between ourselves. How's that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded and replied to him with her direct actions. Immediately, starlight danced around and shot everywhere, launching fatal attacks towards Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer moves soon followed. Fang Yuan and the rest had to dodge everywhere. They escaped in distress. Limitless Demon Venerable died and the crazed demon formation was destroyed. Without Limitless retaliation method, the two venerables were free to attack. Of course, they did not use their full strength, even in the current situation. The reason was that they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in dangerous situations. They were often struggling in the face of death. I can't continue resisting these two venerables' power. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Fang Yuan shouted and dragged Qi Si Ancestor along, wanting to leave the 9th layer. Paradise Earth frowned immediately. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left now. If Fang Yuan left, the two venerables would not have the opportunity to chase him. Because anyone who left would be giving the other venerable a chance. It meant giving up the snatching of the truthful floating ice. Because next, as long as either venerable made a move to seal the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, the pseudo-venerables would have trouble trying to come in again after they leave. As long as they stalled for some time, the two venerables would be able to keep away the truthful floating ice. After that, they would be able to easily deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this moment, the two venerables snorted coldly together. Others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please leave behind the truthful floating ice that you snatched away earlier. You cannot bring this away with you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke one sentence each, expressing their honest attitude. Among the GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was the first to get a piece. Everyone else including the two venerables had not obtained anything yet. And Fang Yuan's piece was quite big too. It was at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice. At this moment, the two venerables cooperated again, dealing with Fang Yuan together. Earlier, the two venerables worked together to deal with him, but the pressure now was incomparable to before. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was nearly depleted earlier, but after it was replenished during this period of time, the river water had risen slightly in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves were quickly reflected back to them. However, for these two venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a slight bother. It was a mere obstacle. As long as they used skillful methods, they would be able to resolve it in some time. Chapter 2210, Paradise Earth's Death. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Right now, we cannot afford to leave each other in the lurch, we must be united and work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fang Yuan, you are right. Saying so, he made his move. But he disregarded Fang Yuan, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly kept in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable targeted that largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this, he would be the biggest winner in this crazed demon cave situation. The two venerables were unable to defeat each other. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to leave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't think about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold gaze. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to repel Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. The Heaven Path method that Paradise Earth used to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was initially concealed to the limit, even the two venerables could not detect it. After activation, the move was extremely fast, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop it in time, allowing Paradise Earth to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move, she lifted the lantern and shined it on all the GU Immortals. At the next moment, a tsunami made of endless emotions surged into the Immortals' hearts. Their expressions changed abruptly, they resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan activated Fortitude GU while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable instilled Immortal Essence into Familial Emotion GU. Paradise Earth activated the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth instead to resolve it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered. She took out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shined with dazzling light. All sorts of killer moves were replicated and unleashed on the GU Immortals. There was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Chi-Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer move, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's method. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally unleashed her full strength, using the two killer moves with these two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores to suppress everyone that was currently present. Her expression paled immediately, the starlight specks around her dimmed. She had consumed over 10 billion thoughts to do this, they were nearly fully expended. Using this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated Book Mountain. Limitless chains flew out to grab the truthful floating ice and send it into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but it contained an immortal GU. Nobody noticed this immortal GU except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of it, she was willing to temporarily give up the largest truthful floating ice piece and grabbed this smaller piece first. After collecting the immortal GU, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move. She stored away Book Mountain and focused on defense. Her action was very wise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could no longer control himself. At the next moment, he shouted loudly. Golden light shot out fiercely with his retaliation. Attacks rained down harshly, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a helpless floating duckweed in the storm. Using this opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a piece of the truthful floating ice as well. This was not the largest truthful floating ice piece, but it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because he knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, there was no time to take the largest truthful floating ice. As expected, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using their full strength while trying to get the truthful floating ice pieces. They did not have the time or energy to spend on other matters. This gave the pseudo-venerables a good chance. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 or 4 pieces each. Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shang, and Chi-Si also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice fragments were all taken except for that final largest piece. The two venerables had considerable injuries now, their attempts to take it were all thwarted by the other party. The two venerables raced against time, attacking the pseudo-venerables again. This time, they fought with more motivation. After all, the pseudo-venerables all had some truthful floating ice pieces on them. Oh, while the two venerables suppressed the pseudo-venerables, they started to feel a little surprised. Because Paradise Earth was displaying greater battle strength than before, almost every breath of time, his strength grew by some extent. His aura was already inching closer to the level of a rank 9 venerable now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, because you converted to cultivating Heaven Path, and because this truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path, you can draw strength from it to raise your cultivation level. This is a brilliant method. Star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke with a tone of admiration, but her killing intent surged correspondingly as well. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth ignored him to snatch that truthful floating ice, so this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he could get sufficient truthful floating ice pieces, Paradise Earth would be able to alleviate the flaw of being prematurely revived and become a venerable again. In this time, he would not be an Earth Path venerable, but most uniquely, a Heaven Path venerable. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path venerable, his strength would likely rise up to the top of the world. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not going to sit around and watch this happen. Fate GU had been destroyed, the entire world was pretty much ruled by them. Nobody would want to see the return of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, especially when this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable would have far greater strength than them. There was no communication. The two venerables worked together for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan, focusing on Paradise Earth instead. Paradise Earth activated Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to continue. Even though the Heaven Path methods were vast and profound, the two venerables had greater strength now. Paradise Earth fell into a life and death crisis. He shouted at the rest, "Please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang hesitated for a moment before tossing their truthful floating ice pieces into Treasure Yellow Heaven at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ices from Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly used them to raise his cultivation level. His aura grew once more. He was only inches away from reaching venerable level. "I am only one step away, Fang Yuan," Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan snickered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but Paradise Earth, can you pay a sufficient price that will satisfy me?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent the Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance into Treasure Yellow Heaven, along with all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves and his own Heaven Path cultivation experiences. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. To get the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth made a huge concession. Fang Yuan placed a small piece of the truthful floating ice into Treasure Yellow Heaven. The two quickly made the transaction. "Haha, Paradise Earth, you can have the final truthful floating ice pieces too." After the transaction was done, Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Indeed, at the next moment, both venerables erupted with killer moves surrounding Paradise Earth, barraging him with attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lantern high up. Endless emotions assaulted his heart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable grabbed with his hands continuously, attacking Paradise Earth's luck. Paradise Earth was covered in terrifying injuries. He was like a mortal hanging on a cliff, moments away from dying. Shen Shang, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to try to help out Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. The truthful floating ice melted gradually, helping him to push to the level of a venerable once again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move had a peculiar mistake. The killer move failed and the backlash triggered. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables' attacks arrived and instantly engulfed Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him," Lu Weiyin shouted and was the first to move. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped too as they took action. The two venerables were not willing to see Paradise Earth getting saved. They chased after him too. The pseudo-venerables used all their strengths and disregarded their own danger, managing to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks with great difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight still hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted loudly, veins bulged on his face as he used all his strength to activate a killer move. With his defensive killer move broken, his body became covered in countless holes that were ravaged by the starlight, but his healing method was still effective. Paradise Earth was forcefully holding onto his last breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move, shielding Fang Yuan, who quickly got closer to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang jolted, the light of hope shined in their eyes. The two venerables' expressions sank slightly. Right as Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan's palm slammed onto Paradise Earth's back and penetrated his chest. Paradise Earth was already at his last breath. Fang Yuan's attack was the fatal blow that he could not endure. At the moment before his death, Paradise Earth's eyes stared wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. Paradise Earth, rest in peace. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dwindling aura dissipated entirely. He died with eyes wide open. The entire scene shook. The two venerables looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar expressions. Lu Weiyin's lips were trembling. He broke the silence and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Fang Yuan, what have you done?" Fang Yuan, this, Xianxia's eyeballs were almost going to pop out. Qi ancestor stopped beside Fang Yuan's main body, showing a strange expression as well. Everyone knew that in this situation with two unrivaled venerables, Paradise Earth was their only hope of resisting them. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did something like this. It was too absurd. Something's not right. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly as well but did not speak. The two venerables saw that Fang Yuan was keeping away Paradise Earth's corpse into Sovereign Immortal Aperture so calmly, they sensed a slight change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, how are we going to get out of this? Xianxia asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables? Lu Weiyin was stomping his feet and staring at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. It is simple, wouldn't it be fine if I am a venerable? Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, exposing it at this moment. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Mere tricks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it surged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly. A chi tide poured out and blocked all the starlight. At the other end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also tried to probe. Golden needles shot down like a torrential rain. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Red aurora filled the sky, incinerating all of the golden needles. The pupils of the two venerables shrank. Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Qi ancestor, were tongue-tied. Even against the attacks of the two venerables, Fang Yuan blocked them perfectly. He displayed genuine rank 9 cultivation level. Did he really become a venerable? Chapter 2211, Fang Yuan becomes venerable. Fang Yuan's killer moves shot out, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to retreat. Since when did Fang Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Xianxia watched as Fang Yuan fought the two venerables. They had complex emotions and asked Qi ancestor urgently. Qi ancestor was also confused. He smiled bitterly. I had no clue either. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia were speechless. Fang Yuan had hid this so deeply that he even deceived his own clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained silent, because they found that Fang Yuan's strength had vaguely surpassed either of them. He was still a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he turn into a genuine rank 9 so suddenly? The two venerables were very confused and suspicious. Strange, very strange. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Golden light rained down with imposing might. Fang Yuan responded with a shout. His prepared method was activated, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming golden light. The Dao marks on his body far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest felt their hearts jumping. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took in a deep breath of cold air secretly. He focused his eyes and activated a method. At the next moment, his vision changed. He started to observe the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was completely hidden. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only see cooking luck pot. But soon, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable intensified the force of this move and golden blood flowed out of his eyes, he finally got through cooking luck pot's defense and saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. It was grand and condensed. At the base of the silvery pillar, there was a brown grave. It had mostly dissipated now, only a small part was left. Seeing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a thought. He sighed to himself. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can stabilize the foundation of the silver light pillar, but on the other hand, it is also digging away and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was the biggest threat to Fang Yuan's luck initially. Now that he killed Paradise Earth, this threat has been removed. This remaining part of the grave is the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has yet to devour completely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable raised his head again, looking at the top of the silver light pillar. Earlier when they joined forces, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had observed Fang Yuan's luck. Compared to then, Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer blocked by 3 clouds at the top. It shot right through them, truly looking like it was holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. The 3 clouds could only revolve around the top part of the silver pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hold Fang Yuan down. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's cloud had turned into a golden blood-colored cloud. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were below his. They seemed to have the trend of tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was moved again, as this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly breaking free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was someone on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an incredibly shocking achievement that she could control him. But it was unrealistic to try fully controlling a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck alone, Fang Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable believed in his own luck path methods. He was finally convinced at this moment. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Fang Yuan with some rage in his eyes. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and attitude, it seemed like he held indifference towards rank 9 cultivation level. What did he take this Venerable status as? If rank 9 Venerables could appear so easily, then what would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable amount to? What would the past Venerables amount to? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also considering rapidly. Fang Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and shrewdness. When did he become a Venerable? Did he have this cultivation level from the start? All the signs do not point to that possibility. He had secretly become a Venerable during a certain moment in the Crazed Demon Cave battle. But he clearly lacked attainment level. In the contest in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable ganged up on Fang Yuan and destroyed the refinement path portion of the Primordial Domain. Wait, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly turned his head, retreating as he looked at Fang Yuan, asking, did the thieving heaven true inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? So you had the necessary refinement path attainment level long ago. Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even fiercer. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sent flying by consecutive attacks. Using this timing, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out countless flying stars that flew like lightning, landing on Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the hit. He almost lost his balance and fell forward. But immediately after, he straightened his back and wiped it with his hand. Starlight specks were shining intensely on his back. They were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after Fang Yuan wiped them, all of these Tao marks were refined into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. It was terrible to her that Fang Yuan had such a method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system did not excel in powerful individual offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive hits. And the key to these consecutive hits were the Tao marks that the flying stars left behind. With these Tao marks, the following flying stars would be able to deal increasingly greater damage to the enemy. But Fang Yuan refined these Tao marks into his own. The flying star consecutive move was easily broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this move, she would not be fighting Fang Yuan but funding him instead. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the flying star consecutive move and launched his own counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not deal with him head-on. She had to temporarily retreat. He is very proficient with this refinement path killer move. It shows that Fang Yuan came prepared. But he held back the entire time, waiting for the final moment of this Crazed Demon Cave fight and after he became rank 9 to utilize this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago, otherwise, it could not be used so quickly after Fang Yuan became rank 9. If he used it earlier, the effect would be great too, but he refused to activate it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to assume that he was helpless against the flying star killer move. At the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard immediately. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a portion of the truth at this moment as she spoke. Fang Yuan, well done, you purposely did that during the primordial domain contest. You purposely held back and gave up on competing for primordial domain, thus Giant Sun and I destroyed the refinement path part of the primordial domain. You were purposely pretending to be weak so that we would look down on and put less attention on you. Hearing these words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's heart lit up. He could not help but feel more anger towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained smiling as he said plainly, Star Constellation, you are thinking too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly, Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving us anymore. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance had refinement path true meaning, before you entered primordial domain, you were already extremely close to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. After entering primordial domain, you realized that even if you gave up a portion of the refinement path primordial domain, you could still become a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster by yourself. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I seemingly ruin your chances of becoming a venerable. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, becoming a venerable would mean breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade. You would need to undergo tribulation and it carries many risks. You have to find the right timing to do so. Once you become a Supreme Grandmaster openly, we would be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you became a venerable quickly, before the three worlds united, limitless eternal life result was still far away from us, everyone needed to wait. Furthermore, because of limitless retaliation, even if you became a venerable, you could not use your strength. Thirdly, if you were not a venerable, we would subconsciously ignore you. In our minds, even if Paradise Earth was just a pseudo-venerable, he was still more threatening than you. Finally, everyone was holding back during the crazed demon cave battle. A lot of trump cards were not revealed. For example, you did not know how much I had infiltrated the crazed demon formation. Thus, you concealed your methods and waited for the situation to become clearer, after we went through our methods, before trying to claim victory. While defending against Fang Yuan's attacks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable analyzed and exposed Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third venerable contesting with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He was trying to become a venerable under the attention of the two venerables. In the end, he got heavily injured because of them. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's explanation, his mind became increasingly clear. With a loud howling sound, he stepped on a giant golden aurora and charged at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also pincer attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.